So far for futures, both the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 extending some of the declines we saw yesterday on the back of quite the sell-off in tech in general, but specifically more about semiconductors and the chips. We'll talk about that coming up this morning. More retail earnings to deal with as well. The likes of Lowe's coming through, Target as well with their earnings report. We'll touch on both. The big story could be this afternoon. However, Fed minutes coming at 2 p.m. this afternoon. We'll get a little bit of a look at the last meeting and really get an idea, I think, of how split some of these Fed members could be at this point going into Jackson Hole, of course, coming up Thursday, Friday. We'll hear from Fed Chair Powell Friday morning at Jackson Hole. A lot of people with a lot of different opinions, I think, as to how this could go. The theme of the Jackson Hole Symposium this year is all about employment. So I don't know if that was just on purpose to get as far away from talking about rates as they possibly can. Obviously, both coincide with each other, but I mean, there's going to be a lot of questions, I think, regardless.
And it's conflicting data. He's in a bit of a tough position here, Brendan. We got a weak July's number. We also got a higher PPI print, but CPI came in line. So there's really no guarantee that that PPI, that higher inflation print for the producers, finds its way into CPI. It could be absorbed. It could be kicked down the road. So he's in a bit of a catch-22 position. It should be interesting to see what he says. Yeah,
and of course we'll get one more jobs report. We'll get one more CPI report before the next Fed decision coming up in a month or so here. That's a look at the NASDAQ as we saw some of the retail names to the downside as we were mentioning. Lowe's the one standing out here. I mean, not a lot of volume behind this, but decently higher on the morning coming off their report. Walmart with radioactive stuff going on, food, I don't know, it's crazy. We'll get their earnings coming up before the open tomorrow. I think it was shrimp.
Yes,
did I read that properly? Radioactive shrimp that they were
terrifying,
selling?
Brendo. I had shrimp yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, anything that comes from the west, I guess, like the west side of the ocean is going to have a little bit of exposure potentially to that.
Because of, we're talking about Japan,
exactly,
right?
Yeah. I've read in the past, like some of the fish that come from the Atlantic side versus the west side is totally different. But anyway, radioactive shrimp, guys, at Walmart. Good morning.
I'm not trying to buy shrimp at Walmart to begin with, but I mean, I do understand that does happen.
Or you eat the shrimp, turn into Hulk, become an Avenger.
It could be a good thing.
And you're good to go.
Right.
I'm just saying.
Why do we always look at the negative on these stories?
Positive. Gamma rays. That's what is going on
My kids are starting to like shrimp.
I love shrimp. I've never had shrimp from Walmart. I love Walmart. I've never had shrimp from Walmart.
I don't know. They don't really sell fresh shrimp there. I don't think it's all that frozen stuff. Unless you're like at an elite Walmart that has some sort of a seafood. Costco, Costco. I heard Sharif say. I don't know if Target does or not. They're down today 10%.
But why?
That continues to go lower. AMD down. Yeah, I know. I was just trying to read that. It's down 1% on their margin.
Beating the top, beating the bottom.
Same-store sales down.
There was this year-over-year
down. Stuff. Yeah, year-over-year stuff.
It wasn't that
bad. They reported 205, but last year was 257. So the quarter, although comes in as expected, a little bit better, still way worse than last year. So there goes Target to the downside. And we talked about this yesterday. You never want to make a play heading into earnings, especially when, well, I've made them before, but of bigger context, especially in this retail space. We do not like retail. We've talked about that a couple times. We get right into that spot. Now you fall back in. I'm going to say that I think Target's a buy. Now that we're down into this level, we just hit the top. Now we're coming back into the bottom. Give this a couple of days, but I think Target continues to work. There's a dividend associated with this name. I don't think it was as bad, but if the market comes back in, everything is vulnerable, right? Palantir's down another 2.5% today. So that just keeps on going. Down 2.5%. Try 3.5% right now for Palantir.
Oh, it was 2.5%.
You know what made me actually pretty happy was Brian Shannon was like, he thinks this is a buy at the 50 period. And it got there quick. So we'll see right here, what goes up must come down. You're right back to where we were. Unfortunately, August 5th. You're giving back the whole month of August right now, and we'll see what happens here today. But that's a pretty violent move down. It looks like it's going lower. I think it's going to have to be a short today. I have short the NASDAQ written down, but it looks like Palantir has to join this party at some point with finding a level to short.
Yeah, there's a lot of weakness too, and don't forget, like some of the moves in crypto. That was really yesterday. The biggest pullbacks were in crypto-related names. Like look at the treasury plays. Like BMNR was absolutely smoked. yesterday's trade. Looking for continuations on some of these. I double check to make sure I paid for my locates on this in a second. I'm pretty sure I did. Looking for some continuation. Bitcoin ended up holding 113K, but then you have some of the fintech names like SoFi. On good news, SoFi, it was a breakout. It broke out that 24.5, went to 25, and then spent the rest of the day fumbling all over itself to the downside. And that looks a little toppish to me. I don't know. You don't have to be a CMT to see what rejection at 25 looks like, and maybe some continuation in play here for SoFi. I mean, you have prior support in the 23 range. I want to be looking short into that. Yeah, just yesterday we were thinking SoFi good news. It could be breaking out. 24 hours, a lot can change.
Actually, only down 0.6 though. I was actually
it's flat
surprised.
today, but
Robinhood is the one I think that was.
Robinhood as well had good news and sold off.
Pretty flat today too.
What can you do?
Yeah, both these names are actually pretty flat. I actually thought they would be down a little bit more here with the NASDAQ being down, and yeah, some of these high flyers starting to hit again. NVIDIA moving around, already 3 million shares in the pre-market. Wow. We have some news about Micron and the government taking stakes now, TSMC, Intel, things like that. Look at this Micron. Shreve's going to explain the story because he was trying to explain it to me. There it is, down 5% there.
It's absurd.
Where's my daily chart? Goes Micron. Yeah, there it is. I was going to say, it didn't just IPO. Yeah, all the way back into some potential levels here as well. So interesting to talk about all these stories, and we will do that. You know what I wanted to see? I'm seeing more and more. What's up to Hamster there in the chat said, my buddy, nice to know, Kevin O'Leary, my buddy, has went over there. Oh, that's not loading. 1 second. There it is. Came out and said no rate cut, he thinks now. Oh, he said that on the show, but I guess he's sticking with it. We still have 83%. I just wanted to double check to see what that was at. Remember, I think it was last week. Was it Thursday, Friday of last week? This was 96 or 94 or 90 something. You and I were looking at this.
We're almost at 100.
So that's changed a lot here, especially with this recent market move and what's been going on with the rates. So we'll have to figure this all out. But it looks like right now the Fed will still be cutting in September.
That number might change after the meeting minutes today. We'll see.
We're a month away from that, and then we're also a week away from NVIDIA earnings. Hopefully that goes.
We need them.
That goes well. Need them research?
No, I said we need them.
I know.
We need them. Ooh, Micron just popped a little bit. Micron just popped $1 off the low.
The Nasdaq's overdone a little
on
bit.
Essentially nothing. I mean, this story doesn't make a lot of sense to me why you'd want to take a stake in Micron and then retroactively say, well, if you took chip money, now we want something for it. I'm like, okay, change rules after the game's already started. But Micron catching a bit of a bid here, now only down 4% as we go back to the desk.
Just reading some comments from Trump is speaking right now, guys, so never a dull moment, just be aware. Trump on the Fed right now says Lisa Cook must resign now. So we'll see if that comes to anything today. Here's one of the reasons that CME Fed Funds tool is pointing to the downside. Here's 2 days in a row on the 10-year to the downside. So yields coming off a little bit in the last couple of days, last week or so anyways. We are still trending to the downside here for both the middle of the curve and also the long end of the curve.
Yeah.
I think a lot of this is just going to wait on what has come on Friday. I mean, yeah, we'll get the meeting minutes this afternoon. Already happened, obviously going back a few weeks ago. So yes, we'll get more clarity on where the Fed is split down the middle. I think it's going to be more kind of 50-50, but a lot of this is going to weigh on what happens.
You know what I'm noticing, Brendo? The long end of the curve, you're seeing a lot of stubbornness. The 30 years been hanging out near 5% now for as long as I can remember. And you're seeing some retracements in the shorter end of the curve, the 2-year, the 5-year, and even to some extent the 10-year. But I don't think we see any real relief on the longer end until we can get those debt payments, the interest rate down, because the U.S. is paying about $1 trillion a year, just $1 trillion a year on the interest payments. Yeah, I'm being facetious, obviously, right? But I mean, obviously that has to do with the longer end of the curve as opposed to the shorter end. So we need to see that come down for these rates to come down as well.
Here is the said 30-year right now, as you said, 4.91. 2 days in a row here, potentially anyways. We're working on today, but 2 days in a row here downside. Yeah, I mean, you go back, a month ago, we were above 5.
Yeah.
Holding on to almost 5.1 on the 30-year. So yeah, as you said, a little bit of sluggishness, to say the least. as a part of the longer end. Here's Target. I wanted to mention real quick here, we are sitting, if you go to a higher time frame, on very, very long-term levels here for TGT. Decent report. But CEO is gone.
Exactly. CEO's gone, Brendo, beat on the top and bottom line, kind of a weak guide. They had some areas where they didn't perform, and that's why we're selling off a little bit. We'll get to it all on the rundown, line by line. And then again, obviously, join Joseph and I, no dare today, on the midday show right around 1:45, 1 o'clock. We'll be doing the news, and we'll go through it quite thoroughly.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the one thing to really keep in mind here with this is the simple fact that a lot of these tariff talks are still leaning towards the retail end of things, and this was another one. 2 days in a row, we get another retailer coming through saying caution, uncertainty, all the buzzwords around what is to come in the coming quarters, to a point where CEO is getting swapped. So
absolutely,
maybe the strategy definitely in question here, guys, for Target. Anyways, I mean, we're sitting at big time levels though for TGT.
The replacing, you can point to a few nitpick things, and then announcing that the new CEO will take over in February. Looks like it's going to be what took this to the downside. Look, obviously, it's barring a change, it's going to open up SSR today, and somewhat quality companies, when they get down that 10%, I look for bounces, and that's usually the play. So you have tons of support down here in terms of where to look. Obviously, the 52-week low, that's a little far away there, but if you go right back into the May low, like this is where it bounced on a report, and I think that 92, that's where that stands out for me. Like that's the level that held in May, and if we get down there, I'm looking SSR bounce on Target. So yep, I mean, they don't like, the market's saying that we don't like the change in direction with the CEO. Fundamentally, the report looked good, so I think there's going to be an opportunity to buy the dip down here. I don't know if it gets to 92. It's another few dollars down here, but the volume will be there for sure. There could always just be some kind of a trend break, which I don't mind for some longs here in Target. But obviously 10% down, not good, but it's, if you go back to year-over-year comparisons, things didn't look that great. But you know what? A lot of, over 80% of the S&Ps reported positively and beating expectations, and a lot of those names had bad year-over-year and didn't get beaten up for it. So it seems overdone, but I'll be waiting down at the 92 level for that turn.
Yeah, I was something that's a little bit undercover here. I think that is a little alarming with Target. First of all, Micron right there. I just want to call this up because it just went to 119 right there from 116. So we thought that Trump sort of news would have been not Lisa Cook, the crook, would be 119 break there on Micron. So a nice little move up there. But yeah, Target for me. Apparently their Ulta Beauty agreement or partnership will cease in 2026, it looks like. That's not good for traffic. I mean, my daughter and wife, whenever we go to the United States, they go there specifically to look at some of the stuff there in the cosmetics. So I think a deal there with Ulta Beauty and whatnot, not to be able to throw down some of the products in their stores and have like a little mini kiosk there. I think that's going to be a problem. Obviously, their new CEO surprise announcement there, leaving, not good. But again, like whenever I think about a CEO getting out of here, I just say, okay, well, let me see, as a stock, you're down 20% this year. Even if they reported nothing in flat numbers and across the board and we didn't move and the CEO stayed, you'd still be at that 106 where we were yesterday. We opened up the year at 135, 130 to 140, like somewhere in here. So, you're still down that 20 plus. Ooh la la, thank you, Randy, for that one. Right, you got the sawdust everywhere. You're ready to go.
We've been working hard already.
Nice one, man. Nice one. Hopefully the rain stays away. That was raining all night here in Toronto.
That's the best, because the grass needs it, and then you don't have to deal with it during the day.
I would rather, that was what we were saying, but the thing is my daughter's at a baseball camp, so I think this field's going to be pretty wet today. Yeah. One of my daughter's at baseball camp, my son's at Dungeons and Dragons camp, right down here on Queens Quay. That's 3 years in a row he's done that.
Dungeons and Dragons?
He likes it, yeah, he made some friends there.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know anything about D&D. I try to play with him, but I don't know. What am I, a wizard?
I've never played
a wizard? What can you be there, wizard? a gremlin. I don't know what it is. But anyways, yeah. So for Target, I don't think you want to get involved here. Wait to see this new CEO. We're going to figure out what's going on there, and then you could get a little bit of a spike as they re-talk about some new ideas. I mean, I remember when Target came here to Canada. They were here and out in a couple years, so we'll see if that gets revisited again. But yeah, foot traffic's what it's all about. Same store sales down, possibly losing Ulta Beauty. Now new CEO coming through, or announcement of the CEO left. New CEO Michael Fidelki added uncertainty.
Fidelki.
So, not Fidelity, Michael Fidelki, I believe is how you pronounce it. But okay, Target's still going lower. I think it's vulnerable for this 93 break. I don't know what the percentage chance of a move was. I think it was like probably 4 or 5% on Target. I don't think
it beat the move. I don't remember.
Too huge, yeah. So this move probably does continue. So, all right, Target downside. We'll wait to see what happens with Walmart. Home Depot was a good one, but today we have another
well-dressed
guest that is in the building today. He was in the building 2 weeks ago. First name starts with an R, last name starts with an A.
But this time not without another special guest.
Not with his mini-me, though, today. Ooh, Blue Pocket Square. All right, let's go find out who we're talking about. It's at the desk with Brendan.
You know.
Hi, we're just talking, Raheem's here, we're just talking about some retailers and some of the effects that we could see eventually at some point from some of these tariffs that are potentially going to come through. Let's start things off though. You brought a really interesting story that you saw this morning as far as the next companies to be called to the principal's office and go and see Mr. Trump at the White House. And that could be copper. And specifically from Arizona.
It is going to be Arizona Copper. So there's a big project called Resolution Copper. It is BHP and Rio. And those are two of the biggest copper companies in the world. And they've gotten the call to the principal's office this morning for a friendly discussion in the gold-plated room, I assume. They need to have the Trader TV mugs there, but that's okay. We'll work on that. They are getting the call there, and I imagine if I work in Arizona, I tell everybody about copper and what's happening today, because again, we've talked about copper so many times here on the show, and everything that's going to happen in the copper tariffs and what they're going to do to the world. This project, in all fairness, is a very large project and could satiate maybe 20-25% of all of the copper that the U.S. needs.
And
20 to 25%.
And that's coming out of Arizona.
That's, in Arizona. It's a big project. If they do everything correctly, you can satiate 20 to 25%.
All right, so
you still need a lot more copper.
So there is a couple of ways that we can actually look at this and potentially play this. You brought a couple of names here. I mean, it has it in its name itself. This is, what is it, Arizona's Sororan Copper?
Yeah, I think we talked about this a few weeks ago as well, where the stock started to move on the back of the U.S. news, on the back of all these things. So we brought that one up just as they've been well capitalized. And this is a name, it's got Arizona right in the name.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I mean, the daily chart looks great. I mean, it's $2.50. This is on the TSX for anyone wondering. TKO, not the UFC group, but here's another one. Again, TSX listed. What is this? Taseko Mines?
So they have the same thing, property in Arizona. So all these ones, I would just real quickly put together a couple of names for you guys to look at people who have assets in Arizona. And again, if I'm an Arizona copper company, I put out messages to everybody today saying thanks to POTUS for hosting our dear friends at BHP and Rio, because that's exactly what's happening today. And there's going to be so much secondary follow-up that happens to that. And all of these smaller companies should end up either getting net benefit because so many workers, so many opportunities, so much funding is going to come to that state, or closeology, like we talk about all the time, is you then become a candidate to get acquired. So look at some of these Arizona copper names.
What is the effect, though, in your opinion, if the end result of this is Trump takes 10% stake in anything that comes out of the state?
Sure.
Bring it up.
Why not?
Yeah.
You know what? If that's what happens, I don't know the exact how the stock exchanges are going to view on that. How do you just take a 10% equity stake? But we've seen it in different parts of the world where governments do own equity stakes in the mining projects themselves. So we've definitely seen that in places, all across Africa and to different countries where, I'm sorry, relating African countries to the United States in terms of the government taking equity stakes in projects. But that might be what we end up seeing happen. We might see that the U.S. does take an equity stake. They might get a royalty, like a lot of royalty companies come in and put up money up front because of the fact they want the first X% that comes out of the ground. So maybe the U.S. does things like that. So again, the fact that he's called them to the office for this big meeting, it does speak volumes about what the U.S. views as their copper needs.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on it. Worth keeping an eye on today, guys. Just keep them in your back pocket. Some of the copper names could get some action or at least some eyeballs.
Yeah, sorry, we nerd out on copper. I nerd out on copper a little bit. I apologize.
No, it's worthwhile. We wanted to touch a little bit on retail as well. Focus south of the border this week with earnings on the retail side of things. We've had a few here in Canada as well, but nowhere near as exciting as some of the action we're seeing.
Yeah, the U.S. retailers are going to have interesting numbers just because the sheer volume, the sheer number of names. When we talk about retailers here in Canada, we've got about 12 to choose from that are public companies. So the numbers are a little smaller, and the Canadians have gone a little front on the foot in terms of securing supply chain and pushing the Canada First agenda on almost all of these fronts. So they are, not feeling as much of the pushback that people that have to source internationally have to go through.
First one here, Loblaw has had a pretty good year. I mean, going back to, the winter, at least, we've been straight to the upside for the grocery retailer. 4-for-1 split here. Yeah,
4-for-1 split yesterday. Typically, again, all the traders out there, you kind of have an opinion on what's going to happen on a post-split basis and how the stock's going to move. The stock moved well yesterday, so keep an eye on that one just because of the fact the 4-for-1 happened. So people are probably going to start looking at their statements today, tomorrow. Like the non-active people will see that the stock price on their statement changed and may call their broker accordingly to either buy or sell, depending on which way you do that. But that's exactly. Why do I just keep an eye on that because on a post-split basis, we typically do see a lot of friction around stocks.
Right. MRU, which is Metro, in the same space.
Yeah, Metro, same space. Again, had a bit of a dip. Q2 numbers have been pretty good in terms of where they're looking. They are pushing the pro-Canada agenda. They did have a small impairment charge last year because for those that do shop at Metro, they no longer support the Air Miles reward program. So if you ever wanted to fly and use that for Air Canada, bad joke, but we'll just throw all in together, is not going to be at Metro anymore. So you may want to go grocery shopping elsewhere.
I mean, let's touch on it. You brought it up here. Let's touch on it. Air Canada, we haven't really looked at the stock itself. It has been hit a little bit here on this, again, strike. Is it on again, off again? Depends on what day it is, it seems like.
Yeah, no, it's we were talking about it last night with a few guys out at the local establishment where bankers hang out, and we just found it ironic that the government said, okay, we've made a ruling, go back to work. And the union said, awesome, we're just going to keep sitting over here. It's like, what? No, that wasn't, we told you to go back to work. No, that's great, and we're not going back to work, so thanks. It does show the strength of the union here in Canada, I guess, or in terms of this particular union, in terms of unions in general here in Canada, does show their strength. And it does show kind of where companies fit. And again, when you're a monopoly, we've got, 3 airlines to pick from, or 4 airlines to pick from here in Canada. And when one of them shuts down, I heard a report the other day that was, I think, about 700,000 people whose flights were affected by that. So just I have a friend who got stuck. He's stuck in Europe for the rest of the week. So
that's rough.
First world problems.
That's rough.
First world problems. But it just how do you just tell 700,000 people tough nuggets? Go figure it out, right?
Mean, Joseph, our very own Joseph, was in Chicago for the weekend. He told me this morning it took him 17 hours to get home from Chicago.
There's horror stories all over. I was supposed to be doing this from the States today, but I'm gladly here in studio. But
let's quickly touch on this one too. NWC, Northwest Company.
Yeah, that one was one that we haven't brought up here on the show before, simply because it's not one of the sexy or as sexy as you can go with stores. But they're in Canada, but they're in Alaska of all places, the South Pacific and the Caribbean. So again, a company that has had to get on the front foot in terms of sourcing where they're going to bring products in because of the fact that they serve these diverse sort of economies. Revenues are up. They are focusing on a pro-Canada strategy here for the stuff that's in Canada. But into those other regions, they've had to get on the front of the foot, and you've seen the stock do decently well after that big dip that they had.
We had the initial reaction to all of this tariff back and forth was very, very negative. We've had a few discussions on that on this show. And the simple fact that we just went through a list of 4, 5, 6 different names here, and I mean, the charts are fine. I mean, I think overall this has been, an overreaction to just to see the stocks resume, kind of shrug it off and say, oh well,
Yeah, no, I think it's, going all the way back to COVID when everything, the world imploded and everyone thought all these things were going to happen. And then all of a sudden it was kind of like an, oh, well, and then the stock started to come back. So I think, fortunately or unfortunately, when these big geopolitical things happen, there is more of that, oh, wellness to it.
Yeah.
Big reaction. And it's like, okay, well, now we can get back to today's Wednesday. Let's get back to business, right? And then stocks move back up. So, if you've got that crystal ball that many of us wanted, or if you sit in the Trump White House, you have access to some of that information. I mean, there's a lot of buying opportunities on some of those dips. And again, if you fundamentally believe in these companies and their ability, and then we talked about this earlier, this did push management to have to actually put their thinking caps on and do things and had to get a little creative, whether it was push the pro-Canada agenda, whether it's let's go buy 8 containers and store stuff in a warehouse in Mississauga until we know what's going on, right?
Yeah, but the COVID angle is actually a decent one and a good point in the sense that there's so much resilience, I think, coming out of that, 3-4 year stretch that the market can see something like this and say, it's not that bad.
Yeah, we get it. Okay, that was a big thing. Okay, it actually can't be as bad as that, so thus let's pivot to this, right?
We'll take it regardless. Rahim Alani, Managing Director over at OCI Groups. Good to see you.
John.
And I know a lot of people in the chat looking at individual names. We love Canada, but sometimes you want to look at some of these U.S. stocks, FCX.
Oh yeah.
Look, Freeport actually a little bit concerning when you look at that chart, because good news, one, bounced after report, which is that's always good, but the clear and clean rejection at the 50 period, and then looking like it's breaking a bit of trend coming back into the 200. This feels like something that has made a temporary top and cannot seem to get out of its way just yet. Like what I'd be watching for here on Freeport, maybe not the best drawn, but you get the idea of what I'm getting at. This downward trend, downward slope, if it can break itself out and hold maybe the 200 period, maybe the 39 level, that's a mining play that can get back. Everything uptrended since April, so I think you kind of throw that out and it's like what has happened lately, and since it made a recent high, it's in a downtrend, and that downtrend can break. I think it's got more room to go, but obviously not looking as good as it did. It's interesting, it wasn't that big of a drop off for the overall market. Yes, I mean the Dow actually was up, and the NASDAQ didn't have a great day, but overall it was very, very focused on crypto and high-flying, higher valuation names in tech. But there were other things out there that showed signs of breaking back into the downside, and FCX was one of them. That sort of surprises me here. But it still looks good. If it can break that trend line, that'll be holding the 50 period, and I think you've got a nice upside, probably 10 to 15% here in Freeport.
Yeah, I like the copper play there. I like all that kind of talk as we think about America first, and which companies will benefit and which won't there. So very, very interesting. I was still looking at Target, looking to get a little bit lower there as well. But look, a lot of interesting names. You talked about FCX there. There's also Cliffs as well. We can have a look there. Yeah, Nucor, the largest steel producer. I know we weren't talking about steel, but that could also come into play as well as Cliffs now just $10, high of 12 right there. Possibly coming back in as well, watching out. It's just about diversifying your portfolio. Yesterday we saw the industrials were actually pretty strong as there was a flight to safety as well. We still haven't fixed that mic yet, by the way, Andre. It still sounds like rah, 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 rah. So whatever that means, we're going to go there right now.
All right, guys, good morning. A lot on the list today. We had a couple retail earnings as well, too. But on the upgrade side, we have NU Holdings upgraded to a price target of around $18 by Citigroup. And then we have Snowflake raising that target to $240 by BofA Securities. And then Upstart getting the nod as well, too. Price target to $88 by JP Morgan. And then we have Black Hill Corporation, price target raised to $64 by BofA Securities. Now on the downgrade side, we have Applied Materials lowering that target to $170, and then we have Gap getting that price target lowered to $22 by Citigroup, Novavax $7 by BofA Securities, and then Urban Outfitters also getting that downgrade to $76 by Citigroup, guys.
All right, see you, Rahim.
Let it snow, everybody.
Managing Director, OCI Group. So thank you so much to Raheem Alani. There he is. He's leaving. He's leaving us in the back. There he is. He just evaporates into the black there. I know.
It's so ridiculously dark.
You just see like his collar, and then there he
go.
goes. There he goes. He's gone.
It's so, whatever. It's so dark back there. I can't wait till we get things lit. It's going to be soon.
Lit up.
Everything is happening. You see Randy and Rob and everyone running around, and Mark will be back from his long journey, I believe, next week. No, Snowflake, that's an interesting one on the list. Snowflake catching a bit of an upgrade. After the pullback that we had yesterday, maybe not the name that you would have thought would get an upgrade. Valuation concerns, they're present here with Snow, no questions asked. But look, let's see what we can do at the $200 level. Snow, it's weird because it's sort of like Freeport, where we're sort of saying, since you made the high, you've been in a downward trend. But it kind of broke that, held 190 and broke that trend. I really don't like breakouts today. I don't think I'm taking any breakout longs after what we saw yesterday. But if we're over it looks like 201 on Snowflake, then it's got some juice on it. And that's a big ask today, but worth keeping an eye on. I think it fared a little bit better in this recent pullback than I was expecting. Like yesterday, it looks like it held the low yesterday, which is a good thing. Held on to support and is now trying to break out a nice consolidation level on Snow. So yeah, upgrade. Sometimes it just makes you look at a stock that you haven't considered for a while.
Yeah, Snowflake's one of those funny ones because I sold mine at 200, exactly at $200, and that's like right where it is now. It went up to 240 or something, and this is why it's sometimes 230. So we sold it right into here the last time it made that move up, and because you go back, there was some levels in and around 200. I guess maybe it was that 190, right up into here, and just sold it a little bit early, obviously against that high. But just kind of like Palantir, just like any of these stocks, they are going to be vulnerable. Any of these software as service type of plays. Right now, I feel like our downside. It's nice to see Snowflake recover from yesterday's move, obviously, but I don't really like the upgrade. I would fade this play right there up 2.5%. I'm still pretty negative on the market here today, so Snowflake's a problem. New Holdings is interesting as they caught an upgrade here. Again, this was a name that Berkshire really liked when it first IPO'd, and they were talking about it being sort of the SoFi of Brazil and of the South and all that, South America. So yeah, I mean, it's working. It has its ups and downs like all these sort of stocks do. Nice little upgrade there, breaking through 14 would be nice. So I think you're looking for that kind of a play there. We had an announcement a couple weeks ago about them now offering crypto as well. So all of these plays are starting to come through for these companies. I think they're just longer term. Like I don't think there's going to be too much of a day trade here, 200,000 shares. But we could watch out for it breaking through 14. I just don't think there's enough juice to do that there today. So yeah, Snowflake was an interesting one. I'm glad to have gotten some cash out of that name, and let's just wait to see what happens now. I still love it. Buy it on dips, but you can't buy it on a dip if it's been upgraded, especially once I think the market's coming back in again today. So I don't think day one is enough pain for this market. So we'll wait, but I'm trying to go short now, and we'll just go from there. But New Holdings, an interesting name, especially if you are in South America, maybe have a little bit more information on all of this. And there's
I'm bearish on some of the fintech today, though.
So many. That's what I'm saying. I don't like some of these plays. I don't think it's the right time to be upgrading. Like that's why it's funny to see this upgraded.
I was surprised.
That's another one.
Upgraded.
There's another one that was upgraded. You talked about fintech, Upstart. I don't know if it's going to be on our list. Maybe it is, and I'm kind of ruining something here. But Upstart is well upgraded today, and that's dropped. This is the thing. Like you look at a Palantir and it's down 17% or something from its highs. Like this was also $84 down to $60 as well. Broke through the 50, now is at the 200, and now catches an upgrade while you're at the 200 period moving average. So you just fell from $84 back on August 7th down to $63, and then gets upgraded by Morgan Stanley or something. So we'll have to wait to see what's happening with Upstart, but no surprise that we catch an upgrade in and around the 200 period moving average. So, something to look at with Upstart today as well. But let's go over to the desk. We'll find out about the market, we'll find out about our watch list, and we'll take it from there.
All right, guys, 64.33. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES September contract. So we lost that key area of support we've been talking about for the last week or so, 64.50. Now we're going to actually use 6400 as our support level, that 100-point area, which jives with the overnight low, which is 64.09. The overnight high, 64.34. So we're already having trouble getting back to that resistance area of 64.50.
All right, a lot to understand this morning going toward the Fed minutes coming up this afternoon, again, 2 p.m. Keep that in mind. We have energy data at 10:30 this morning, a bunch of Fed speakers as well. So it could be one of those days. If you haven't done so, grab that. It's the absolutely free watch list. Link is in the description below. All you need is your email address, and then you get that for free every single day. Let's talk some of these semiconductors. Led things to the downside yesterday. Zoomed out to daily chart here. That's NVIDIA. Big, ugly red candle on NVIDIA leading the way down yesterday.
Yeah, there was a whole lot of chip action yesterday, Brendo, and more today after what Howard Lutnick said yesterday. So the U.S. Commerce Secretary is pushing for government equity stakes in Intel and other chip makers in exchange for CHIPS Act funding meant to boost, obviously, the semiconductor, domestic semiconductor manufacturing. The plan shifts from simply issuing grants to a more of a return on investment model for the U.S. taxpayer, with the government taking a minority non-voting equity stakes rather than just doling out cash with no strings attached. Intel is first in line with discussions around a 10% government stake. Other potential companies include Micron, Taiwan Semi, Samsung, though none have actually confirmed participation. The initiative follows unusual Trump-era deals such as, securing 15% of NVIDIA's H20 chip sales to China. Critics do warn, though, that the strategy creates new categories of corporate and taxpayer risk, as poor investments could result in losses for the U.S. government. And there's also concerns around the geopolitical tensions, with Taiwan Semi obviously being owned by a foreign company. And a lot of these companies, Brendo, when they agreed to the CHIPS Act, they didn't necessarily agree into the government taking an equity investment. They may have said no. So this is kind of like a curveball.
Different administration, different times, different rules, obviously. But anyway, there's a long list of analyst moves this morning on the group as a result of this. For the most part, though, guys, they're all positive.
Yeah, well, there's a secondary story here for Micron in particular that I'm just going to try to run through for why Micron jumped like $3 just recently. So it was Samsung had HBM4 chips delivered to NVIDIA and it cleared reliability. This is something that would help them regain some market share versus Micron. That story got refuted and Micron jumped $3. So Micron was down on that, and then now Micron is back into 119. Like, my first thought on this name, which I don't know if I might sit the open out with that secondary headline just to see if I can see a more reputable source talking about that. Because I looked at the prior low, 119 into 120, it's like, okay, well, if you're bearish, you typically want to short underneath flat bottom break, which makes a lot of sense. But now you have a competing story that's bumping the stock to the upside. So in terms of pivot, look, Intel, we've been through this. The government wanting a stake and using CHIPS Act money, and SoftBank taking a stake. It failed the high yesterday. After it was a breakout early, and then like everything else in tech land, it was just a trend down after that. You're underneath the prior close. You're essentially at the 25 breakout price. It just smells like a 25 over under play. Like if it breaks away from 25, maybe you wait for it to test those highs. But if it's underneath the $25 level, that looks like a fade. And AMD, there hasn't been a strong up day yet. I'm not saying it can't have a good up day, but I believe in the afternoon show we were talking about this 166 level. Well, you don't get to trade a break through 166 because it's at $164 now on AMD. So there's really not much you can do about that. But that prior low at 166 is the place I'm looking at today. So for myself, Micron is off the list because of this independent story that's like, is it true, is it not true? And I really don't like those things when they happen. So I'll just stick with Intel and AMD like usual.
Yeah, so I'm just completing my note here today as well. I have AMD. It's my best stock of the week. We didn't trade it yesterday, but maybe we did. But we had it good on Monday. This is pretty easy trend here. If the same thing, if I believe that we're going to go a little bit lower, here, then I gotta short AMD. I mean, just the way this chart looks, this is just yesterday. And if you just even look here at a little bit of a larger scale here, a 5-minute chart, you know, the trend has been pretty low right now. So yeah, there's 166 as Neil said, yesterday's close. I'm gonna take it up just a little bit more to 166.50 or so. So that's gonna be my short area there for AMD. I thought it was pretty interesting to see what Micron's been doing here this morning. It looks like it was just, and even when I came in, I was like, why is this such bad news? Or, you know, I didn't really see why we were down there. I mean, we got the story, we understand that, but there's a nice move back up as I think calmer heads prevail here for Micron, and you're just at the 200 period. So let's see this thing hold. We now have a level here of 118 on Micron. So if we can come back in and just sort of hold there, that we've already proven that this is not a horrible spot, then I like that long to be back into the 200 period. That's $1. And then if you're right, maybe you can cover some back up, and maybe the story's not as red as everybody thinks, and you can get back up to 120 and change. So I think this 118 is a great little level there for Micron. So we'll be on that. But AMD is the one that's on here. I'm just writing a note about Upstart, and then maybe even a Palantir. We're gonna get to this in a minute. Palantir sell-off continues, but this also looks pretty weak. I hate to short it, but that might be the play. Yesterday I tried long many times on Palantir before eventually it gave it up. But yeah, right now Palantir breaking below these levels. We'll get to that in a minute. I like Micron and I like AMD. So those are gonna be the two plays. Micron for the long actually, and AMD for the short. And we're gonna leave NVIDIA alone. It's gonna be tough. They're reporting a week today. So I think there could be some traders getting out of the way of NVIDIA earnings instead of the other way around. Like sometimes you get a ramp up into earnings. We're so far away right now. We've gone up like 100 and something percent from that $90 bottom all the way to 185. So some profit taking coming in here over the last quarter. I can see that for sure. So I'm going to leave NVIDIA alone until again we get some developed levels, and then that's why you're watching the show. Hopefully we'll be able to pick up some trades and throw them to you. So right now NVIDIA is a leave, but AMD is a go, and it's a go short for me.
All right, let's go on to Target. As we were mentioning with Raheem, back to retail focus here. TGT, this is the longer term, we're way down here this morning into some longer term levels, but TGT, the actual report was decent. There's some caution, some questions around the forecast and the look forward, and also the CEO swap.
Yeah, well,
detail.
Yeah, exactly, Breno. Well, at least they're bringing an insider. So the COO, Michael Fidelki, I think, will become the new CEO starting on February 1st, replacing Brian Cornell, who will move to the executive chair position. Fidelki emphasized 3 different priorities that he's going to have for his time there. He's going to want to restore Target's reputation for stylish, unique products, improving consistency in customer experience, and he wants to leverage technology for efficiency. We'll have to see if that includes, maybe some layoffs. Sadly, that's typically what happens. So Q2 earnings, because they also reported earnings per share came in at 205 versus the 203 expected. So it was a beat on the bottom line on revenue of 25.21 billion. The expected there was 24.93 billion. So an easy beat. Net income though did fall to south of $1 billion, 935 million, down from 1.19 billion a year ago. Comparable sales also declined, Brendo, about 2%. 1.9%. Transactions were down 1.3%. The average ticket price was down 0.6%. You see where I'm going with this? Margins were pressured by markdowns, canceled purchase orders, and sales in lower margin categories. I got more bad news, I'm sorry. Store traffic has also been falling almost weekly since January, with digital sales, here's some silver lining though, rising 4.3% year over year, and non-merchandise revenue, aka advertising, which they're doing a lot now on their websites, Brendo, was a good point here, 14.2% increase year over year.
Yeah, SSR to start here for TGT. I was just reading an interesting note on IBM. IBM and NASA together releasing a groundbreaking open source AI model on Hugging Face to predict solar weather and help protect critical technology. It didn't really move on that, but interesting note there. Hugging Face, if you haven't heard of that, is a platform where you can release open source code for AI platforms. But IBM guys, a decent couple of days too.
Doing pretty well recently after its recent dip there. But as far as Target goes, I guess the good news would be, well, maybe it bounces off the May 21 earnings had a close, it closed down here at 92, right? So until it gets to 92 and then the bottom there was 90, the 90 area, that's the target zone, pun intended, for an SSR bounce for me anyway. So like in the 90 to 92, that's where I'm looking for a mean reversion, just going back to where it bounced off of last earnings. So it doesn't look great. I happen to think Walmart will do a heck of a lot better. It's not like I'd pick this one up for the long term, but certainly the SSR little dip play into 90 to 92 area, that's where I would start looking for it. It's been trending down all morning long, so what else can you say?
Yeah, for Target, we looked at that. I mean, they just reviewed some of the numbers. I think it's a little not disturbing, but the part that caught this name to the downside, of course, was the fact that they had their CEO depart and change CEOs. I think that was kind of a shocker there. Down over 30% on the year, and part of that, obviously a third of that happening today right now. So, we talked about this name, and I had mentioned it breaking through that $100 mark there, that was possibly a level. We actually missed that trade, and it wasn't really that great. And then we came right into this level right here of 108, 109. I thought there was a good chance that it was coiling up here, and this was a possibility, but instead you went this way. So I think you always give a little bit of a pass whenever the news is surrounding CEO departures and things like that, especially when you don't get like a high target. That's like a high, not caliber, what a profile. Yeah, like what happened with Chipotle and Starbucks and all that. So you are going to have to take a little bit of time to let this settle down. The same store sales being down and digital marketing or digital sales being down, that's not good in this world. So we're looking for more from Target, and I don't know if we're going to get it. So, it is still a dividend payer. There is something to be said for that in this environment, especially with the rates where they're going. But look what's happening to Target right now. I mean, it's having some quick little moves. I think the volume's going to be there today, 4 million shares, that's for sure. But I think this is vulnerable for a breakdown. So I would say you're looking at whatever this pre-market, that's why I try to zoom in, but we have these little candles there. I would say it's, basically 93.50 or so, that kind of a break short. I think you'll be happy taking that. Down 10%, you could get that SSR bounce. And if you do that, then the VWAP is at 95.50. So I would say you're about $1 either way. Either $1 from the short at 95.50 or $1 from the break at 93.50. So you're pretty close right now to having action on that trade. And then we do have the imbalances right now. I mean, we were looking at them. You didn't show them, did you?
No.
So there's really nothing on here right now. You would have thought that with a New York name, which are all visible right now, we would have seen Target on here, and we don't. So that's kind of strange to me. So let's wait to see what the market wants to give. Right now, it doesn't look like much here on Target other than what we've already got. So SSR bounced to 95, 96. I think that's a decent short. Or you just keep pushing the pain trade lower through 93.50. But if I'm going to go short, it's probably going to be in the tech space, but not an earnings play. Earnings plays are really tough to gauge a direction because we don't know. Like, this is a much bigger move, so the shorts may cover. It might not be a long, but there could be some covering. There on Target. So I would say wait a couple minutes. You might get a better price off the open than what you do right now.
All right, let's go on to Palantir. Big move to the downside yesterday. 170 gets taken out. A lot of stops probably sitting just underneath that gap area on the daily chart for Palantir. And then it was just straight southbound throughout the day.
Yeah, it was tough to watch yesterday, Brendo, as it sold off aggressively. Let's talk about some technicals, and then we'll look at why we're selling off. So I'll let the boys look at this. But we're at the 50-period moving average here on the daily on Palantir, coming into that 150 level. So this could be an excellent technical area. We'll have to wait and see. If you look at the 4-hour, we're basically at the 200 moving average there. So some good confluence between those two different time frames. Now, why are we selling off? Well, Andrew left. Leading Citron Research has a bit of a short report out here, and they're basically arguing that Citron is worth about $100 billion valuation, which implies about a $40 stock price. They're making the comparisons, Brendo, to the private competitor here, Databricks, and they're saying Databricks has better, has higher growth, better metrics compared. It has a better growth projection, better customer count, net revenue retention, year-over-year revenue growth. This is all according to them. Obviously not endorsing this, but trying to make the case that Databricks a better buy than Palantir at this level. I don't know if I agree.
I mean, this thing's been a monster all year long. Let's tell it how it is. As of yesterday, we're going from August 15th to August 19th, depending on where you look. There's a whole bunch of estimates, but Forward PE, guys, on this still 530 up to 700 plus.
Jesus.
Yeah, we get it. It's over. It's
530.
The valuation's
And that's the breadth.
incredible. It's quite the number. Look, it's as everyone said. It's not only at the 50-period moving average, which is being tested as we speak, but the channel that it held the May earnings, it was able to hold that dip, and it was able to hold that dip through June, and it's held this trend line for half of the year now, and that's what's being threatened. So it's not just, it's a lot of support here, in theory, technically, at this 152 flat bottom. That kind of, it puts you in a spot here when we're at 52. Like, if it doesn't break 52, no matter how much you like the short, you have to wait for a bounce, right? So the key level right here, if it breaks right down, is at 52. If we catch a bit of a bid, this is just a bad dark pool wick, by the way. You obviously didn't do this. If it catches any kind of a bid, VWAP is tight, but that's usually the first place for reversion. And then 157 is the prior lows into some resistance that we had later at 160. So I'm looking at all the obvious levels to short any pops. And that's assuming the 152 holds, but that could also break right away on PLTR.
Yeah, look, I think it's a short. I don't think you want to play the pop yet on this. You could watch out for the key level of 150. I'm pretty sure that's going to come through. The 200 period is right here, right now. It's a valuation situation one more time. And we talked about Andrew Leff putting a $40 price target on this. Not that anybody actually believes that, but sometimes you got to hear those things in order to sort of start things going. And I think that's what it is. No one's going to be coming and upgrading Palantir anytime soon, I wouldn't think. You're through earnings and you're just going to have to suffer, unfortunately, through some of these plays. I think a break of 150, you could probably think about getting out. I mean, that's 149 right there. Then you make that move back into 135. We talked about it last night. Maybe 120 on a 200 period moving average is something to look forward to. But Palantir for me is a short today. I don't want to try to catch any longs in this name. And of course, we have to talk about VinFast because they delivered over 35,800 EVs in Q2 of 2025, marking a 172% jump from last year. That brings their first half total to more than 72,000 EVs, up from 220% year over year. With stronger sales usually in the second half, they're on pace to easily double 2024's 97,000 units. They're also crushing it, guys, on two-wheelers, with nearly 70,000 e-scooters and bikes sold in Q2, up over 400% from a year ago, and with gas-powered two-wheelers being phased out, get those out of here, in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City by 2026. The growth potential looks huge here for VinFast. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker Victor Frank Sam VFS VinFast. All right, let's go find out what exactly is going on with Amazon and Hertz. We're selling cars on Amazon now?
Hate to be you, Carvana.
Sure. Amazon, Sharif and I were just discussing VinFast there a little bit. Some of the deals they're offering right now, pretty impressive. Here's Hertz. It's trying to get going right now. Once again, the one-time retail favorite still, according to what I'm seeing, 20% on the short side for Hertz. So we could see some higher numbers today for sure. Teaming up with Amazon here for Amazon Autos.
Yeah, this might be one to watch during the midday here, but I know especially with that short flow. Thanks for pointing that out. So here's the deal. Hertz will begin selling pre-owned vehicles through Amazon Autos, allowing customers to browse, e-sign, and purchase cars fully online before picking them up at a Hertz location. The launch starts in Dallas, Houston, LA, and Seattle, but they do intend on expanding to 45 locations nationwide. The move boosts Hertz retail visibility and provides a potential profit lift beyond its core rental business. And Amazon Autos is also growing. It launched back in December, Brendo, with an exclusive partnership with Hyundai, and it recently added used and certified pre-owned vehicles to its platform. Hertz becomes the first Amazon fleet dealer offering brands like Ford, Toyota, Chevrolet, and Nissan.
Getting back into some key levels here. Haven't been up here for a long time, guys, but April, May was this 575 to 6 area.
It's interesting. The first place I look for that story is not Amazon and it's not Hertz. It's Carvana, because Carvana's down it wasn't 6.66 a second ago, now 6.5% on Carvana, and breaking trend here. Sometimes it's just, you don't know what's going to cause something to pull back or to reverse trend, but this seems like if that's a story that does it, you got a few key levels in here. Ooh, might need to rejig that tweet, because I think I said, oh, that's fine. 336 is a level, but 326 on the daily, also a big level in there. And then we just broke that to the downside on Carvana. So I'm favoring the short. It's got a bit of it always has a big spread. It doesn't do an absolute ton of pre-market volume. So you want to see this one open up, because the initial candle on Carvana, like, it could pop $10 and still be valid, and be patient looking for that short continuation play on Carvana. So I see this as more of a negative. CarMax is down too, but I see this as more of a negative Carvana play for me than trying to trade Hertz, which I don't think I've ever even really looked too much at Hertz.
No, Palantir going lower right now. Okay, so for Hertz, the thing that everyone needs to focus on is this number right here, short float, 45%. 45% short float right now. 126 million shares on the float. 57 of those are short. That's 45% short float. This one is a banger to the long today. I mean, if you ever play these squeeze names, like we often do, we've talked about Open Door. It's now Hertz's time. You get into Amazon's wheelhouse. That's a good spot to be in. So I think this is a good possibility that this breaks this $6 pretty easily right there and continues to climb higher. You could get a halt in here today. 45%, right? I think this is something that maybe a lot of these short sellers weren't expecting. Even getting out now isn't horrible. So I should have added Hertz to the sticky note there for $6, and I'm surprised I didn't really give it too much of a chance to look at it. There's Palantir with a sell that's coming through as well. So there's a nice move down on Palantir, continuing this push lower, not good. NVIDIA also with a sell there, not good, right? Ethereum catching a little bit of a bid on here. I have IBIT written down on my screen here to go short, but to go long if we break through $65. So we'll look at IBIT as well. But this is what's going on right now on the imbalance locator. Amazon's not going to really move on this. It's not a needle mover for them. But again, with the market coming back down, I can't support too much of these longs. So yeah, for me, I am a short only today, it looks like, for the tech to start off with, especially starting with the NASDAQ. Let's go talk about Lowe's, at least a company that's up.
Yeah, a couple minutes to go here. Here's a look at the daily chart. It's been a nice couple of weeks here for Lowe's. I mean, the report actually not too bad. There's just a lot of questions about looking forward here. And
a lot of the same stuff we heard from Home Depot, Brendan. Remember how they were talking about the pros and the do-it-yourselfers were kind of falling to the wayside a little bit? So 55% of Home Depot's revenue was coming from pros, 45% from do-it-yourselfers, and Lowe's is reporting the same thing. Let's talk about how they did on the quarter. Q2 EPS came in at $4.33, beating the $4.24 expected by the street on revenue of $23.96 billion. That was in line with the estimates. Net income, though, rose nicely. $2.4 billion in take-home money. That's up from $2.38 last year. Nice to see that they're increasing that headline number. Comparable sales grew 1.1% year over year, and they announced, and this is part of their pro-focused move here, they announced an $8.8 billion acquisition of Foundational Building Materials, which is a distributor for residential and commercial professionals. And earlier in the year, they already acquired Artisan Design Group, which provides flooring and cabinet, countertop, etc. Their full-year outlook was also raised, Brendo, $84.5 billion to $85.5 billion for full-year revenue. That's up $1 billion from the prior quarter. Not too much bad to say about this, especially when you're comparing them to Home Depot.
Definitely. The market's been decently strong over the past week or so. This thing got bought up actually into the report, guys, not even just yesterday, but going back to last week as well. Not a lot of volume here. What do we think on Lowe's?
It's a day trade. It's kind of a pass, right? Like, Lowe's has done 100,000 in volume. It's not very much. It's just not the kind of stock that you can ever sink yourself into as a day trade. That being said, I do like the chart. I don't think you're not really going to argue with the breakout in here. It rejected the only level that mattered at 270. So as long as it's above 260, which $5 in either direction on this stock is nothing. Look at how sparse the volume is. I think as long as it holds at 260, you do have a relatively clean shot into the 270 level for a retest. But it's diddling in the middle, which is exactly what I would not want to touch on Lowe's. So I'm going to like Walmart when they come out. That's a stock that we can trade. It's a stock that we like. That's on Thursday. Don't forget, we're gonna have the Fed minutes at 2 o'clock. So that's going to possibly shift things around with rate expectations. So look at the small cappers at that particular time of day. One name that we didn't go over, at least I don't believe we did, if memory serves, was Tesla. This is
that's right.
The reason Tesla's on radar is simple, 327. 327 has been support 3 days in a row, and you go all the way back to the 8th as well. So if 327 goes, then I go with it. Otherwise, it's support till it's not. I say it over and over again, but if it breaks that 327, we mentioned that could be a nice little flat bottom break here for Tesla. But as I say that, it looks like it got a bit of a bid almost instantly. So it's holding on for now on TSLA. That's another one on the list.
Yeah, not much time left now, only 30 seconds. We're at AMD right here. I called this up. I was thinking like this could be the one that breaks pretty soon, but we just moved up and down $1 right there on AMD. So I think this is going to be pretty violent off the open here today for sure, as we starting to look a little bit everywhere. The IBIT trade was something as well for me. Breaking through long at 64, yesterday's sort of bottoms, to see if we can try to hold some of those levels, and also maybe a 65 break. So there's 64 bottom there yesterday. With only 5 seconds left, this open is brought to you by VinFast. Make sure you do click that QR code that's on your screen at some point. Yep. Right there, you can click on that right there. Thank you, VinFast, for sponsoring. But here we go. The market is now open, so there goes AMD, of course, right through 64. So no surprise initially on some of these moves. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on now. Breaking through 164, now bouncing back to the high side just a little bit as the NASDAQ tries to go for a little bit of a run there early, but not much happening. Now just a kind of an up and down movement there to start the day. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on there. Palantir as well. We don't necessarily want to jump. Okay, we don't want to jump right into anything, but there goes Palantir. Nice move higher right now for PLTR. I mean, this could be worth fading maybe right now if you did think about some kind of a short in Palantir. Always risky right off the jump because you don't know if these guys are coming in to buy this or not. So let's let Palantir settle down, but a nice move up to 154 and then a rejection right there of 154 short for Palantir. So yeah, so far so good. The market's doing okay early on some of these names, but the actual NASDAQ itself hitting down right now. So I don't know what's starting this, but Palantir made a move higher. So is AMD right now. All the names that I was thinking short are starting to climb a little bit here against a red market.
SoFi is coming up. Tesla's coming up.
Okay, strange.
Palantir, as you already said, is coming to the upside. It's NVIDIA that looks weak to start. Yeah, it's NVIDIA that loses the bid right away. Let's check it on Micron. Micron kind of losing the bid. I said I'm sitting this one out at the open because it was a back and forth with a couple of stories. Is it true? Is it not? With regards to Samsung. So I'm sitting that one out for sure. Wow, Tesla, super strong move there on Tesla. AMD, as you said, is getting very, very close.
Yeah, it's way up
to 167. It's going to get to 167 in a second.
That's what I'm thinking.
SoFi, the other one too. Look, crypto's doing absolutely nothing. Bitcoin, I should say. I've only looked at Bitcoin. And SoFi is about to get to the pre-market high in here. So the first fade for me looks like it might be SoFi. I hope I didn't just miss the wick to the upside on SoFi.
Yeah, we took the short that we wanted to, and it's pretty huge right now. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening. We still have to cover some of this, right, as it continues to go down. But there it is. The first position of the day is exactly what we wanted. It's a short here in advanced micro devices, and Neil, it's tanking. So we got the bid is, it's just the levels are here and then they're not. So nice trade there. We wrote down 166.50 literally to the dot there on the sticky note. Oh wow! I hope some of you guys have this. It's a nice move down in right now, and this is what my problem is always, is how to capture certain profits. Is it going to go more? Is it going to stop? What do we want to do right now? But nice, too bad, man. We should have covered more down there at 165. Nice little bounce there for AMD, now back upside. Oops, I got to get this thing on there. As we just bounced clean off VWAP. That was stupid. We should have had more bids out there. We'll take some out as it comes back in now for us. It looks like it's just doing that right now. So 165, there it is. We get the 20s. We're coming back in now on AMD. Goal made for the day, but temporary, that is for sure, as we never know where this market's going to go. So far, so good there on a nice little trade for advanced micro devices. Nothing else really popping off for me yet.
Yeah, well, I got into SoFi. It actually did come back up a little bit. Not into 60s. I had to pay this down to 56. The high on that stock is currently 22, about 70 area. So if it breaks that, we get out. The over-under on Palantir, it just bounced 52 again. So 52 is the level that it's a short underneath that price. Otherwise, wait out for the mid to high 157 range. It looks like we're bouncing off 52. So that's holding for now on Palantir. So no short for me on Palantir. I tried to get some 60s on SoFi, as I said, and end up short here in front of VWAP. There's your high of the day on SoFi, and we'll see if that short's going to work out. Tesla bounced right off 327 and goes again. So there's no flat bottom breaks. Everything's bouncing off these support levels, which that's good for the market, as after yesterday, hey, we like it when stocks go up in a general sense, but if you want to fade, you're just going to have to wait for these to break down. Orders in on Tesla.
$2 right now on advanced micro devices. What a trade this is turning out to be. I mean, we had posted this up. I hope some of you guys got the sticky note today. It was a little bit late as we were trying to find plays for you. We talked, both Neil and I talked about AMD and how much we liked it. There it is right there. 166.50 short right there. AMD 166.50 short. We have the IBIT long break. That's not happening yet. But AMD 166.50 short right now. AMD 164.50. $2 right now to the downside there, as the market can't seem to find its ways right now. We had some negative talk recently about, sorry, not Tesla, Netflix. NFLX got downgraded as well. I thought Citron came out with something on Netflix. Wow, now we are really, Neil, starting to go down to the downside there. AMD just cranked. Was there a short report on Netflix? There was something about Netflix talking about how subscriber growth maybe is going to be a little bit lower there for Netflix, I believe. I might be right on something there, maybe wrong as well. But yeah, Netflix today not doing too much. I thought they were a little
I'm unsure.
More movement on that one. We can probably, people in the chat would probably know that. There's your 95.50 coming in there as well for Target. It does go up to 95.80, but now you're back down in. That would have been $1 trying to go short there on Target. But again, with earnings plays, always, running through my mind that they're dangerous in the fact that you don't know which direction the market wants to take it. Let them settle the hell down. But right now, man, $2.50 now in the money on the one trade that I've got. It's AMD. I'm glad you're short with me. I know you looked at Palantir, right? Though I mean that was
no, but it's breaking higher.
Breaking higher. Okay,
there's no
I was wondering what it was doing.
Unfortunately, there's no trade for me on Palantir.
Yeah, okay, good.
It doesn't look like. Well, I mean, it's early. It's only been 5 or 6 minutes here.
It's going up.
BMNR, however. Bitcoin's not doing a thing. Ethereum not really moving around a heck of a lot, but for the continuation play, it just did the same thing as yesterday, but without the big massive drop. It failed the open, and then it comes in underneath the volume weighted average price. So picking that one up short, we're in SoFi already, but Palantir just continues to catch a bid. So
that's nice.
I said I'm looking either 157. I have a flat bottom break order. If it can retake this low under 152, I don't know how much of a chance we're going to get. This looks relatively strong. The market's breaking low. I'm in two shorts that seem like they're fine, and Palantir looks incredibly strong. So you don't have to fight this stock.
Yeah, man. All right.
If you don't, you don't have to fight this stock if you don't want to. Tesla still has yet to break down under 327. So I guess we're sitting that one out altogether as well. Yeah, a couple of support levels, big ones, holding on for the time being, but it's still early. Still very, very early. The market is cracking lower. So as far as I'm concerned, one of these is going to come in. I think Tesla still has a good chance to break this 327 level. As far as SoFi goes, there's actually a small bounce happening in Bitcoin. Not that I care too much, but it was crypto and fintech that took a lot of the brunt in yesterday's trade. If they start catching a big bid, you got to watch out, because they fell heavily in it, very, very heavily yesterday. And if they want to go and retrace, that's the most violent expectation for a potential bounce. So at least I thought it was. Apparently it's Palantir.
Yeah, no, I'm surprised by many actions here today as well. Considering where the market is, I thought that some of these stocks would be a little bit lower. We'll take another fill now on AMD. I don't really, we're light. We have actually 5% left. It's too bad. We got out so much early when that just cranked lower right there. There's our 165.50 short. So now $2 in the money there with AMD. I do like IBIT, and I wrote down 164. I wrote down 64 as a bid. It didn't quite get in there. I was actually bidding 64.10. Let's see, as Neil said, that crypto seems to be, I know you're in BMNR, but I think that this could get back to that upside. We're still 50 cents away from where I actually want to take this stock.
Well, that's what I don't love about.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's real. Okay, now there goes AMD. Just broke lower again. Now 250. Now 260 in the money. We're going to see where AMD exactly wants to go. Let's bid some more out here on the downside. But that's about as clean of a move as you can get there, considering what we had thought that we would do there. So $2 and change in the money. Look at UNH actually falling down pretty nicely right now as well. That's down $6 straight line. 307 down to 301 for UNH, giving some up. We did get out of some Oscar yesterday at 17 or 17.50, something like that. Oscar's falling down again, and I'm not cherry picking. We talked about that yesterday where we got filled on that order 2 days ago, and now Oscar continues going lower right now as well. But now it's $1, $2, and $3 now in the money off of our recent short there on AMD. It just takes one, right? One trade to rule them all. There's also one ring to rule them all. That'd be the one that my wife gave me right there. But yeah, it's a nice move to the downside right here. We're still watching this. Continues to cook. Let him cook right now, says Glorilla.
Let him cook. And you know what? I just saw another bounce in crypto. I don't necessarily love it. Low of the day just held again on BMNR, so a bit of a double bottom that just came in, and I'm going to show you. Well, you were just showing, I think you were just showing IBIT?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah, not much.
Well, now it's starting to come back in, and ETH as well. So if you're looking at low to ETH, holding on to the volume weighted average price and bouncing a little bit here. So for myself, you got to pay attention to that. And if BMNR is going to bounce off the low, when ETH is holding VWAP, then I'm going to take the profit and run. We're able to get it at 50.5, but it just bounced at 49.5. That's more or less where it closed in yesterday's trade. So if it holds the low, great. I'll get back in if I see ETH start rolling back into the downside. SoFi as well. I mean, the market's still holding down, but SoFi, there's just a seller in front of 2260, as you can see here. So I've gotten 56 3 times. Shout out to Lawrence Taylor.
Yeah.
But doesn't really want to go any more than the initial 10 cents down. So SoFi's not really moving a heck of a lot. Tesla's still not doing anything. And Palantir now starting to look a little bit weaker here on Palantir. It doesn't get the 157, that's the level I wanted, but it is making a trend break as we speak. So Palantir is starting to round into the short. This gets under VWAP. I still like it under 152, but I don't want to wait too long for this if it can close underneath the volume weighted average price. So BMNR, we're out temporarily, looking to get back in. SoFi is still holding the same level, and Palantir we'd love to be able to grab, but I don't want to. Oh my goodness, I forgot about Viking. We'll get to Viking too, because that's a good day 2 play.
Yeah, is that coming back in? We're now almost $1, $2, $3, $4 now in the money on this AMD. I mean, I don't honestly, guys. I'll take another piece out right now, but I still feel almost sick to my stomach because we could have 4 or 5 times the net that we have right now, but we're still doing pretty good here today. That is for sure. As there it goes. Now it's $4 in the money. Okay. I mean, yeah, just. As Nas says, as it was written. All right, so the TQs, let's check out what Hertz is doing again. Let's go back over to some other names here. I said that we could look for a $6 break. That does happen. It only goes to 610. The good thing about when stuff breaks, we're not in this trade. I think it's always risky to take it right off the open. It's kind of AMD, we let it rip up for a couple minutes, or maybe 1 or 2 minutes. This happened right off the jump on that buy bounce that we showed you guys. So there it is, 610, all the way back down in. So I still like the break. I just think we've got to wait for it again. Some exuberance there, buyer exuberance off the open for Hertz. Comes right back into some of these pre-market levels, which have been a hold before. So now we can wait to see what $5.50, $6 is coming through now for HTZ. So still like this play. Neil mentioned also a possible play there for Carvana. I like the thought there as well. So the spread right here is $1.50 on Carvana. Carvana actually going up right now. So it was, when we were talking about it was down near 320. Nice move back up to the 200 period, now potentially fading that level as well. Target on earnings, welcome everybody. Yeah, upside, and there you go, man. You get that SSR bounce, not as bad right there. And again, Target just comes right into some key levels, finds some support, then takes off from it. Now it's a 2% move higher, doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to hold on to that. The other name, Neil, is Micron. Let's just check out what Micron's doing. So oh wow.
That one's tricky.
That actually went to the levels I think that we had discussed, 120. And
but I said I would set up the open because there was a report about Samsung, and then it was refuted. So without knowing, and it was just a random look. It was just I saw like one person on X refuting the report, and like one person on X saying it was real. And at that point, I just rather sit out the stop. But it did go right to the key level, which is unfortunate because I think that was a trade. What can you do?
Hopefully someone has it.
SoFi just bounced off 22.3, so 22.6, gets them out at 45, gets them out again at 45, then some out at 32. It looks like it's holding on to the volume weighted average price. I'm going to double check on Robinhood, because I would assume I want these always to be going in the same direction. They go Robinhood breaking down. If Robinhood was screaming, it might change my opinion about any reload on pops over here in SoFi, but I still like the idea. So we're going to stick with the short, and I'm going to get a reload if we were able to get it. Palantir, all right, Tesla's starting to come in. Palantir starting to close underneath the volume weighted average price. So we have that whole failed breakout at the open, and then the test of VWAP. So if it can hold the bounce under VWAP, then that's one way for me to get short that isn't $157, which doesn't seem like it wants to come in. And Tesla is about to break 327. Still have me.
There you go. Check. I did the Hunter for JJ McCarthy trade.
Straight up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you know why? You know why? Because
yeah.
you know I would have taken Cam Ward.
Yeah, I know they were taking Cam.
So instead,
I
basically get JJ instead of Cam Ward.
And he's throwing to Jefferson.
And I mean O'Connell over there. I don't know. I just
and the Hunter's going to play a lot.
The problem is that I hate Minnesota. That's like you acquiring like Tua, like in the same division.
Oh well.
Oh man, because I'm obviously being a Packers.
Cheering for Minnesota is going to be hard for you. That's all I'm going to say. But here's a good thing: the quarterbacks score more points when their team is crap. It's true.
Right.
I literally, in one of my leagues, I won 3 championships in a row with my QB2 was Blake Bortles. Why?
Well, he was running.
Because they were so trash that he would just throw and scramble, and he'd double his points in the fourth quarter, and I rode that crap to a championship. All right, so Tesla just broke 326, as we're going to Sharif. Yeah, that's a good trade. Because the thing about as I'm still on. No, the thing about Turner too. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, he got to unmute himself over there. Right.
It's all good. It's all good.
All right. So right now,
Tesla broke.
Yeah, Tesla broke. The market is really okay. The market is really tanking right now. Now $4 and change, Sharif, on this play. Let's go back over and see what Sharif's talking about.
Great trade. I saw it on X. Looks fantastic. What I want to point out was the pockets of strength that we're having in the market over here. We've got solar all green on the day, for the exception of FSLR, which just went red. So if you're looking for pockets of strength, solar strong.
But weird that solar would be strong, but apparently it is. So Tesla broke that 327 level. Not bad slippage, got 81s. It just bounced off 325. If we're looking higher time frame here, you've broken the 200 period moving average. That was the 27, and I guess I can't zoom in too far. 321 is the 50 period moving average. If it holds under 27, then I want this thing to break the next $5 down. If it takes out this, it's now the current bar, but imagine it was a prior bar. If it takes out the current bar, I'll jump out and wait for VWAP. So we favor the short trade. SoFi just took a, well, yeah, whatever's happening to SoFi. I own SoFi. I'm glad we sold some after earnings, but I didn't expect it to drop like this. It's already filled in the gap to target, which was here essentially at 21.70. So at this point, when it falls that fast, you can't be thinking about reload. I'm simply thinking about trail. SoFi did not expect this to drop almost $1 at the open. I wish I had sold more after the earnings. It was a missed opportunity to sell some more SoFi when it rejected 25 yesterday in the personal account. I don't know why it didn't occur to me. But, well, it's dropping like a rock now, ain't it?
SoFi, see you later, alligator, on that one.
I knew I should have too.
Yeah, I know, and that's the thing. Like even like me yesterday with Palantir, even as it was. Well, by the way, right now this A and B trade, guys, $4 and still cranking. We like it. We like it a lot. Could you repeat what you said, Andre, to me? Because I think I just missed whatever it was. Is that for me to do that? Yeah, of course I can do it. You don't have to ask me. Just tell me to do something.
You're very well.
You know, just be like, Sean, this is what you're doing, and do it immediately. Yeah, no, Palantir, I was going to say, come on. The chart's not moving up. Palantir there looks like it wants to break 150 right now, Neil. So this name continues to see some pain as well. Now $5. Wow, so silly to be honest with you. The fact that we don't have a little bit of a better play here we have a great play on A and B. It's $5 in the money, but I should have more on it right now. We do get into a trade right now. I'm not going to hold this very long. We will buy Bitcoin down here. We talked about a little bit of a dip buy opportunity for BTC. So I'm not yet, but I do like that play right there for IBIT. So we'll try it. We'll watch out if it breaks through 64, like 63.95 or so. We will get out of that one. Wow, man, that AMD trade is really something else. Okay, exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple levered ETFs doing 3x bull, 3x bear, excuse me, to the S&P TSX 60 semiconductors and U.S. Treasuries. They're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek and neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. If you're tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out Beta Pro 3X on their website. Click that QR code right there, betapro.ca/3x. Look at that, a little bit of a frog in ye throat right there. But yeah, look, we couldn't be, this is now 450 and going lower there for AMD. This has made my whole day, so we're really, really happy with that. And we do hold out now for crypto. I mean, Bitcoin right into yesterday's low. This is what we're talking about. You breaky 1.9 on this one, we're out of there. So we're going to have to wait to see. Take out a little bit if we can scalp something, but it's been obviously a good day here. Let's see if we can continue the good feels live on the floor. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, man. Get that stuff going. It's only 9:50 right now. You know, Sharif filling in for Adair, doing great. We're going to have lots of news stories coming through for you as well. But wow, man, it's hitting the shnikes right now. There goes Palantir, 6% lower. And to your point about SoFi, it was the same thing about Palantir. It was like yesterday we were like, oh my gosh, this is really starting to get bad.
Instead of thinking about it, just sometimes you got to pull the trigger.
Yeah, there goes IBIT down. So yeah, exactly. Don't just hang around and think. Do it. All right, there goes Palantir, and here comes Sharif.
KROS, guys. KROS. Keros announces U.S. FDA orphan drug designation granted to KER's 065. It's rocketing up here from 1445 up to 1505. Keep your eye on KROS.
KROS. And by the way, SoFi might have just psyched out. So what I saw was...
That's one.
What I saw was like look at the volume candle here. So a bottoming tail through 21.5 on a volume candle that was significantly larger than the open candle. You don't usually see that. So I'm like, okay, signals reverse, get out at 21.5. What's crazy about this is someone was actually sitting there just holding it at 22 in front of 22.6. It's not often that you see a wall like that that's so obvious to the short side. All right, Tesla's getting close to target as well. That's the 321 level. I'm not going to split hairs with this. This is just, at the end of the day, it's like station to station. 327, there's your 327. There's your 321 bounce play. Like it's gap to gap. So I'm out on the first look of a curl there. So those are the shorts. I did miss Palantir. The problem with Palantir is it wasn't a clean 152 break because 152 broke at the open. I was looking for let's hold on to VWAP and then take the next candle, which was $1 lower pretty much instantly. So did miss out on that short, but so far, I mean, what are you gonna do? Like all 3 shorts have been good. Tesla dropped literally $5. Yeah. SoFi is somehow still dropping. You've got to be kidding me. It's down 5%. Check that 5.5% to the downside on SoFi, but that's just how it is. There's also some strength out there in the market. There was a story on IBM. Thank you to Brendan for bringing that one to our attention. That's actually flat and holding up pretty well. Last I had checked, and hopefully we're not jinxing it here when I say some strength. Lowe's is still up 2%, under VWAP and trending down, so it's getting hurt as well here on Lowe's. Yeah, it's not looking very good for the market. Day 2 of the sell-off continues.
Yeah, exactly. This is that sell-off that we're speaking about. $5 and change in the money right now on AMD, and I'm trying to grab some Palantir long. Well, we are long right now. We tried it once already. It did not work. So it's not like this has been a crazy good trade or anything like that. But for right now, we'll wait to see what happens with Palantir as we try the long against some of the lows of the day there. All right, we did not get another fill down here. Let's take it one more. It's so violent right now that it's like you're within a couple pennies of getting like filled, and then it's back and forth and up and see, there it goes again, trying to get a little bit higher. Let's take a little bit more out here on Palantir as we continue to go. So I don't know, man. I'd like to try to be here for a long time, but it's not really a good time if it keeps on going down, and if you are long. So yeah, there it goes again. Look at that. We just got some 149s there. Now it's down into 148. So yeah, Palantir go boom, and not the right way for me right now. Back through 148. So yeah, trying to catch these falling knives today, not a great idea. Now 148 breaking on Palantir. We're not heavy in this. We just did try to catch a bounce there, did not get it. We're now $6 in the money on AMD short that we posted up. We even posted the 164 break if you missed that early trade there on Advanced Micro Devices. But yeah, down goes Palantir right now. Trying to bounce off 48. Maybe one more salvo, as they like to say.
Tanking.
Is it? Yeah, okay.
170 NVIDIA?
Yeah, we've got, dude, AMD is 160. Like, we're $7 in on that one. This one continues to go lower as well. I don't, the market's breaking again. So there we go, man. We have Jackson Hole. I don't think that's going to save it. What's going to save the market? I tried to ask Brian Shannon for some bear cases, for some bull cases, sorry, and we talked about what they were, but where are the bear cases right now? So we just have to wait out to let this stuff settle down. It looks like valuation continues to be a big problem, and the market reacting to that as well. So it's Palantir right now done with for the long, and AMD still going short. So yeah, should be a fun one here today, that's for sure, or already is.
Well, for sure, like all the shorts look, anything I got out of is probably continuing further as we speak. Intel is the only thing that broke trend just now. Intel just broke trend line. It's not even the big trend line, it's just after the opening candle, pretty clean, and then puts in a little bit of a green look there. It just grabs 75, prior bar low is all the way. The thing about Intel is it doesn't usually move 6%, so you know, instead of risking 5 or 10 cents, you might be risking 15 or 20. Prior bar low is at 62, so it's simple. If it breaks the prior bar low, I'm out. And if it continues to VWAP, great. That would be a nice little plan. Tesla still looking weak. SoFi, I'm not even thinking about the bid here. But after looking like it was curling at 21 and a half, it just continues to flush. Support on SoFi. I mean, there's some support down at the 21 even dollar level. That might be a little bit of something. But just Intel, the new trade for myself. Biswal in the chat, I do not know why Nike is so strong, but it is also now flat on the day. It was strong at the open, now pulling back into view. I'm unaware of a particular story with Nike. So I can always have a look, but I don't know of anything specifically on Nike.
Well, we made back a lot of what we were giving up there on Palantir just because it went right back up into 149 again. I want, like I said, I want to let this try to go. It's now 70 cents in the money, and AMD right here is starting to think about getting some more covers down into this level here. I do have a bid at 160.87 here. I'm just going to... You think it's going to get down again? Let me take another piece. Okay, I'll cancel that 87 and just buy some right now in case we don't. Okay, we just came back in again there, so all right. So far, so good. There's some stories there about First Solar. I know Sharif brought us some solar stories. Yep, he's here, so he's looking at all that as well. There goes Palantir back down. There goes AMD back down. The market kind of tried to bounce there, but not really. Nice move down now, down 1.4% now in this market. There goes AMD. We did get a little bit more coverage there. Let's see what happens at 160. Flat for Advanced Micro Devices, a couple good outs on Palantir, but man, this is starting to give me a couple issues here heart-wise right now. This is up and down. Not really, but I know that's not what
it's
PMNR?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, let's go to Sharif and then we'll talk about it because he has that solar news, and then we'll come over. What happened?
I think I jinxed it, Sean, because the second I said that solar stocks were strong, your friend Donald Trump tweeted this almost immediately. Any state that has built and relied on windmills and solar for power are seeing record-breaking increases in electricity and energy costs. The scam of the century, he calls it. We will not approve. Wind or farmers destroying solar. The days of stupidity are over in the United States. MAGA, and there you go. They're all running down right there on the left of your screen, for the exception of the TAN ETF and Sunrun is still up 0.9, boys.
Those are somewhat harsh words. No, what I was reacting to was you were still going down on Bitcoin. You're still looking weak in crypto. BMNR caught a I don't know, like a short covering, whatever the heck it was. It caught a huge bid, jumped like $1.40 right in front of my eyes as I was waiting for it to get into the volume weighted average price. Let's see if it can calm itself down a little bit here on BMNR, because it's still holding the downtrend. We do like a reload. Look, I like the notion of reload short. It's just a matter of when everything dumps like that at the open and you make money on the short, do you really want to throw it away when we V-shape recovery it? And
I thought I was doing that on Palantir.
You know what? Let's be real for a second. This did this the other day, and it was, yeah, it did it. This already did it, and I remember shorting it at VWAP and it not being good. So I'll need some more confirmation. Hold under VWAP first. Let's not force the trade. It's 10 o'clock. Intel still on that trend break. It held the prior bar. Let's see if this one can actually get back into the upside, but you have to have orders on the way to the volume weighted average price if you want it to get there. I had mentioned I like Target.
$7.
If it gets down to 92, but it just has no idea how to go down. Target is down 9%, but actually relatively strong here today, catching a bit of a bid at the open. And that SoFi still looking to see if it can catch a bid. It looks like it's finally starting to do so. We'll see if we can get VWAP in here, but you already dropped 5%. What more can you ask for?
Yeah, I mean, we got sort of another one right now because we are now into $1. We are just $2 actually in the money on our friend Palantir. It just dropped off there. It was a good, I guess it was a good out at the end of the day, right there on Palantir as we watched out for 150 came into play right there. We were really happy with that play when that came through. So nicely done there on Palantir for an upside trade. We are getting more and more out of this one again as well. You know, we're $6. We were $8 or so in total in the money there off of some of these rebound plays. Palantir is not like it's a huge money-making trade here. We did lose initially on it, and then we were able to catch some of those bottoms. Now let's just hold out now and see if we do get a little bit of a retracement back to the upside. Like, where are the cues right now? The market is making these lower moves now, and Neil just mentioned Ethereum and BMNR was starting to go right there. Look at crypto though, going well lower, man. 12.6. Maybe take some of the profit if you have any anywhere, and look at some crypto names. That's well down. So is Ethereum. Ethereum showing flat right now, but down on the day. It must have had a nice little bump early. So there's Ethereum and what we're doing with that one. Check in on some of the energy names, ExxonMobil. Like, what is really moving around here? On my hot list right here today, we've got, there's XOM. So that's what I was thinking. We've got Nvidia here, Tesla. We can have a quick look to see what Tesla's doing right now. Probably it's getting bouncing. Kicked. Yeah, so 320 level. Okay, there goes Palantir. Right now we're $7 right now in the money on both of these trades combined. There's BMNR. Neil's been on that one today as well. Palantir 150, Tesla, Palo Alto. Get some green action right there on Palo Alto at least today. Up 1.5. We like a lot. CoreWeave, Sharif. I don't know if you ever put that option on or not, but right now $87 for CoreWeave as that getting punched in the face. There it is right now. Must be in the money.
Down to
Open door down 8%, man. Neil, this is getting violent, boy. But Palantir bounces off 150 again. I got to do something about that.
But you know what? At least bullish is only down 3%.
Thank God.
See? If bullish had been down double digits, then we'd be in real trouble. We're going to go to Sharif at the desk, and hopefully CoreWeave is doing well for him.
That hurts deal, Neil. It's not helping Carvana stock at all. I know you mentioned Vana at the top there, but keep your eye on KMX as well. CarMax Carvana is down 6 1/3, 6.5%. It's a little bit off the lows. 319 defending for now, boys.
The thing with Carvana, it's a pretty thinly traded stock. So while we liked it to the short side, that is always a stock that I'm going to let it open up and see where the buyers and sellers are, and then you try to find a short trade. When it opened, it didn't get into 336, it came to 334. I missed that curl, but let's be real, we were looking at SoFi at that moment. And this is the thing about deciding what to do. Like one was, it's already in VWAP already. One was very clean as to where the sellers were, that you could just look it up, and it was selling exactly at the same price, so you could take your short there. And when it fell apart, there's just zero reason not to let it go. Intel on the trend break is now trying to get into the volume weighted average price, which is nuts. That's $24 is VWAP. This was a $25.30 stock yesterday. So the percentage move down had been absolutely nuts on some of these. when I look over at Tesla, it's like, okay, well, Tesla kind of dropped.
To 190.
Went $7 down, I took 5, but really, compared to some of the other moves that you see, like that's only a couple of points. And you have other stocks that drop 5, 6, 7% in that opening move to the downside. What's great about the stock market, though, in a general sense, is usually you can find those kernels of strength. That upgrade on Snowflake, wow. What kills me about this is, remember where there was support that it held on Snowflake? It bounces almost exactly off of this. Whenever you see a move like that at the open, it's like a liquidity vacuum, and then we just start flushing and there's nobody on the bid. Oftentimes, if there's an obvious multi-day support level that there's room for it to fall into, that's a good place to look for a bottoming tail. So it ends up holding the 190. I was not looking at it at all, so there's no chance I was ever going to catch that bid. The only reversion I saw that made sense to me was Intel, and I stayed away from BMNR on the south side there, but it actually dropped pretty decently off of VWAP. So it is confirmed, it did confirm the lower high. As long as we can hold on to this trend, this is the one I didn't hold on to. Obviously did better with the SoFi and Tesla, but BMNR did catch a bid. It looks like it's staying on schedule. I'll get back into this one off of VWAP. As long as we're not going ham, breaking out in Ethereum or Bitcoin or any of the crypto-related names, like this is still trending to the downside on ETH. Flat doesn't matter when you're talking about crypto. It's a 24-hour market. It's holding on to the bottom end of the range. So as long as that structure remains intact, then BMNR to me remains a short. And I felt this way about the treasury plays. That's just where I'd rather execute a trade. Instead of going into ETH, if you think it's going down, I like BMNR. And if you think it's going up, I just think you get a little bit more juice out of this stock. We did add to pay for locates on this, by the way, just so you guys know. It was not free to short BMNR, but it was relatively cheap. I think about just under $0.01 per share or something on BMNR, which it usually is. Get out of here. WP in the chat. I was about to go ask what symbols you guys want, and I'll get that up in a second. But Newegg is up 13% again. Like, no matter what happens, that stock goes up. News, no news. What is this? Like the squeeze of all squeezes, that it could be just, as the market dumps, this thing goes up 14% for no reason. What is dead may not die for Newegg, apparently. That stock is unbelievable. I don't even know what's going on there.
Palantir, by the way, failing. What? I don't know. Someone hit the womp, womp, womp. Yeah, Palantir failing. But I mean, again, I'm not going to reload this thing, man. We're at the lows right here. If it does break lower into its day's low with this 147 break, we're going to scram bulled eggs out of this one, because it is just getting crooked right there. 150, John Crook. 150 there held. And okay, maybe we got a little bit of a bottom tail right there. You want to? We could try. Let's say we could try to buy some 50s here. We did get that little bit of a bottom tail coming through there. We'll see if we can get. Okay, there it is. We did get it. All right, 143.99. If we break that, we will exit out of at least 75%. Okay, here it comes. 75% of this position on Palantir. Again, no point in just sitting around and taking L's when you can clearly see. I think Neil will start talking about this as well. We can easily see the direction of these plays, and it doesn't take rocket science to know that, hey, the path of least resistance right now is southbound. All these longs, like, I'm just sitting here watching AMD drip, 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 and meanwhile Palantir, I have to, like I was saying, have these heart problems trying to chase this. So we don't need to do that. But again, we'll take some more out here as we realize that we should have maybe been a little bit more aggressive on that top side play. It does look like it wants to break 147, so we're just starting to get out of these last little buys right now. So there it goes. We don't have to worry about it. Okay, we do have to worry about it. Why didn't that trigger right there? Okay, I'm going to have to figure that out. But all right, we're going to get out now on Palantir as it just broke 147. My trigger did not hit there, so I'm just going to manually punch this thing out.
Yeah, sometimes that's what you got to do. Be ready on those hotkeys to make sure you can get it. And speaking of which, was able to get a third out only on the bounce in Intel. Still holding higher lows, but that's not good enough. It's gonna, if it runs this stop, I'm actually going to tighten it up a little bit. And one of the reasons you do that is I think I'll get less slippage, but it already broke to the top end of the range without getting to VWAP, so I shouldn't be giving it to the prior bar. I'm going to give it to the after trend bar break. It's not much, but it's just a slight adjustment. This seems like we're headed down. Like BMNR, when I tried to get back in there on the curl at 49, it dropped a point like there was nothing. It wasn't like there was a bunch of selling. The bid just dropped by a full % on BMNR, and it doesn't look like it wants to let me back in, but the trend downside is certainly continuing to the downside. Nothing here suggests a trend break, and now all of a sudden, we sat out Micron because of that back and forth with that Samsung story. Well, shouldn't have done so. It can't even get to the volume weighted average price. I'm looking at the pre-market low here, 115.5. If it holds under that, I think I can have a relatively tight stop to try to join way too late that move. Unbelievable, because MU, technically MU was so perfect, but I'm like, this random person on Twitter, good news, random person on Twitter, bad news. So I decided, let's just not play. But the technical trade was absolutely perfect. It essentially goes right into 120 and then just turns around. It's annoying, but
We're now $7.
if you don't know what the story is, then sometimes you just back off.
We're now $7 in the money here on AMD, and we're taking more profits out because why not? It's a profitable trade. Therefore, AMD $7. This has been quite the movement there. It's too bad we gave some back on Palantir, but it's all good over there. Let's go back over to Sharif.
Citigroup, Sean, Citigroup is selling off aggressively. C on the back of this headline right here, guys. By the way, it's the worst performing bank far and away. Only Goldman Sachs 1 1/3, Citigroup 2.5, as a result of an investigation into its wealth management head, Andy Siege, being investigated by HR. You're not sure if this is directly the cause of the more aggressive sell-off, guys, but Citigroup far and away the weakest bank on the day.
That's well, the other banks probably aren't doing that. That is not a good look for Citi whatsoever. Ooh, my goodness.
The market is still going lower
90s.
here.
Yeah, forget it.
Nasdaq now down 1.5.
Why even try to think about a bottom on Citigroup? It doesn't matter. Everything's headed lower. The jump. It doesn't matter. No, it really doesn't. Micron's trying to make back into the lows. I looked over just to see if SoFi, and by the way, SoFi came into VWAP while I was trying to get BMNR. Missed BMNR and it flushes. SoFi goes right to the volume weighted average price and right back into low of the day. This trend continues to the downside. And if you think it's alone, it ain't. Robinhood, same move, 6.5% to the downside. The Nasdaq might be down 1.5, but remember, these high-flying, high-valuation names are getting beat the most in this. That's probably why you're seeing things like Apple, while bad, just tracking the market, 1.5%. That's not good, but it's not abject disaster like you're seeing across the board in semis and crypto-related and fintech, and now all of a sudden Citigroup as well bearing the brunt of it. NVIDIA, someone just asked about in the chat, but what I wanted to do here while we get a quick little second of a reprieve is I've got to refresh this. So first I'm going to refresh, and I'm going to ask everybody, if we're not covering something, if we're not looking at something, type $ and that symbol. Please type $ and the symbol, and we can go over all the names that you're interested in. I'm going to put in Carvana, CVNA, and that just pops in VRT, Hood, there's Coinbase, McDonald's, Upstart, Reddit, those make sense of McDonald's, huh? Marvell, SPY, there's two on top of each other. That could be Croc, I have no idea. NVIDIA, but then you spelled it wrong. Arcat, Q's, Pizza, well played. Well played. We could always use some pizza.
Yeah, let's get some pizza.
Why not? I'm down for that.
Yeah, aren't we all?
Well, Carvana was one that I thought that Hertz News
Anybody want
was
to
more bad for Carvana than it was a big deal for Hertz. So Vana, maybe that's a VWAP trade if we have a chance at it a little bit later on. But it's already at the low of the day, down 7% in its own right. Hertz teaming up with Amazon to go into used car sales. So obviously, not good if you're Carvana. Well, I mean, it's obvious to me, but I don't know.
Not great.
I would venture to say it's not good.
All right, I'm going to try something that's a little crazy. Oh, they did receive some sort of investigations for Cook is getting investigated again.
That's a bizarre
We sort
story.
of brought that to you guys earlier there in the day, so we'll see. I don't know if that's good for the market or not. Probably not.
It's not good for the market because it's the whole Fed independence thing.
I know. That's definitely not good for the market. Okay, so we'll wait to see here. But she was that mortgage and stuff like that,
Yeah,
right? So
like-
maybe it has nothing to do with the actual role
Well, let's see what
of the
bond
Fed.
market's
But yeah, so I actually got out of AMD there at 160, and I was trying to go long here. I'm long at 160 now, waiting for that low of the day of 159.50 to come and break. And if it doesn't, we're out. I just thought that this sell-off could have been a little bit. Not that it's over-exaggerated. I mean, I think that it is. The AMD was down 4 or 5% as well as another 4 or 5% today. So some of these names, there is due for a pullback. It's 10 o'clock now. I could see something starting to rally a little bit here, but not enough to actually layer into these things. Let's see if it wants to go back higher. You can easily get a dollar bump in a blink of an eye or a dollar crack. So I'm not overly concerned about this, but let's see if we do get a nice little opportunity here for AMD to finally try to catch a bottom. We did see some bottom tails a little bit in NVIDIA is what I noticed, which sort of started this trade with AMD, but AMD is not getting back going. So okay, maybe now it is. We're long at 08. Take something out here at 20s. There it is, and then we'll see about getting something out a little bit higher than where we are right now. But yeah, so far not too bad on a little bit of a reload or a flip, I should say, into the long now for advanced micro devices. One more piece out in the 30s. We're at 34 right now. See if we can take there it is. So we can take 30 cents, and here we go. We're now long again in the market. See if we can get something going.
Yeah, well, I guess you can't lose going short. For the first time today, I took a Micron short at 114.5-ish. It was like 55, 56. But it just broke, again, the prior bar, 115. It's right down at those lows. I still feel like this is on the daily chart. I didn't show you guys the daily chart, but this is technically what I liked about the short in Micron, despite the Samsung story. It lost the 50 period. It broke trend downside. I want to favor the south side on this trade, because it's such a big flat bottom break and it went right in. It's frustrating. It went right into prior low, which is exactly what you look like for a curl. But it's still underneath 116. It's still underneath VWAP. I want to take a couple more cracks at this if I do get the chance. BMNR, Bitcoin continues to fall. ETH, ETHA, which I do care about. Look, I care more about ETH when I'm looking at BMNR. This has yet to break the low. Or yesterday's low, I should say. It has broken the low. It has yet to break the intraday low yesterday at about 31.10. If that goes, then I just need to be in BitMine. They're almost at the same time simultaneously trying to break the low of the day, and that's 47.7 here on BitMine, maybe just a couple of pennies lower than that. So it might end up being a flat bottom break through these lows on BMNR. It's SSR, so getting a fill is like, it's a crapshoot. You know, it breaks the level, you throw an order out there, but because it's short sell restricted, the uptick rule is in effect. As it's breaking down, unless you have longs, you're just hoping someone kind of buys back into you when the level's breaking, which does happen from time to time, but you know, it would have been more ideal to get this one back in at VWAP.
All right. To talk about other names would be something, but all right, let's have a look quick at Target. Funny how, you know.
NVIDIA is the number one by far right now.
Is it NVIDIA is the number one stock to talk about? Okay. Just quickly, Target on earnings there, you know, down. They lost their CEO, replaced them. But yeah, nice little comeback there for Target off earnings play. We'll check out, you know, a stock obviously like a Walmart or something that could get going on earnings as well. We'll see what happens when they come and report. Walmart right now up 1%, so they're catching some Target drift as well. Just other names, Home Depot from yesterday, day 2 play, also trying to catch some wind today, but again, nicely up yesterday and holding the bid here today. Sharif brought us some story about Citigroup. That's downside. JP Morgan 289 as well, so not as bad. It's Citigroup right now that was down that 2%, or was it? Down, I believe. Yeah, down 2% right there for Citigroup. Maybe a little bit of a climb back up over there. We have Palo Alto was positive earlier on today, and not anymore, it doesn't look like. Yeah, it's still just positive. I just saw that move up there to 186 and a fade back into 182. Maybe this is a nice little buy here for Pan, as it's near and in and around those bottoms now for Palo Alto at the 200 period moving average. What is that, 182? I actually don't mind that for a bid here. If something's going to hold, get something that had good earnings, is up on the day, and is at the 200 period moving average, I don't mind that play here for Palo Alto. Okay, we're now 30 cents in the money here on Palantir. Let me take a little, we were just 30 cents out. I went over to it, and we're out of the money now, 40 cents. So that's just how, wicked and wild these things are going right now in the market. Like, I was just like, okay, well, there we go. We got a nice little trade here. Oh, and there goes, see that? We just got some more in, and then there goes Palantir right back up again. Yes, sir. Get me those 06s right there. Just like that, almost $1 up there. This is absolutely wild. This reminds me of some of those days, Neil, where, you blink and you're $2 or $3 one way, the other way. You can't find bottoms. You can't find tops. Very dangerous spot to trade in. We're having a great day, though, today. We've only really hit on one stock, and that was AMD. Everything else has just been back and forth. We did get out of IBIT right here real quick. That started to go upside a little bit, but look at crypto, 12.6 right now. That continues to go lower as well. But here we go now. It's $1 right there. What's up, Ozan? As we get a little bit higher up now on Palantir. Let's see if that bottom is in. I would probably say no. We're out already of half of this Palantir trade.
Yeah, great look over there. You're right about the whole spread and just craziness happening on the book, which is insane. Of course, I didn't get filled. What possible chance could you have to get filled on PM&R when that broke? I said it was SSR, but forget about the fact that it was SSR. It just, this one's dropping like a little bit of a rock in here. Whoops, I just tried to hit the bid and went to the wrong level, but it doesn't matter because you can't hit the bid. You literally cannot hit the bid on this stock, so I'll see if I can't get picked up here at like 45 or 50 on BM&R.
Is that BM&R?
Yeah, at the flat bottom break as it continues to tank to the downside. This is the one that I missed on the way back into the volume weighted average price, which is a bit of a fail, unfortunately. It is what it is. Like, you're not going to catch every single trade in there. Someone just picked me up
Literally
on the way to the upside here. Going all the way down when it broke the bottom to a 47.3. I just got filled at the $0.50 or around the $0.50 on this flat bottom break. I'll give it to the other $0.50 to the upside. And that's the thing, like, ultimately, like, if you get the actual breakdown, which I don't think anybody could have had, then you would have been instantly in the money, but it doesn't really matter if you can't actually get the fill. I was just eyeballing something that actually looks like it could be a bit of a long, and that was Apple. Apple, when the market broke the low, Apple did not break the low. It held a higher low, and all right, talk less, breaking trend now. Apple held the low, made a higher low, and is now breaking the trend. It's not a lot of room to the volume weighted average price, but it's at least a sign of relative strength. The market continued to make fresh lows that Apple decided it wanted to hold on to 227. So if it can hold on to that even dollar, this is one that it's essentially just tracked the market, but in terms of tech, showed some relative strength in here for AAPL. About the only thing that looked really good, anyways, well, I shouldn't say really good, that looked pretty good as the market was taking out that fresh low. Like, again, the higher low, the consolidation, all that good stuff. I thought SoFi could be something, but it's very whippy. Like, SoFi is moving around. Like, the bid just dropped. Like, it tried to hold here, and then the bid dropped, and it was at 21.3 again, like, very, very quickly on SoFi. So I don't know if I want to go back to that. But Apple here trying to get its way to the volume-weighted average price, where I will scalp out, because in a downtrend, the first thing I look for is a recovery to the volume-weighted average price. And if it can do better than that, great. You hold on to some for the dream, but you want to make sure you're covering in front of VWAP. So that's the first place I look for trend continuation. So if you're going counter trend, that's where you want to look for that old exit here on AAPL. Let us know what else you guys are looking. Because every time I go back to this list, it's just Nvidia, Hertz, BBVA. I'm not familiar with. What is BBVA? Banco
Brazil or something like that, or Brazil?
Banco Bilbao, Argentina, whatever.
No, that's exactly right. Exactly how you said it is exactly right.
I have no idea. No, seriously, yeah, it's the SPY, Coinbase, Robinhood, Marvell, Palantir, Wolf. I saw people in the chat mentioning Walmart, IBM, but it's a lot of Nvidia, and I don't know how much we've even looked at this stock. Let's go up to Sharif. Maybe he's got a story.
All right, guys, MSOS and MSOX are quite strong, to be honest with you, up 5%, 5.7% MSOX. If you look at MSOS, it's also up 3.7%. But when you look at the individual equity names, the Tilrays, the ACBs, etc., they're not actually green on the day. So marijuana, strong. It's been like that for a little while now, guys.
Marijuana strong, huh? Strong game right there. So shout out to the Mary Janes over there. Sure, yeah, that's some skunky weed over there. But right now, not that I have no idea what that means. Okay, so we'll just we'll just I smoke the good stuff. Okay, so we'll just watch out right here. We did get some more out on Palantir, as it is everyone's favorite club besides Joe's, of course. You know, this guy's clubbing out every day. It seems like no, he's not. We want to say welcome back to Joseph here, coming back from Chicago. I guess you didn't happen to go to the CME or anything like that?
He did.
Oh, you did?
I did go to the CME.
Oh, nice. Well, how was that? I've never been.
Well, it was closed, right?
Well, yeah, but was there no tours or nothing like that went down? No. Okay. All right, we'll talk about that after. Nice to have Joe back. Of course, we will be without Adair today, but Sharif, I mean, this guy putting in all the work for us. We want to thank Sharif one more time for holding out fort on the desk. I think the desk fits him well over there, but the Midday show is our most popular show, so we want to say thank you to everybody for that. Fabian, how are you doing? Good. Fabian, coming through the Chilean. If you ever have nightmares that are Chilean-based, it probably involves Fabian. So the nickname is the Chilean Nightmare.
I think he's literally wearing a T-shirt for a school in Brampton that I used to do track workouts at.
What does it say?
It's the David Suzuki School. I was just there the other day. Our buddy
Where
had
is
a
that
baseball-
school?
It's like it's like Kinclusi and Queen and Kinclusi.
Oh, okay.
Which is it's very close to where I live. I was just there watching a baseball game. It's very random that Fabian would have a faded shirt from a high school that's very far from here, but close to where I live. Shout out to that for sure.
Shout out to Brampton.
Why not? Robinhood made that list. Nvidia still. I find it hard to believe. Is this? I might refresh it again because I just see Nvidia at the top of the list over and over again, and nothing else is even remotely in its way. So that little bit of a trend break that happened on Apple. I'll just draw it in for you guys again. It's trying to get to the volume-weighted average price. It's having some trouble doing so. We're not going up as fast as we go down, right? Which makes obvious sense in a bit of a downward trend. That said, BMNR broke prior bar, so I'm out of it. Actually, it didn't trigger, and then I punched out flat, which is effectively the same thing. It goes back above 58. We did like the short up here, and I do still like it at the volume-weighted average price, but the actual break of the low of the day doesn't work. Don't want to hold it all the way back, but we are going to try to get back in on trend as well. You don't want to let the short off the hook if it's going to go, but at the same time, you have to wait for your spot for sure, everybody. I know there was a big story, and we mentioned it with Carvana with regards to Hertz and Amazon teaming up. Hertz, it's up 8.5%, but as you can see, it's kind of going sideways. It's doing better than the market. You can see it's actually, if you're at VWAP, if you've already trended off the low, then you're doing a lot better than most things, but it's kind of light volume as it's really starting to taper off. For a squeeze play, you want to see this start breaking out some more highs to get a little bit more exciting, as Hertz has a pretty decent shortfall, which is most of the reason why anyone looks for the long. So you want some of these bigger levels, 575 get taken out, maybe retrace that $6 level as well, but we're not really seeing any of that on Hertz, despite what could have been a good catalyst for it.
I wonder where that's too bad. It's too bad what's happening with the day. Again, down 1.37. I feel like some of these names are starting to come back just a little bit. We did just miss. I mean, we got stopped out of AMD. We had called that long there. We got stopped out at 159.50. The low of the day is 159.15. Now you're up $1 right into the area that we thought was going to come through for us. So that's a good sign. But the other thing is that we have this. $2 right now on Palantir, as we caught that bottom pretty good. It looks like we were trying to catch bottoms, and we actually are up on Palantir is fine. We're up on it, and here it goes now to the north side of PLTR, but hasn't been a huge long trade because it's very nerve-wracking. As we kept saying, you never know where the long is going to come through, and if you keep taking stabs at it, eventually, like this is what's happened to me before, get very, very stubborn with the trading, and it's like, nope, don't believe it, and then eventually, next thing you know, you're down $3,000 or something like that, and you're wondering, the meaning of life is, of course. But no, 319, 42, so 4,200. I mean, you're down. But there it is, right there.
Meaning of life.
No, I know. I'm just joking.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying random numbers here for me. But there it is, 331 down to 317. So it's a huge clock there on Tesla as well today. Like, wow, man, this is not. We talk about sometimes there's days where you want to open up your account and look into it.
Not today.
If you haven't looked at your portfolio since, like, let's just say Monday or Friday, then I don't think it's a good idea to do it today either. Just close your eyes and just buy the dip, right? No. Not financial advice on that one, but Palantir well extended to some of these plays. And if you think NVIDIA is going to be along at some point here into their earnings, you're getting a nice little retracement back in. You and I talked about this yesterday, or a couple days ago maybe, and it was that NVIDIA's already had a 60% move this year, and Palantir's already had a 70% move down this year. So to think that it could happen again is in the playbook, that is for sure. My wife wants to know what we want to have for dinner, so I'm going to try to figure that out. I'm going to pass the rock over to Neil.
And you've seen Trade the Pool before. Heck, we talk about them all the time. We had Money Mitch on yesterday, but there's something new for everybody and special just for active traders like yourselves. A free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside you'll see exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage risk, and what setups they rely on, so you can learn and grow from what actually works. So download it now by scanning the QR code on screen or hitting the link in the description. And if you're swinging short lately, well, you've been, I guess it's yesterday. For the last 2 days, you've been doing relatively well. On that note, I'm back finally into SoFi. I missed the first turn at VWAP here, obviously, as you can see. Lack of any purple there. It comes into the volume weighted average price. I try to get in. See, this time I don't wait for it to get to VWAP and try to get in early, and I still don't get filled in here. So I'm short again on SoFi. It's down 5 points. It was down significantly more, and I'm rolling my eyes because I should have sold more. I should have sold more shares yesterday. I was thinking about it and didn't pull the trigger. Sometimes you have a feeling, you should just trust the gut. I'm talking about my personal account, obviously. Let's go over to Sharif at the desk.
The things have slowed down a little bit, guys. I want to give you a bit more information on this Fed Cook issue. So Trump demanding that Fed Cook resign. Governor Lisa Cook resign, citing mortgage fraud allegations. So Bill Pult, he's the head of the FHFA. He asked the Department of Justice to investigate Cook. They're accusing her of falsifying mortgage documents and residence statuses to secure better loan terms. The Federal Reserve declined to comment on the allegations or Trump's remarks in general. The political backdrop here is important. So the move reflects Trump's broadening the attack on the Fed beyond just the chairman, Jerome Powell, also continuing investigations into other political opponents. Cook's positions, which is a Biden appointee, guys, she recently voted with the Fed's majority to keep rates unchanged, underscoring, the political stakes behind the accusation.
All right, thank you for that one.
The market's not going to like that either. It's just,
no, by the way, go ahead.
No, the market's not going to like that because it's furthering down the line of Fed independence, where you're essentially targeting politically. And look, maybe it's legitimate. Like I have no idea. Like, it's entirely possible that everything in terms of impropriety is true. It's just the market. It's how the market interprets it. It's not to get political. It's how the market interprets it, and the market's not going to like that. So a couple of things: did not get everything into SoFi because it's easier to get long in a down market than it is to get short. But Apple, I was first talking about Intel. We just lost that prior bar on Apple, so it got halfway to VWAP but could not continue. That's just how the short has been going. And I just heard news on Intel.
Yeah, a little bit of news on Intel right there. We get back into Palantir, baby, so let's go on this one right now. We do want to give a shout out, of course, to our good friend BP, who is watching right now live from the West Coast right here. And he doesn't mind the McCarthy deal, so we'll see.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, he's telling me I should just come after Lamar, of course, and, maybe, no.
We have a dude, okay, first of all, if you're watching, he's always putting stuff in the group chat like, so-and-so is available, Lamar's available. No, Lamar Jackson is not available.
Roma Doomsday? What about some
Everybody knows he's not available. You just like to put that in there to pretend like you're willing to trade the guy.
He tells you Hampton's available, all this kind of stuff.
That's fine. If you trade your firstborn, the guy's available, but that's of course true of any player, except for Josh Allen. I would never, No, I
I
would.
mean, everybody has their players. I mean, everybody saw me take Matthew Golden for no reason. So, okay.
a Packer.
Yeah, well, that's the reason. That's what I'm saying. That's no logical reason, just emotional reason. Emotional damage being done. Emotional damage right now. Okay, here comes some emotional damage. This is 70 cents in the money right now, so that one's for you. Right there, we'll pay our league dues right now with some Palantir trading as it goes to the upside right now, 145 and change hitting. It's the only position we do have on. We had this banger early, man. We were short AMD right here at 166.50. Are you kidding me? All the way down to 161. Our final boss cover at 160 right there for a nice move. And then we tried to get cute with it and go long, and then we got final bossed ourselves on that trade, but I still think AMD can hold it out right now. Here, you know, I know somewhere where our friend wants to go. He likes going into the club, so right there, this is your dollar club right there now on Palantir as it continues to get upside now. Let's see how far it can go. I mean, we want to make sure to capture profits when they're in there, and right now, the market definitely on a downspin. And, you know, I have his team up right here. Ricky Pearsall, I think, has a good opportunity this year, maybe wide receiver.
He doesn't have a choice not to.
Or San Francisco over there. Try to get Brock Purdy as well. Yeah, Intel looking for capital. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
No, you tell the story, but it's not. They're looking for capital infusions, aren't they?
Yeah, it's just they're in talks with large investors for discounted equity boosts. Right, so they're looking for investors at lower than where it is now. It caught a bit of there was a small volume spike on that news. Essentially, all it did is hold a higher low, but it was doing. I mean, it's kind of trying to break the trend anyways. And we had this one on a trend break before, but it doesn't look like the volume is really following through here. I thought this might get a jolt because it was already catching a bit of a low at the 23.5, but. If you get in, I want to make sure we got the story. If you get it on news and the volume doesn't go with you, then sometimes you just got to put a, like I said, a relatively tight stop on this underneath 50. I just thought this was going to get a little bit of a bump to Intel. Going back over to, the other thing is,
DMNR?
no, it's NVIDIA.
Oh, is it?
Like NVIDIA's caught a low, or bounce, I should say, off of the lows. The chip names have tried to recover. The market's at low of the day. This is off of the lows. So I still think we're in a moment where you're detached in NVIDIA from the rest of the market. At least that's what it seems like. Intel, yeah, this is not going to hold the bottom. They don't care. They don't seem to care about this news. I'm risking 10 pennies on it. It's going to break. That headline looks like it's going to be pretty bogus. Or just a nothing burger, I think, is more a bigger deal. Because I thought maybe you get a spike there on INTC. All right, we can look back over at crypto at least.
Yeah, 113, what?
Yeah, it's well, I was going to before the Intel story was ETH just
Really
broke out through VWAP. It's continuing to run. I did mention that DMNR got out when it couldn't break that low of the day. It's still holding under VWAP, so the second I see weakness, once I see any weakness in ETH, then I want to jump back into this short. Like this is where I want the short in BMNR because it doesn't care what Ethereum is doing. It's just dropping. So if we curl at the top here on Ethereum, I want to short BMNR because it's just been a better stock to be in the short. Well, at least so far. I mean, you can probably look at SBET as well if you're into that. That's a very similar Ethereum treasury play. The difference here, load, it's following ETH, and it's at the high.
Hey, what's up, Randy?
What up, Randy?
It's honest.
What do you? Why there's like another plank on top of that table? What's the deal there?
Spare.
Oh, we have spare? Okay.
You okay with that little toy there, Randy, or?
It's having trouble.
I'm trying to figure it out. It is, yeah, it's a bear day? Yeah, that's one way of putting it.
Hadn't noticed.
You may get that Bears. Yeah, this stock market feels like the Chicago Bears right now, to be honest with you. Well, I mean, come on, you know.
They're not good.
They're not. Well, back in the Ditka days, maybe we had a little bit of different situation than what we're talking about right now. But yeah, shout out to good old Mike Ditka. Right there, yeah. Okay, just real quick, move to the downside here for Rivian. I was going to talk about that with Randy, and then he's bouncing. But there it is, nice move to the downside right now for Rivian, for Tesla. All these names getting clocked just a little bit, it seems like, anyways, to the downside. So we're going to have to be careful with our expectations, I feel like, in this market right now. I'm not exactly sure where we're going to go, but it doesn't look like we're going into any safety land here. And I was actually going to look at the TQQQs and see if we can get maybe, or even just the NASDAQ, if we look at the NQs in general here, NQ, what is it? That's right here, U25. So we'll just get that up right now and have a broader look at the NASDAQ and see maybe how low can we go on this name. Oh man, yeah. So this is a daily chart, for the NQs, and we just became popular back. This is the forward contract, so HMUZ. So we're gonna have to switch over to Z in September. But yeah, these are some nice support spots. Right back into where we were in July would bring us down another. Let's call it just like another 50 points or so on the NASDAQ, so it's not the end of the world that we can get to that. Sorry, 150 points, right back into roughly 22.8 or so. We're at 23.8, so 150 or so, and then you'll get back into some of these levels, and that just gets us back to July. So what's been a real profitable summer comes back in 3 days. Like, that's unbelievable. We had a huge move down in the NASDAQ rate here as well. That was a 2-day bump, and then we came back and made new highs again, so does it feel different this time? I don't know. For me, not really. I'm pretty satisfied with the way the market's been trading here to the downside. It's been pretty, I guess, fluid downside plays there right now. I think you are shaking out weak hands, and at some point the market will be battling back. I just wait for that good news.
The VIX is only at 17.
The VIX is only at 17, so there you go. So the fear index is not running rampant. It's a lot of these big cap tech names, right? I mean, just like that, man. We were just celebrating $2 Club or a $1 Club.
It woke me up when it gets to in the 20s.
And then it took us out again. So there's the ES down only 1%, but it's the NASDAQ down 1.5%, and then the small side rate, small cap, rate cut sensitive area, IWM also down 1%. So yeah, man, some of these names just keep on getting hit here today, downside. But yeah, Palantir going lower now, 143 and change. Yikes on that one. Upstart was the one that got upgraded, and this thinks like this is a fall down name as well. Yeah, down 1%, or sorry, down now flat, but off about $3 from its high is Upstart. Yeah, Palantir is getting shanked right now. That's a good word, guys.
Shanked? Well, that is cold. But yeah, the VIX is only at 17. So it's, if it is bad, then it can get a little bit worse. Let's just be real for a second. If you look at the volatility index and kind of zoom it out further, does anything happen? What's happening here? No. I mean, we wake up when this starts breaking into the 20s, and then we start thinking about some real continuation. So it's just like the first innings of what could potentially be, a bigger move here. And again, like I said, when you zoom out further, it doesn't really look like as much. But I want to give a big shout out, and shout out to the woman boss here, because as everybody knows, empowered women can change the world, and you can help make it happen. The Woman Boss trains and mentors women and girls across Africa to lead, innovate, and thrive. And since 2018, they've reached over 10,000 women and girls, and your donation today can launch the next great entrepreneur. So, scan the QR code on screen now and join in building a brighter future. Shout out to the Woman Boss for sure. Someone just said, "Oh, there's your pelted intel." I'm like, "What? It's barely going." The news that they're looking for more equity. Is anybody surprised? Like they're trying to build out foundries in the next few years in the U.S. It's incredibly costly. They didn't get all of their funding. I mean, in fact, pretty much no firm got all of their funding from the CHIPS Act. So you had SoftBank take a 5% stake, which doesn't hurt them necessarily, but not a big deal. The U.S. government talking stake with some of that money, and now they're looking for other ways to be able to raise some capital here for Intel. Down 7%. This just gave up. It just gave up pretty much all of the bounce the last couple of sessions here. Only good thing is you haven't broken the absolute low of the day on Intel, which I am in, and it doesn't look like that news of the equity raise got you more than like a 7 or 8 cent bump. I don't think this is going to hold on. We got what we could. My stop is not going to move. I did jump into SoFi at the volume weighted average price. There was no particular news on SoFi today, but yesterday this was breaking out. Robinhood was breaking out. Positive news. It's like international transfers through your wallet, and also Robinhood was supposed to be getting, they are going to be getting into partnership with the NFL. And both those two fintech stocks, reversals, sometimes you just reject the high and you go lower. when you're getting a little bit frothy. SoFi did really well after earnings to actually catch a bid and trend higher. But the second it got to the earnings high, what did we do? We went to 25 and we dumped again. Now when I say we, I'm only saying that figuratively. SoFi in at VWAP will continue to look short on this as it starts to set up a trend here. The market's tracing back into those lows, and it's just been easier to be short this morning in a swath of names. Not a lot of relative strength out there. Like maybe you could talk about Lowe's
not at all.
on earnings, but even Lowe's has given back everything. Now up only 0.5%. Lowe's was, I think, the only strong earnings name, and it gives up the entirety of the move here in just an hour or so.
All right, here, maybe if we do this, we can get going again. So we're finally long right now, the NASDAQ. I just waited for it to fall into the low of the day right there. And it looks like it did do that pretty nicely there. We'll get some out as we approach O's again. But, I mean, just try to scalp, playing off some of those lows. Home Depot, Lowe's, all those kind of things. Lowe's was actually a pretty positive name before we went into this market, before the bell rang, I guess, up to 267, now back into 257 lows.
It was doing great.
Again, huge on the calendar today with their earnings report. Nicely taken up to the upside there. Forget about that wick up to 270, but that would have been a good trade. Anyways, Lowe's right now trying to hold above the 200 period and the 50 period. I'm not really a day trading stock for your boy over here, but we'll continue to watch it. I'm going to scalp out one more piece here at 87s. Why not do that on the NASDAQ? As we just took the long rate here, just off of the day's low. I don't think this is going to necessarily moon or anything like that. I have more out sitting right here at 85.20, actually even earlier than that, 85.10. So if we do get a bump up just before this sort of support area right into here, we're going to get out. That's 85.17. So 85.10 is coming into play very, very soon, hopefully for TQs. If not, we're out on a low break of 50, so that might be the play. Well worth it, man. We're already 20 cents in the money, or it was 15 cents. We just took 20 cents on this for 20 cent worth of risk. I think it's worth it here playing around with the bottom of the day. Like I said, if this market gets, I'm going to take some more out at 88 right here if I can get it. There it is. We get those 88s just like that. So now we're 1-to-1 on this trade and doing pretty good. Let me get out another piece. As we keep on failing up here, I'll take another 85 if we can get it, and then another 90, and then we can let the rest ride. I mean, the pressure on the downside is continuing right now. Sickness, really. I mean, stocks like Palantir down to 143. AMD, like that AMD short just have held that the whole day was the trade, but now down to 159 now for Advanced Micro Devices off of this 166.50. And we posted the short on here. Everything we have on here is short. We have the only long that we have on here is IBIT long at 64, and we actually had that trade right there. And it came out 5 cents later, or 6 cents later. It does make a move lower, so it's not like it was right, but there's the pop there in crypto. Hoping the rest of the market can try to follow this. It's nice to at least see Bitcoin up, but like I said, Bitcoin for me is not moving the needle. We're getting killed on all of these other names today, including these tech spaces, but what goes up must come down. We can't celebrate all of our long positions and not understand that we are vulnerable to downside plays. That's exactly how the market works.
Yeah, and if you look at, why do I have a 15-minute up? That's not what I want. Sorry. Someone in the chat just asked, thoughts long term, if you had to hold for 1 year, would you buy at these levels? This is a monthly chart of the Qs. If you think this is a temporary top, is this where you would buy the dip? I'm asking figuratively. For me, no. Right? And I think when I look at it, when I'm trying to analyze what's going on in a day like today, I try to keep a little bit of perspective, and that perspective is telling me on a monthly, this is nothing on the Qs so far. It is a bit of a topping tail, but if you lose 550, that's a bigger deal. And then even then, your prior high support is probably another $40 down here, 30 to 40, which is a 7 or 8% down. And the 200 period, sorry, the 50 period is down at 400 on a monthly chart. You know, when you throw up a weekly chart of the Qs, which is a little bit more, I think that's a little bit more important, it's about 513. It's less than 10% now because we're down, right? But it effectively was another 10% down to get to the 50 period moving average, which wasn't respected before, but that's the first place that I would auto buy. It's usually at that level, and it's just, no, not at these levels, because if you believe a top has come in, then we're nowhere near any significant prices on any kind of a higher time frame, and you try to keep that in mind when you're talking about the overall market. At least I try to keep that in mind when I'm talking about the overall market.
Yeah, same thing, and that's why I was saying, like, it's not really worth panicking as of yet, but everybody do do what's best for your accounts. I mean, obviously, if you're sitting here and you're needing some of this cash, then yeah, this might be a good time to potentially tap out and take some of those profits if you do have any. There's going to be bag holders, right? I mean, people that bought Ethereum last week, people that bought Bitcoin up at all-time highs, obviously would be bag holders. People that bought the NASDAQ at all-time highs. Just yesterday, we had the Dow Jones at all-time highs. Just yesterday, we had these diamonds at, okay, there he goes. The NASDAQ just broke lower, by the way, failing, well, there's a flat trade, but there goes the break again down to the low side as everything is just breaking lower. Like you can't even catch longs right now. We did a good job catching them. I mean, we were getting out. We told you this was going to be a 1-to-1 trade. But
you know what's wild here?
Yeah.
Newegg, this is the squeeze. Forget about GameStop. Forget about Carvana. It doesn't even matter. Market bleeds, Newegg goes up. Every other squeeze name or high-flying, ridiculous valuation name comes back down to earth. Newegg catches a bid. Why? Because it doesn't have to be rational. It just has to scare shorts.
Right.
That's maybe this is the only place or type. I'm not telling anybody to go long the stock.
I think you got.
Not telling anybody to go long the stock. But maybe this is the kind of place where you can look for longs. Like find a small cap or find a squeeze play. The only thing about this, why you might never see us traded on the show. Newegg, for all of this hoopla, 15%, I know a lot of people are looking at it, it's done 500,000 shares in volume. This is something a day trader can't really do much with. There's just not a lot of liquidity. So and again, like somebody hits the bid on this thing and it's just with any kind of size and it's like a dumpville on the stock. So it's not that tradable, but it is impressive. And again, the Minnesota trader Neg is the hottest online retailer for PC and gaming accessories. Might be true, but we've seen this story before. I call a squeeze.
We might have just got squirreled.
And that's pretty much, I just see it as a squeeze play. And I'll leave it at that. I'm only into SoFi off of VWAP. It's trying to hold here, but you're getting another lower high. It's not an obvious trend. Like it broke any kind of a real trend to the downside, and now we're just playing it off the volume-weighted average prices. Down 5 points. This just has everything to do with high valuation names getting beaten up a little bit. Crypto and fintech, which had been so hot, you're catching a little bit of catching some strays over here. And the other thing to consider is, what would you expect to be up on a day like today? Without looking. Hey, Procter's just fine.
Procter, yeah, right? All those names.
Of course, like Coke's going to be up.
Yep.
I mean, I'm assuming Coke's going to be up. Yeah, Coke's up nicely here, 1.5. Pepsi's probably up a point or so. So there are places where you're going to find strength when everyone's rotating out of tech and rotating out of these high valuation themed names, whether it's crypto, whether it's AI plays. You're going to see some of that money. It doesn't have to go somewhere, but it tends to find its way into things like Coke, Pepsi, probably Berkshire. I'm assuming would have a decent day on a day like today. Mostly an insurance company, of course. Although their recent buy isn't doing too well today, unfortunately.
What was the recent buy?
No, it was the UNH was tanking.
UNH. Yeah. They were tanking. They were not a great stock there. I mean, here, just to your point. Yesterday we were on the show with Brian Shannon, and yesterday this whole side was all red. So that's exactly what's happening today again. Lots of pain in this trade, and all over here. Consumer non-durables. Here's the sector that Neil was just talking about. Philip Morris as well. Altria, Pepsi, Mondelez, Hershey's, Kenvue, General Mills there. Who's buying cereal anymore? Somebody. Lulu keeps going down, so forget about that one. Smuckers down there as well. So some different Clorox coming through, TSN. So there are some pockets of strength. I mean, this is an up sector right now, consumer non-durables. You're going to look at utilities where they're, again, paying that dividend and a flight more to safety and not higher quality names, but just better value names here coming through again today. If you see any stocks on here that you like, Southern is there as well. So there's a few names on there. Pembina there, right here. PPL is also PPL Corporation there, not the pipeline. And then as we go, also you have utilities today. So that was utilities. I was looking for energy. There it is right here as we talk about pipelines. XOM up, Valero up, CVX.
Why is Oxy down though?
Most names up. Occidental. Where is Occidental?
What a dog.
Is it down? Where is it?
Yeah, it's slightly.
Right here, right here, yeah. So I was looking for red. So there's Occidental coming through. Again, the health technology space, just Eli Lilly down today. They've had a nice run off Novo Nordisk news, off failed Viking, although Viking, we already talked about that. That was its worst day I think ever I heard on the radio yesterday, 30-something%. We'll see if there's any carry forward here. Oh, there's Vertex Pharmaceuticals. Pfizer catching a bid today as well, Merck. So everything in this space, healthcare seems to be okay. So again, we talk about being diversified a little bit, and if you are, then today was probably not as bad for you, but many of us are loaded in the tech space, and today is horrible. So a couple bad days in a row, but hey, you can't, like I say, we keep saying this, but you can't take the good without the bad, and unfortunately when you're invested in a highly volatile, highly susceptible space like tech, you do have to play the good with the bad, and right now it's ugly.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit of that.
Down 2% on the NASDAQ, wow. We're long again, by the way. We're long the TQs. One of the things we're going to try is this long against that bottom. We really haven't learned our lesson yet, I guess, because we lost the last time we tried a long, but we were flat on the trade. We're just going to try it against the low of the day, which is 46. That's coming in right now. I just don't expect at 11 o'clock that we take out the lows, but looks like we're going to do that one more time right now, as here we go. Market coming into low of the days again right now. This is a crazy move that doesn't seem to be stopping.
No time soon does it seem like it's stopping. I want to get to a super chat.
Yeah.
First of all, I saw
chat help up
it was Gio in the chat saying, Sean, only Pan W's are paying higher. There's a bunch of, we listed a bunch of strong names, but in tech, Palo Alto up 1% for sure. And I just saw the super chat. I'll just go back into
we should
it
just
now.
short everything again.
Missed. Oh, it was just, you were explaining the cues already, so I guess thank you for the super chat, but I don't think we have to go over that again. And Willis Addison, shout out to you. So great day traders. You shorted puts, CoreWeave,
Nice.
earnings into the lockup, insider selling dump on mid-level, baby, rich. Humbled, grateful, risk to reward. I love all the hashtags. That's cool. Not everyone does that. And we got questions about Nike. We couldn't find anything that was going on in Nike for its. Yeah, we looked. Sharif was looking. I tried to find anything out there, and I was just unable to see anything particular with Nike. So there's Pan W, Nike. Maybe not. Okay, well, it's not strong anymore. So there you go. We couldn't find a reason why it was even bouncing off the open. And so when there isn't a reason, it just starts doing what everything else is doing, which is trickling back down into the lows. Nike might have found a top, temporary top here. Sometimes it should just, I'm not saying it's always obvious, but when you see a level like this at 78 on the daily chart, I don't really pay attention to Nike, don't own it, don't really trade it. But when you see something like that, your first thought should be, you fade it till it breaks out. Fade it when it's a 78, and when it breaks out over 80, then you have a little something going. But right now, Nike doing absolutely nothing, going sideways. Someone's saying Tesla turn. It's interesting the market's trying to go down.
Is there something turning here? I don't know.
Tesla's trying to turn. SoFi just bounced a little bit here going into VWAP. I might take another shot to reload this into the volume weighted average price, but it's not there just yet. And speaking of that turn in Tesla, as someone was just mentioning, that's a good bottoming tail candle. What I usually want to see volume on the bottoming tail candle, but that's a good one. I just don't love that it's not even the biggest volume candle in the last hour, let alone all day long. So I'm not completely convinced that that's any kind of a turn on Tesla. If I was, like the old trend break says I should be in right here at 316, but I'm not a huge fan of it on Tesla. I'd rather try to find something else in here that I like to the long side. But this is a pretty solid trend break. Like usually it's long 316. Oh goodness, here with a 40-cent stop, that's not a lot of risk on Tesla. Yeah, it's like the prior bar is 315.90, so you could risk 50 pennies, I suppose, but I'm not loving Tesla to the long side today. Good luck.
This is a tricky trade here today for sure, man. I mean, I don't, losing money trying to catch some of the longs right here is not something that we really like to do or want to continue to do. So we'll give it one more shot here. We keep getting stopped out though on these trades. They haven't been great, but we'll try to battle with this TQQ. I was actually waiting for a volume spike to come through. We just haven't got anything as far as that is concerned yet, like a volume, like a flush down on the TQQs. Like I'd want to see like an exhaustion sort of a candle there. I thought there was one here, which is why we went long and started to go, but then we made new lows and got stopped out of that trade again. So yeah, let's just be here for it if it does go, but right now it doesn't. I'm waiting for these big flush candles here or some kind of capitulation candle to happen as far as volume is concerned, because the price capitulation I feel like is already happening right now. So we got to wait for someone to come in and say, I want to buy this name, and they're just not doing that. Palantir was Can you believe Palantir was up to 155 or something today? Down right now to 143 and change. Now, wow, what a club again for Palantir, getting clubbed. We already had dollar club winners on this trade, but it just keeps on going lower. Like as Neil said, like we're trying to find where will there be a bottom? Is there something here? Is the chip names the one that's going to have to lead us higher right now? If so, AMD is trying it here. NVIDIA with earnings 5 trading days. So next Wednesday, will they come in and try to buy this name back to the upside? I sure as heck hope so, because that'll be the key to the market if that does happen. We're going to get some more out here. Hopefully we can.
The keys to the VIP?
Yeah, we like that. Well, yeah, Sharif has those keys, so we'll have to. That was a great show. The keys to the keys to the VIP. That doesn't matter. It's a show.
No, but remember we met the guy.
The guy that was producing it or something.
Yeah, the producer. This was years ago on our old floor.
You wanted Neil to come to the
old location. Really, really cool dude. I'm trying to remember his name.
I'll never remember.
It was
his
so
name.
long ago,
so
but
random.
he came and he was interested in. He actually wanted a trading program, which obviously we're doing right now.
Yeah.
But he thought it would be good TV. He wanted like a trading competition show.
The futures don't go.
Which was pretty interesting. Good dude.
Damn it, we were just there.
I'm trying to remember.
How the hell are you going to
name.
remember that guy's name?
No, I'm talking about 2000 and. It was probably like 15 or something like that. It was just a ridiculously long
Random
time ago.
dude's name.
But he was a good dude. It was an interesting concept, which we believe we're kind of doing right now. And just when I thought,
darn it, futures.
every time, first of all, let me get my reload on SoFi first before mentioning the trend break on NVIDIA. Double bottom, I like the double bottom pattern. And then there's your break of the trend line, and there's your prior bar low at 169, which, I don't know, the way this day is going, all you had to do was only be in your initial shorts. That's how I feel. Like Tesla.
Yeah, there's nothing else. If I was in the AMD still, it'd be
initial short.
Huge.
Twice the move. SoFi, I mean, look, I can't be in the initial SoFi short. That's actually making higher lows. I don't think, this is not a reload a third time through. I don't think, because this is now making higher lows. I'm going to get away from this one if it breaks out. This will be the last trade on SoFi, unless it absolutely craters here, because I don't want to give it back. SoFi and Tesla kind of carried it, and at the end of the day, if something is breaking out VWAP and the market's at the lows, then I can get away from that stock. So NVIDIA, I like the double bottom. It's a trend break trade. Let's see if we can get to the volume weighted average price, but it's going to need the market to do something it hasn't been doing all day long.
Right, go up.
Which is go up. Like there's been some bounce plays, but they've resulted for the most part in almost everywhere lower highs, which is driving the stock to the downside. Mark Parisi, only 1 minute to go. When did it become 11 o'clock?
I know, that went really quick, huh?
Coinbase, you're asking about Coinbase. This looks very similar to what I was just showing on SoFi, where the bounce is better than what's happening in the market. Like look at it, the market's at the low, and at least Coinbase, SoFi, they're all back at VWAP. So I'm in SoFi, but my first thought is I don't like it as much as I liked the short earlier. I don't know if I'd be leveraging into this when all of a sudden it doesn't look as weak compared to the market as before. I know what we forgot to do.
Yeah, this is hit or miss, and I don't want to put another black eye on what's for lunch, but we're going to do it right now anyways. It might not be a favored
It's going to be fish.
Of us. Yeah, it's blackened tilapia. Oh man!
I feel like I've been getting that once a week.
Funny story about blackened stuff.
Yeah, I don't know.
My daughter the other day was with her team, and I unfortunately wasn't there. I was at the draft actually. That's where they were doing dinner. Remember, I was like, I got to go, but then I stayed. Anyways, my daughter was getting a Caesar salad. She likes Caesar salad, and one of the options she could have got on it was blackened shrimp. Or blackened chicken. It was one of those things that you could add it to it. Anyways, she said. What was it? Black-ended or something like that. Black-ended shrimp or something like that. And apparently it was pretty funny. She had never seen that before. She thought it was like the tails of it would have been black or charred or something like that. So that was pretty cute. So that's like
was it at least good? Did she enjoy it?
Yeah, she enjoys all the foods, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, thanks for asking.
It's just fuel when you're an athlete.
Yeah, anyway, so that was just funny. Blackened tilapia couscous. Okay, I mean, I'm down with couscous. I like some couscous.
That's better on the side than the heavy pasta in our.
Yes. Oh, speaking about pasta, I told the wife, because we had bolognese there yesterday. She makes a much better one than what we had. Spaghetti squash bolognese is what's going down at the Katina household today. Love that spaghetti squash, man. Peel that stuff, throw that in the oven, get that all nice but much more costly. I should tell her what the market's doing.
It tastes better.
Maybe we need to regroup here and get some, maybe we have to get some pizza tonight, you know what I'm saying, right here. But here goes the market. Yes, sir. It's a ching cash register right now. We make back a lot right now for this trade here on the futures. So we picked the bottom. Honestly, man, I only have 15% left of what we had because we're scalping out of longs, man, when we got them. So yeah, we put that right back in our pocket. We weren't close to going red or anything on the day. We do have that huge trade there on Advanced Micro Devices, but to Neil's point, to stay short today was the right play. And you know, when there is blood in the street, sometimes you know the best thing to do is mop it up and then wait before you get wait for the streets to be cleaned a little bit before you get back in. Like, instead of trying to catch this move all the way down, probably better to have done, I feel like what we did, get aggressive when it's necessary and make sure you do have stop outs. No raw dogging those longs today, or else you would have got
you don't want
crushed on that. So, all right, Neil, let's wrap
that blood
this thing
seems
up.
like it just would be a very difficult job.
I don't know why we went so dark there. But
yeah, it was a little bit. But if you call the right fixer, then I think you can be okay. But just make sure you got a good one.
We'll go get a haircut.
Shout out to Harvey Keitel. Let's go. It's 11 o'clock.
Right.
Past 11 o'clock. They owe us a couple of
Decent
minutes.
show.
That's okay, because the Bash Brothers are going to go for an extra 5, and we'll be back at about 2:05.
Yeah, go for extra 10.
Maybe an extra 10.
All right, see you guys.
Go get them, boys.
Dun, 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 dun. Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That right there is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And it's an interesting day in the market right now, Joey. But let's shout everybody out before we get right down to business. We got all class Adam DeLuce and the OG Darwin. Shout out to the two there. We got, who else, man? We got Custom All-Time High. Shout out to the other OG, Other Zinc. We got A-Holt, Notorious Dingleberg, BD Gaming, and we got A-Trek 2K, KC. Shout out to KC 526. KC, what's up with that 526 number? Because my favorite 3 numbers is 525, so I want to know what's going on there. My birthday, right? What else? We got Super, no, yes, Custom, ATH again, Johnny Troll, MF, Dangerous, he's so dangerous, Duke, 684, J Haas, TX, Kurt D, 1485. Who else we got, man? Mike P. D. Ryder. We're all yelling at the same time your name, Mike, there, so you're getting love on the floor over here. We got Yak 6203 and Jaguar Nut. All right, Joey, I'm just going to get everybody apprised of what I'm doing over here. We're doing it freaking live right now on THAR. This is breaking out. We just got into the high of the day, 255, excuse me. Where are we long, Joey? We're long 222s. Here comes 50s. You better believe we're going to wet the beak at the 50 penny area. Let's set up some beak wetters, though, for a little bit higher. We're going to wait at 54s, front running that size at 55s. We're going to look at THAR a little bit more in a second, but I also want to apprise you of this other trade that we've got on Upload. UPLD up 27%. There is the first beak wetter. There is the second beak wetter. Now we're waiting a little bit higher. We got 24s on there. Let's see if this one runs. Look, the market today is red, but as we've said many, many times, these small cap gappers, they march to their own dang beat. They got their own drum beat there in their mind or wherever the delusions that they're listening to. But the fact of the matter is, Joey, they're moving. So whatever.
Delusions of Granger.
Yeah. Bruh.
Anyways, what's going on, everybody? I had an espresso martini right now, so hopefully that starts to kick in. Or no, an espresso martini, an espresso. So I had to.
No wonder you're talking smack.
I had way too many of those over the weekend, so I'm like, yeah, espresso. But no, we had a little espresso right here. Not the martini part, obviously, guys. But at the end of the day, let's see what we got going on here.
You see that, Katina, man? He's getting lit up over here on the show, man. I love it.
Yeah, that's crazy. I need about 5 or 6 of those, if anything, to get rolling. But let's go with my guy. Let's go with Ethereum climbing back up here. 3214 is ETHA. Did I take the trade? Absolutely not. Why? Because I don't know. I can't even think straight at the end of the day. Still tired.
A couple of martinis will do that to you a little bit, Joey.
We'll get back on track there. But no, in all seriousness, guys, It's been a tough session so far, so you can see that TSLA is still negative 7.5%, so that's going to put Tesla around 3.5% there, 3.25%. So we're going to see if we can catch a bottom off this. Not the best trade. We also did take a couple stabs on the TQs off the lows. This one worked out, but these two did not. So it is what it is, right? So we won't complain too much about that. But here we go. We're starting to curl over on Tesla. We have to make this trade as big as possible. So unfortunately, it's not unfortunately, but we have to add into it, especially when it's working. I'm going to start relatively small because I don't want to go too heavy just yet. We'll continuously let it work, and then add and try to aim for that volume weighted average price as our primary target. But there it is. Dara brought to us, who mentioned it yesterday, that yeah, we might see around 4,100 to 4,200 in Ethereum, and then things can turn around. Dan Ives said, yeah, Dan Ives mentioned that maybe, and then here we go. Like a beautiful turnaround and a nice VPA. Yeah, that's what I figured Tom Lee said that. Yeah, so he said that. So here it is, right? So we're bouncing off of these levels, nice stopping volume, and now we're trading at 32.23. So that would put Ethereum roughly around 4,300 maybe. Let's take a look and double check our numbers here.
Check it out, Joey.
YouTube. And crypto, what are we at? Okay, so 42.64 and continuing to climb. Market starting to curl over. Tesla starting to work out. Oh, man. All right, I'm not even going to read it. I'll let Sharif read it there. But yeah, some nice looks in ETHA, and then Tesla really starting to cook up for us here. So we'll continuously add off of these lows. This is why you just got to get out. Boom, be patient. Like I didn't take any single trade throughout this whole downtrend. Let the market do its initial selling, and then wait for that cover rally to kind of step in. And it may take a couple attempts, like it did here. But sure enough, we're starting to cook up. TSLA working in our favor right now, guys.
Can I read this?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, it's okay.
There we go. His words can't hurt me.
Well, yeah, and now we're quite rich because of that, $10 super he just dropped there in the chat. Big smile, Burdette. Lotto Joey Smalls, he missed the print obviously. Little Joey Smalls in his short shorts, sipping espresso martinis. Not surprised. I guess the bar
was
all out of Cosmopolitans. Oh boy, Joey, that's a whole lot there, all packed in there. The shorts, the Cosmos, the
I don't even know what a Cosmo consists of.
I don't even know either, bro.
Yeah.
Katina, man, is it vodka or rum on that bad boy? I have no idea.
I think it's vodka.
Yeah.
Well, remember the little pink drink I had when we were out for dinner?
Thank you for reminding me about that, Joey. Options.
Yeah.
We got video evidence of this whole thing. Let's go back over here. There we go. Your boy Joey Options was doing it freaking live. There he is. There's Adair in the background. He's got his little drink there. Now, that little cup, what was that? That was vodka?
No, Bellini.
Bellini.
What's the favorite? What's some of the girls' favorite wine there? What do they call that stuff?
I don't know. Rosé.
No.
I don't know. Man.
Oh man, you're not helping out.
And then hold on, that's the beer. So he was doing it live.
We were doing it
First
live.
He started out with the Bellini there, but that wasn't enough, Katina, man. We saw what happened after that.
We had to go with
there was
beer.
a big beer coming in, and you want to know why? Because your boy Joey Options was in vacation mode.
Yeah. So
all right.
We have a lot of fun when we're in vacation mode. That's for sure. We have the ability to turn it off and turn it on like that. So like the start of a car. But here it is. Tesla starting to work out for us, guys. I'm going to start to trim a little bit here. Actually, no, not quite yet. I'm going to hold it to VWAP to see if we can get to that level. That's going to be diamond hands for us right now, Sharif.
I love it.
Prosecco is what it was.
That's what it's called?
Yeah,
Prosecco.
was
Gotcha.
in it.
I gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay. All right, guys, we're doing it freaking live. That's the chart right now on THAR. All right, we got top wick on this bad boy. We literally have the high of the day, $2.60 on the dot. Let's see if this one's going. It's still holding well above the 10 EMA, obviously above VWAP, above technical levels. Each candle has a higher low and a higher high. It's got all the right ingredients. The problem with THAR is it has a very, very stubborn short seller or profit taker at at the $0.50. Every time we get in and around that $0.50, there's all sorts of chaos that's ensuing, and we're right back at that level right now, and the seller is right back there. Look at all that chop and churn going at that 50 penny area with rarely any size being taken off the posted gateways there and dropping into the mid-40s we go. So that seller, that stubborn little bugger, he's still there, so be careful for that $0.50 on THAR. But we're in another position right now, UPLD. I've got, what do I got on? 22s here, we're showing 35s. This one also has a very stubborn seller at a different area though. Let's talk about this one, we'll show the black charts. Have a look. Geez, embarrassing. UPLD, have a look how many times we've gotten into 35 and 36 and rejected. That's the bad news, right? Because we can't seem to shake that seller. What's the good news? The good news is we're doing what I perceive to be a possible flat top breakout, where you got higher lows, you got this kind of ascending wedge pattern looking to take out that top. So that's what I'm basing my trade on right now. I still actually have one order, a dip trade that went unfilled. It was waiting at 16s. The reason I had it at 16s was I perceived this to be the top end of the initial bull flag, 315 area. So I was front running it by a penny or two. Alas, it did not fill. So what we'll see is if we can get these resting orders here above the high of the day printed. The first one is sitting at 37s, which is exactly the high of the day. We can't seem to shake that level, at least for now. So that's what I'm going to be packing my patience and looking towards. But there's more, Joey. So I just want to cover these before we get onto your trades. C-Poop is back. No, CPOP, C-Pop, but I'm going to call it C-Poop. This one hasn't been good to me in the recent past. It was good to me back in the day, but you know, the last few times we've traded this hot garbage, it has put us red. So I want to be very careful with how I know SSC, no, it's a sad story, but sadly it is the truth. So anyway, there's a seller of note at $1.12 over here that we can't shake. That's a triple top. That's not a mistake on your chart, but look at what is kind of setting up this triple top. Higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, all for that 112 breakout, Katina, man. No, there's no other higher lows, brother. No, seriously though. So C-Poop or C-Pop over here looking to take out the top. Last but not least, Joey options. Yep. We're also looking, oh baby, we took out all my orders. I have to interrupt because UPLD just absolutely rocketed through that flat top break we were talking about. So we got no resting orders left over here, so let's go ahead and set up a front runner at the $0.50. Let me get back though to PLTZ. Sorry to kind of digress. This one was running yesterday. You can see that yesterday's price action right at 9:30. This one got going, and today much of the same. In fact, more volume today, Joey options, than we had yesterday. We were doing about $1.25 million per 5-minute candle at the opening range. Today we're doing $2.25 million volume per 5-minute candle in the opening range. So what am I looking at here? I'm looking at see what it does at the 20, and if it loses the 20, Joey options, we're looking for 11.10 volume weighted average price.
Beautiful, love it. All right, speaking of options, let's get into this right here, and this is what I was talking about to Sharif this morning. So we're going to do some simple math. We have a good friend of ours. He did something. He purchased something. We're going to talk about a little bit of UNH. Okay, so essentially what happened here is, so if you're going to buy 500 shares of UNH at $250, right? 500 shares. Oh my days, 500 shares.
Want me to take over?
No, we're good. I'm doing the math here. At $250, right? It's going to cost $125,000. Okay, so if you're buying 5 contracts at the value of $4,000, it's going to cost you $20,000. Okay, so when you're $50 in the money on 500 shares, that's $25,000. So what I'm getting at here is that your options return is over 105%, opposed to if you were just buying those shares outright, that's around 20% return. And that's the beauty of leveraging your system. What happened?
She's such a disaster, bro.
What'd she do?
The fact she thinks she's safe.
What did she do?
Over there because she's far.
What'd she do?
Right, because over here, you know, she was exposed to things we could throw at her.
Yeah.
Now she's got some distance. All of a sudden, she's growing. You know.
She's tough.
Confidence.
She's tough now over there.
Yeah. Did you see her new haircut?
No. Yeah.
Did you comment about her new haircut?
Yeah, look great.
You see her new bangs? Show them the new bangs, Ram Ram.
We seen the bang.
Where are the bangs, girl? And why are you showing up on my For You page? And smile in your pictures, for crying out loud. Why don't you smile? Man, she's showing up on my For You page. Every freaking picture she's frowning in, man.
Yeah.
Like, what's going on over here, Joey? Sorry.
No, but what I'm saying is, guys, you got to understand is when you have that return you've spent and then you've doubled your money essentially. So the position value is $45,000 is essentially what I'm getting at, right? So that's what it equals to. And then that's when you get those massive returns in the options contracts opposed to spending $125K and only receiving $25K in profits. Right? That only equals about 20% or so. So that's the beauty of leveraging your system via options, all right? So there it is. We're starting to cook up here in Tesla. Should we have more? Obviously, but it doesn't work. The thing is, though, Shroof, whatever she said, she only said it to you. She didn't say it in my ear. So
No, she wrote it. She wrote it in the chat there, Joey.
What she said?
Look what she wrote. Math, hashtag.
Mathing.
Yeah.
Was it not mathing?
Well, who knows what she was applying there, Joey.
All right. Well, anyways, all right. We'll skip that here. But that's essentially what I'm getting at is the beauty of the returns when you're leveraging your system in trading. All right, guys. So just keep that in mind, and that's on top of what you paid for that premium. Okay. So that's how it works out. We took a little bit off Tesla right here. Not much. We want to try to hold on to the majority of this position. It's not going to wipe out my losses on the TQs. It just took too long for it to get rolling and head back towards the volume weighted average price, but we'll just slowly chip away. I was thinking about going a little bit less shares in size today, but why not, right? You only live once, so you may as well try and see what we can get cooking up. But the crypto space is super, super strong right now. Why am I not? Tell us you are long ETH. In my long term, I am. In my swing account, I am, but not currently during this intraday process. Say mass. Yeah, they say mass.
Oh, no. Fabian was asking me in my ear. He's like, is it math or maths? And if you're from England or anywhere in the United Kingdom, it's maths.
Quick maths.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know that one guy, right?
Yeah, which guy?
The one guy who who blew that song up. He was like, yeah, quick maths. And he was just like rapping in the booth. You never heard that?
I've never heard that. I'm 100.
Anyways, you're all blowing that stuff. So, but yeah, at the end of the day, that's essentially what I'm getting at is just the return. The rate of the return is significantly more when you have the ability to leverage your system. It's not as simplistic as it may sound, but that's what I was just getting at. So congratulations to that one individual on what they did. There goes the Qs curling back over to the volume weighted average price. Ethereum still ripping, IBIT still ripping. It's a good time in the crypto space considering Bitcoin did trade down to almost 112,000.
That's ugly.
Yeah.
You know what Mary S. Lyman told me to do, bro? She told me, she's like, look, man, every time you call it C-poop, maybe that's why it's crapping all over you every time you try to trade this. So how about you try calling it by its real name and maybe it'll show you some love. I'm paraphrasing, obviously, Mary. But yeah, you are not wrong, Mary, because C-pop is trending quite nicely here. So it's really the THAR and CPOP show in small cap gapper world. Oh, I gotta digress for a second. That is a real print. It did just spike up to 88s, and that is now the high of the day on THAR, right into 288, but as quickly as it got there, as quickly as it sold off, right back down into that $0.00 or even a little bit south of that. So we're gonna keep an eye out on THAR. This is the #1 gapper in the market.
Are you kidding me?
In the moment, what? What happened?
I got all out, man.
Well, right. Is this appropriate?
I don't. Yeah.
You made me feel like that many times.
Man. We call it Dreekus now, isn't it? Dreekus Duplessis.
I don't know what that is, but you clearly don't seem to think that that's a good thing. So I'll just take your word for that, Joey. But
well, you can't. Listen, you can't go into a main event when people are expecting you, hey, this is going to be one of the best fighters, toughest challenges, and then get dominated for 25 minutes.
Are we talking about that on Saturday?
Yeah. In the main event.
People were booing though, bro.
Yeah, because it was literally just a wrestling match, and the one guy was on the bottom half the whole time.
What's that guy's name? That from Dagestan? Is he from Dagestan?
No, he's from Chechnya.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was just equally as hard. Yeah.
Are they close? I feel like they're close.
Well, somewhere. I mean, Russia's a pretty. From a geographical standpoint, I don't really know, but yeah, Hamzat Chimaev, he is the werewolf of all werewolves. That's for sure, brother.
Yeah, well, that's kind of that's a name you definitely want to look out for. Man. No, but seriously, Joey, THAR is this it? Is this the one? at least for the moment, man, it is still putting in higher freaking lows on every successive candle. I mean, sure, it's an ugly topping till the 288. If you punched in there, you're probably sweating a little bit right now because we're at 70. But, you know, I got to tell you, trend is still intact on this. Keep your eye out on it. This could, you know, definitely hit maybe that 200% area. And here we go. We're breaking out into the $0.75 area again, 134%. There's 77. So we've worked our way back into the 80s right as quickly as we drop. Now we're back, and here comes high day again. We just got into 86s. So keep your eye out now for the high day break, which is 88 to the penny. THAR now up 145% and looking to do even more. But Mary, this is why I call it that. Look at it. It already lost it. It breaks $1 by 20 cents. Are you serious, bro? CPOP got to $1.19. You know, in normal circumstances, that would be a sufficient move away from the dollar area to say, look, you know, I think I've defended that dollar. No, man, this thing dropped more, 20 pennies on a dollar name in seconds. That is ugly and tough to trade and quite frustrating if you're a trend trader. So I'm going to have to stay away from this. I'm not telling you guys what to do, but this one probably not for me, especially while THAR is around, because there's a new high of day, and there could be one momentarily, and another one, 92, Joey. This one's on the rampage to the high side. We're gonna hit likely 200%, maybe, if we can clear that $3 area and squeeze into 3.5, 4, who knows. We're about 14 pennies away now from that $3 area, so THAR, we're gonna have to set up on this one. Not gonna punch in at highs, you better believe it. But yeah, we're going to definitely be keeping an eye there. Anything to do here with UPLD? We're still waiting above the, a little bit below, excuse me, the $0.50, but above the high of the day. High of the day is 45. We already wet the beak at 45, so now we're waiting at 48. Joey. Tisha.
Yeah.
THAR, next level 308. Say less, Tisha. We got to clear that $3 area. I'm going to submit to you, Tisha, that we're going to have to clear that whole dollar area, which a lot of people use as, you know, a profit-taking area. That's why it's psychological resistance. Also, the shorts, you know, they're going to be looking there as well. So let's see what the chart gives us, Tisha. But THAR is all the smoke right now.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. So yeah, there it is. By accidentally, it just went all out there. I didn't mean to. I meant to take 10% off. So I just kind of fat-fingered that position. So, but there it is. Tesla probably heading towards the volume weighted average price, and it is what it is, so we won't complain about that. But there we go, Ethereum moving really nice here, guys. Excuse me, nice bottoming signal right there, and then sure enough, we got a key level. Let's zoom out and see what I've got marked out for us to see if that's going to come into play. So there it is, a nice resistance zone. I thought this indecision print was going to do as well, and then maybe we get a little bit of a bounce, but that doesn't seem to be the case. But we're only $4 off of those previous all-time highs, so that's going to be around $500 to $600 on Ethereum. Nice indecision print at the high that I was referring to not too long ago as well. So yeah, now it's just, where's the next trade? Do we get involved? Are we going to be looking for indecision prints at the volume weighted average price and then fade back down towards the lows? I don't know if we're necessarily going to, but I like the rebound that we're experiencing right now in the overall market. So it's just be patient, wait for those VWAP retests, and then maybe you can get a continuation of the trend and head back to opening price. And I think that's going to be the game plan for me, and I'm just speaking out loud, right? So keep that in mind. Other than that, what I was also looking at here, where is it? I love how this works. Okay, anyways, I'll bring that up here momentarily. So Tesla back at VWAP. The TQ's a big time recovery, and this is where we took some losses. Added into this, we had an indecision print at the low, and the volume was supporting it, but it decided that it wanted to take an additional leg lower. So there we go. We stop at the break. Momentum started to pick up, and I'm like, all right, I got to get out of this trade. This one I go heavier. We take some off, and then we get stopped out break even. And then I'm like, all right, we're going to slowly curl over here. And the thing is, when you go one risk unit, now you're tight, your stop is significantly tighter, and it doesn't allow you to hold things very much longer than what you need to do, right? So I got stopped out of that, and then I was just like the whole speech that I was giving everybody, time to switch the playbook up and just kind of modify it. So I just listened to those rules. I'm like, all right, let me avoid the TQs, considering if some of the big tech names are really, really weak, I don't want to be trying to trade the overall market to the top side if the likes of NVIDIA, Microsoft, Apple, etc. are continuing to move lower. So I just abandoned that, and I'm like, let me get involved in a single stock. And then that was Tesla. Started to form those indecision prints at the lows. Didn't work out on the first try. Rebounded. I'm like, all right, there we go. Just one last liquidity grab before we climb back towards VWAP. And then sure enough, here it is. We enter. there, and then we add another about 60%. Should have doubled it up, shoulda, coulda, woulda, but it is what it is. And then sure enough, a nice climb, and that was the accidental all out right there. But Ethereum, at a low of around $31, Sharif, now trading at $32.59, and it doesn't look like it wants to slow down. So shout out to Tom Lee saying midweek, we're going to get that turnaround, and then maybe we even push. I only sold 50 shares of my ETHA position, and this morning I said to Sharif, I should have sold more, but never mind that. He said diamond hand that Deontay Wilder and continued to hold. So I'm like, all right, yeah, just stop micromanaging it, and then just let it ride. If it's going to work, it's going to work. If not, we won't take a loss on it whatsoever. I was going to allow my unrealized to get to a specific level, and then I was just going to close the position, and then the probability of me getting a better price is there, considering if it were to continue selling. That's all I got.
All right, man, I like it. Travman wanted me to look at CUPR, so we're going to start with the daily on this. So what is this? This was hovering at $5. It started trending up a little bit, all the way up into 10. Corpina Holdings came in. What does this company do? Biomedical and biotech company engaged in commercialization and development of chronic wounds, as well as operating in the health and beauty sector. Okay, cool. It clearly had some outlying event back on the 14th, sold off on the 15th. Today is the 20th of August. Let's look at the intraday trade. So he says it's low volume. Let me just read what he said. Give me your thoughts on it. Looks like bottom, low volume. Yeah, the thing is, it's still putting in lower lows and lower highs. Maybe not exactly lower lows on every successive trough, because you still haven't lost the 82 penny low of day, but you're at 82 and 3/4 penny right now. So, and you're also straddling the 10 moving average, which is the green line there on your screen, from the south side as opposed to the north side. So you're right, and to say that the volume is low, it's done 1 million shares, but it's also an 80 penny-ish name. Look, can you explain to me what happened here? Like, what is this? This looks like an earnings release at 4:30. I can go back on the news and look, but this thing exploded from $10 to $37 and then stair-step down. This is the 5-minute chart in a Christmas tree retracement, which is an upside-down V. Up and then quickly is down. Then the next day, it gaps substantially from 8 1/3 in the pre-market or at around 10 o'clock, and then it looks like it halted or something, and now it's 80 pennies. So I'm gonna need a little bit more information, and my news blotter doesn't go that far. Yeah, Neil, it's quite bamboozling, this one. So let me know, Travman, just tag me, brother, so that I can see your comment. Otherwise, it'll get mixed in with everybody else's. So let me know what happened with that, because that looks interesting, to say the least. But if you're looking just from the intraday, it doesn't look like a good long Trav. In fact, we just breached the low of the day. We got to 80 1/3 pennies right now. So definitely not a long. I don't know if you're looking short. He says the company came out and said they have no idea of recent stock volatility. Okay, yeah, that's the thing. Okay, so that's probably it then. Yeah, that's one of those tough ones where you're halted pending news, and then the exchange demands from the company a reason why it's moving. The company responds, tell them, we don't know. And then the market says, okay, so nothing's afoot, sell. And, it may not happen exactly like that, but that's typically the course of action. So doesn't look good, Travis, from there, brother. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. I hate to report to you like that, but the daily trend was a little sus. It was putting in those higher lows incrementally with no news, and then you get that aftermarket move when there's no volatility halt parameter to stop it, right? Because it's at 4:30, and then it retraces all the way back down. It stinks, Travis. It stinks. Without me knowing more, it really does not smell good. And I threw on some cologne today, so everything's good.
What kind?
What did I do? What did I put today? My sister sends me cologne for every birthday, so I've got a ton.
Yeah?
She threw on some Chanel, a little Chanel.
All right, I see you.
Yeah. I got so many, Joey, and I never buy any of them. They're all gifts, right?
Lucky man, they're expensive. Stuff's expensive.
Well, I wouldn't mind a little diversity in the gift giving, especially from the old big sis.
Yeah.
You want to throw in Little cars.
Whoa, hey.
Now that I'm carless, bro.
Maybe
Send me. Yeah.
you can
No.
return those.
I'm a scrub now. I'm in the passenger seat of my best friend's ride.
That's
Right? Like,
great.
hey.
Ooh, that's crazy. And the oops.
I'm okay with that though. It's by
all right.
design. It's by design. Yeah.
That's the beauty of living kind of in the core as well too, Sharif.
Yeah, exactly.
You get everything that you need.
Everything local.
You just walk to the grocery store and stuff. Is it far from you?
Subway too, bro.
Yeah.
Like Loblaws down the
Loblaw.
street.
Loblaw.
They're shutting down the Whole Foods by my place. Apparently,
yeah?
2 Whole Foods are getting shut down in the city.
Oh, wow.
And they're saying it's nothing to do with tariffs, which is like, it's nothing to do with tariffs.
Right.
There's no buy Canadian push at all on this side of the border.
Yeah.
Come on, now let's not.
None of that noise here.
Illusions.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Illusions of green.
Get a huffy? Sharif, what does a huffy mean? Am I even supposed to say that word out loud?
I don't know. Who knows?
What's a
man?
huffy,
I don't
Joey?
even know, man. These kids got some wild.
No, Mr.
terminology
Easy
these
Street's
days.
wilding in the chat.
Yeah. But let's take a look at the top performing sectors, guys. Top 3 today, we have the energy sector up about 0.75%.
Okay.
Then we have the real estate sector up 0.5%, and then the financials also rolling today at 0.5%. The bottom 3 comms in that third last place, guys, down about 0.7, and the consumer discretionary down 1%, and then the technology sector is down 1.25% right there. So shout out to technology and company starting to pull back here. I like this recovery that we're experiencing in Ethereum. Let's pull up the actual underlying here. I'm going to talk crypto throughout the day because this is what we're sitting in. So that's a nice bounce off of these levels. You see we had that marked out, and then now we're starting to get somewhat of a rebound. So if we can get about halfway to about that $4,400 level, then I like our chances of a complete recovery and then a possible retest of this all-time high or this previous high right there. So you got to be patient on this. If it breaks this low, then I will most definitely be getting out of the position and then just waiting. And then I'm going to manage slightly different. Instead of going flat out shares, we're going to do obviously our hybrid system of a contract mix and a share mix on that one. So let's see, do I like TQQs here? North of VWAP, I don't mind it, to be honest with you, but one thing to note is I would wait for the retest. Hopefully you get that, you may not, but a retest of VWAP, I like your chances a little bit more, especially if the volume starts to cool down. That's going to be really, really important. So you can see the strength displayed within these red candles. That's good. Now things are starting to slightly cool down. I mean, sellers are stepping in, but buyers have the ability to push it back up. So that means, hey, people are engaged. They want to push the price higher. But I would personally wait for this retest, and it could take a couple of minutes. But let's zoom out and take a look on the daily. Okay, so if you close as a hammer here, I do like our chances even more of somewhat of a rebound. But you got to take into consideration from that peak to trough, you're only down 5% on the Qs, which isn't substantial whatsoever, considering you just climbed 60 plus, or I think we did, it was like 40%. Yeah, 45% off of those April lows to that previous high. So I'm not worried about that whatsoever. What you do want to keep an eye out on is if you run into this support level and then it breaches. It's the exact same thing that we were kind of talking about on Microsoft. Let's talk about Microsoft because it did snap that downtrend line. And then now it's substantially south of that, all right? So keep that in mind. Another monster run. And then all the vets, we were talking about this. I was looking at this price action, and the thing is, it will just continuously grind higher longer than you can wait. You'll be impatient, like, oh, it's not going to work, it's not going to work. But we talked about it, and I'm like, look at this PA. If you've been trading for some time, a couple of years, 3, 4, 5 years, then you know that that's not sustainable PA, and then eventually you will get a pullback, and the chances of it being deeper than what you're suspecting are drastically higher than what you think, bro.
Mr. Trendies is asking about Palantirs, Joey, and I love the question, Mr. Trendies, because if you're asking it, a lot of other people are asking it. It's a great question. It reads as follows. Did PLTR get short sell restricted? Is that why it's recovering? So the answer to your question is no. It's not SSR, which is the short form, obviously, for short sale restricted, but it's recovering what could be many reasons. It's really impossible to know, but we can make some educated guesses. And what I was pointing out to you guys on the big desk with Brendo in the morning, take a gander at where PLTR got to on the 4-hour, the 200 moving average. Likewise with the daily, look where it got to at the 50 moving average. Now, it's by no means a hard and fast rule. thou shall buy at the 50 moving average on every time. No, there's no such thing. But it does check out sometimes when you have such an aggressive move to the high side that you need a bit of a recovery into a key technical area. Each different stock is going to have more important technical areas than the other. It looks like maybe we're putting in a bit of a hammer candle right around the 50 moving average, at least on the daily. So we'll have to see where Palantir closes, obviously, but I'll be looking out for a move back above the 50. Maybe not tomorrow, but we'll have to see, obviously, how Jackson Hole goes, but in the coming days. So PLTR, at least intraday, it's got a nice little V-shaped retracement. To go green on the day, guys, it's got a weasel all the way up to 157.74. It's well removed from that price right now, but it just recovered $7. So, there's no real reason why it can't move another 7. It probably won't, but who knows? So 157.74 puts us even on the day, but we're above VWAP, and we're notably at that 150 area, which is another psychological area of either resistance or support. So great question, Mr. something or another there. I can't see your name because it's gone now, but yeah, it is not SSR. Why it's recovering, again, nobody really knows the exact reason, but we can make some educated guesses. To me, it's a good technical area, Joey.
Yeah.
So we'll keep looking at that. Just so I want to keep talking about THAR here. Tisha, I see you in the chat. You're still you're pounding the table on THAR, and I'm very, very interested in getting back in. What I'm looking at, though, is a couple of topping tail candles in the 3, both of which close below 3. Meaning what? Meaning that the short sellers, the profit takers, they're all really gunning for that $3 area, trying to defend it or take profit there. So let's see what we do. The current 5-minute candle and basically every previous 5-minute candle has a higher low. So the trend is intact. And if you want to use the higher lows as your guide, well, the prior candle low is at 308, 309, right? So that, 280, excuse me. 280 is the low. The current candle low, 282. So we're still barely a higher low, but this candle does feel like it might print a new low. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, keeping my eye on THAR, looking for a better setup. My 10 EMA on the 5, the 10 moving average on the 5-minute chart for THAR is at around a little bit lower than 2 2/3. So I'd be interested in picking it up there if it loses prior bar low. That's number 1. Number 2, let's go back to UPLD. This has now got a 48 high a day. I'm actually waiting at 48, but it didn't print me because it didn't cross. So I'm going to be looking for a 48 print, then we're going to save a piece for the dream to see if we can get something above that 50 penny area. Joey, options, what do you got?
Yeah, absolutely. Good stuff there. So there it is. Target hit on Tesla. Obviously, we're not in it, but just a little mistake right there. So, yeah, we'll hide that house of the rising funk. We don't say that stuff in the chat, so keep it positive or don't say anything.
Who's this idiot?
Yeah, I don't know.
Not you, man. Why would you call you an idiot? Tina, man,
As he walked
what's
in.
going on over there?
Come on, man. Who's this guy?
The house of
I
rising
know
idiot
what
in
the
the
lunch
chat
is,
there.
bro.
Oh, what do you
I
got
know.
there, Tina?
Yeah,
Tilapia? That's good. That's okay. You don't seem too plussed about it.
Yeah, sometimes, most of the time it's overcooked.
It's overcooked. Yeah, and then
I don't know right now.
no, you're not wrong about that. That's for sure.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, a beautiful recovery, guys. You got to think about it. So you go across the board in some of these tech sectors. We haven't put in a red candle, a red 5-minute that is, in the past about half an hour, 40 minutes. So that's positive, right? We'll most definitely take that. Katina Man's been long the TQs.
Pumping.
We're 250.
He's 250 in the money on the
recovering
TQs, $6. Yeah, and this is what you want to see, right? So just be patient, wait for those pullbacks, and then maybe we can get a continuation, and then head back towards opening price, right? So that's what we're waiting for. If Tesla can get rolling, I want to take a look at this name's daily. I was not suspecting this. We'll talk about it a little bit later. So here it is on the daily. You're just stuck in this range. So I think there's a trade to be had, especially once you break through some of these key support resistance levels. But you just have to be extremely patient on it. If you can get in at the lower end of the range, and that's where you start building, then that drastically increases your risk to reward. So that's something positive. And then then PLTR, same thing here, guys. 40 minutes, no red candle, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 45, almost an hour close to with no red candle. You're about to put in one, but there's indecision print, and you go across the board, you're going to see a lot of the similar price action. I think that can give you a lot of confluence behind that trade to say, hey, yeah, it's correlated between a bunch of names. Maybe we do get that rebound and we can continue to the top side. So for me, right now, it's wait for that VWAP pullback. If there's any form of like a topping tail candle, then maybe we'll look for the continuation short. But right now, nice, strong recovery in the overall market, even though we're still negative on the day, Sri.
All right, Neil, you ready for this? Sundial is moving, and it's moving quite nicely. Show yourself, Sundial, 5%. And I tried to tell you guys on the desk today, MSOS and MSOX were, for whatever reason, positive, despite the fact that the actual equity names themselves weren't. I was talking about Tilray, CGC, as well as some others. So let's put in SNDL here. This reminds me of the pandemic. That's all I can say about that. Sundial screams pandemic for me. Anyway, it's got a nice breakout there. Above $2.12. That was the implied balance high. And then the buying has been unabated. $2.22. Only 5.25%. Though, but a nice stair step up. Is there volume to support a big position for small size? 2.1 million shares, a little bit less than 2.1 million shares actually right now traded on the day. So it's not, you know, the biggest volume player or anything like that, but it's got a hell of a chart pattern here on its hands. It's really about whether this reverts back and reverts back aggressively. So let's see what SNDL has to offer. Yeah, we'll keep tabs on this one. I put it on the side chart, by the way. All right, I got into THAR. This is a much smaller position, and it's a super tight stop. This is the 10 exponential moving average it's at. So my trade here is based on a 10 EMA retracement and nothing else. So I'm not going to dollar cost average into an oblivion like I did on Monday and get into trouble. So here's what we're going to do. If we lose 50 here, it's over. It's a much smaller position, as I mentioned, and that way we won't give back the profits that we made on the way up. If it continues to run, I'm going to let this one run to try and get back into 3. We're going to wet the beak over here at 70s, and then we're going to let this one run. But look at upload. UPLD taking out the highs. It's time to wet the beak. Boom! Into UPLD. Good look on this one. We were long, guys, from 320s. Just wet the beak there at 360s. Stair stepping up incrementally. UPLD up 39% and change. Keep your eye on this one. By the way, though, I want to tell you, UPLD, it can get spready. And by spready, I'm talking about 2-3 pennies, which is, you know, significant. Not significant, but notable on a $3 name. Because if you're trying to get in and get out, you know, at every penny, it's not going to work out that way, right? You're going to have to cross on the bit to get printed, which presents its own set of problems. But UPLD continuing to go, guys. A hell of a chart pattern. Basically shadowing the 10 EMA on the 5. Let's see what else this one has to offer. Let's go back, though, to THAR is losing the 10 EMA, and you better believe anything below $2.48, this will flatten out. And in fact, I gave it a lot of room in case it really got illiquid at that 250 area and everybody else was trying to get out like me. I gave it a decent amount of room there. So THAR, looks like we're going to go 1 for 2 on this, but we'll stay positive on it as a result of taking a much smaller position this time, Joey, with a tighter stop.
Absolutely. All right, guys, BM&R starting to climb higher as well, too. So a nice consolidation above the volume-weighted average price, holding those lows at 49.50, and then sure enough, you're continuing to climb and trade within this range. If you get a 5-minute open at the top end, I do like the chances of breaking through this pre-market zone. So you can see that's starting to act as some overhead resistance with multiple tests at that specific level. If it cracks lower, could be a liquidity grab, and then maybe you climb higher, so just keep an eye out on that. And it's the exact same thing that we're experiencing on the Qs. So this is what I'm talking about. Wait for that pullback. Don't just hop in right away. I wouldn't be surprised. A little bit of selling pressure within these prints. You get a retest right here, and then on the lower time frames, keep an eye out on any form of indecision, and that's going to be on the 1 minute. That's what I'm referring to. So right now, I'm not worried about what we got printing here because I like our chances of this retest and then the continue of the climb higher. So that's the game plan with that. Tesla did run into target, which is unfortunate that we didn't get to participate in that, but that's okay. We'll continue to monitor and wait for an A+ setup. I told you guys we took 3 stabs on the TQs, went 1 for 3 on that one, and we go 1 for 2 on TSLA here. So yeah, that's what we got going on. I gotta keep doing this. I don't know why my taskbar is locked. So I gotta pull up what we got going here. And I wanna see what kind of volume we have throughout the session. So PLTR has 124 million shares traded, and it's only 1145. So that's quite a bit of size. And then NVDA with 119 million. INTC also putting in 94 million shares. I wanna see the strength in this. So it's not recovering as aggressive as the market. Let's pull up INTC here. So that was a big time dip that we seen right out of the open from 25 all the way down to 23. That's ugly, isn't it?
That's ridiculous. That's like the umbrella pattern that Eric talks about.
Yeah,
that umbrella handle.
So yeah, this is a really ugly. This is aggressive selling, right? So extremely aggressive opening 5-minute drive, and that's the best for orbs, right? Because you can get that continuation to the downside and then get a little move from approximately. If you're playing the wick break, then you get 23.86 all the way down to 23.50. So that's 50 cents or so that you're collecting on that potential short. And then once it bottoms out, you can see those indecision prints telling you, hey, we're done trading lower. We're going to start to recover, and then you get a little bit of a cover rally right there. So that's INTC and some of the top volume stocks. NU Holdings has some volume this morning as well too, which it usually doesn't, Sharif. Bouncing off of the, let's see here, I can do this. So yeah, it's bouncing off of this previous high of the day. So that's a nice target that it was displayed, but a big time V-shaped recovery in NU Holdings right there. Now, we not getting that retest that I was looking for on the Qs, but I think if we be patient, a couple more minutes, maybe we do get that liquidity grab, considering it is starting to form lower highs. That's something positive that we can look out for. And then IBIT, not as strong as Ethereum, pulling back, did trade up to $65, but you can see yesterday we were a little bit closer to 66, and then we gapped down from that essentially in that pre-market. So we'll keep an eye out on some of these levels, some big time resistance zones at that 65-70 level, and if we have the ability to breach that, then maybe we can climb and then start to fill some gaps here, and that's going to be this one. Yeah, so there is still a little bit of a gap to be filled, and I think our chances of getting to those levels, not today, not by the end of the week, but in the near term, are pretty high, considering that Bitcoin is pretty much about over $10,000. Actually, no, about $12,000 off of that previous all-time high of 124K, trading around 112,000. So yeah, keep that in mind. Lower highs on the Qs, lower highs on the SPY on the SPY 5-minute pullback, lower volume, positive. Catch the lower end of the range. Look for that continuation. VWAP as your stop loss. If it comes there, wait again, and then sure enough, you can be able to catch along there.
All right, Joey. Thank you, Bovin, for pointing out Bumble. I'm not really sure what's going on with Bumble, but my first thing I was going to say to you, Bovin, was Bumble's not a small cap gapper. And then before I said something that was wrong, I checked the market cap. What the hell? What the hell? When did this drop to 672 million? Oh, I need to look at the daily on this. I got a feeling. I got a feeling that the chart is gonna be hot garbage. Oh my God, Joey, look since the IPO.
Yeah.
I deleted this thing off my phone, by the way.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
You had that one?
I had it. I had Tinder, I had Bumble, and I had Hinge. And they're all gone, right? Well, Hinge is gonna get back. But no, but seriously, Randy, this is Bumble. This is a dating app that the women, the women make the first move. The females make the first move, so you can't reach out, and that's been the price action there since the IPO.
Yeah.
Assassino, can we show? Look at that, Randy. Yeah, well, this thing I was looking at it, Randy. I was like, okay, well, I was about to tell somebody in the chat there that this is not a small cap, so it doesn't fit my trading style. Then I looked at the market cap, and this thing's lost all its value. Yeah, so let's see. Now it's a small cap play. Well, Randy, you know, when you lose 91% of the company's value since IPO day, it might have an effect on your market cap.
You know what I heard somebody said they should call some of these dating apps? What's left?
Can I say something too, though?
Yeah.
There used to be, do you remember Mad TV?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like SNL,
Yeah,
right? But
yeah,
it was
I
on
remember Mad
Fox.
TV. Yeah, I
There
remember
used to
Mad
be a
TV.
segment on there called Lowered Expectations. Let's go. Lowered Expectations.
Yeah,
oh,
crazy.
man.
That's
This is too good, bro. You're killing me with that. What's left? That's a disaster. Oh, no.
Yeah,
All right,
I mean,
guys.
yeah,
Why is my FAR position not, okay. Am I out? Yeah, I'm out. Assassino, the position board is wrong. I got out over here, so that thing is incorrect. I'm not in FAR, guys. We stopped out break even right there as it lost the doji candle. So, yeah, look, Bovin, let's go back quickly here to Bumble. I don't know why this is breaking out, brother, and the fact that it moves midday like that with only one of the 5-minute candles that has supporting volume. To me, that says stay away. So I'm going to keep my focus on upload, UPLD. We're going to weasel back into that because that's the one that's putting in all the moves right now. Stuart D, Bumble over. Yeah, I saw that, brother. I saw it right here. Show it Cecino, this one. I saw it. But I mean, that to me is that the move? Bumble option alert September 19th. $7 call sweep 21 near the ask at 22.09. 25 pen. I don't know what open interest 1576 open interest. That's all I know there, Joey options. So
call sweeps.
yeah, this was a whole bunch of lingo that I'm not really familiar with. I saw it, Stuart. I just didn't think it was. I didn't think it was the one that moved there. Boosted red sport. I like that. Sharif, why is Nvidia having a fall? Oh, you must be from England. Having a fall, that screams England. The last couple of days, don't know if I should sell the long-term and buy. Oh, sorry, let me expand that because I can't read it. It's too pixelated. Sorry. Don't know if I should sell. Why long-term buy contracts? I'm not sure what you mean.
Yeah,
there.
he's just talking about, he's thinking about getting out of his shares and then rotating into some options contracts.
Okay.
I think that's kind of subjective. It's totally up to you on how you want to manage that position. Right? Like if you feel that you can leverage your system and that's what you're looking to do, then by all means do that. But if you're well in the money and you have a solid average price on NVIDIA, I don't think it's anything to be too worried about. I mean, we are selling and it seems slightly scary, but at the end of the day, if we get a rate cut, then nothing has changed really from a macro standpoint, and that's what the market was looking for. I mean, we're in the dog days of summer as well too. We're getting at the end of the month, and we usually start to see a pullback around this time. You can go back in history and see what's going on. Like, when do you usually sell after that summer? You don't usually get a summer run like we experienced, but at the end of the day, it's just a pullback. When you run into 12, 13, 14%, then maybe you can look to sell some just in case it decides that it wants to come in a little bit more. But at the end of the day, I think you got to diamond hand some stuff because the reports were good, earnings supported a lot here across the board, especially in the bigger names. So yeah, I just think it's the cyclical effect of the overall market, Sharif, in my opinion, to be honest with you.
That's crazy, man. Neil, I don't know if you had an opportunity to look at what NEGG was doing again, but Newegg is ridiculous. This is the 5-minute chart on Newegg NEGG, which is great. It's a good looking chart if you don't mind trading a $108 name as a small capper. It's up another 21% today, and I just want to bring your attention to the daily on this thing, because this is insane. Joey, I mean, is this going to be a rounded bottom galore over here? Let's flip to the weekly on this. Big Spile, where are you at, man? Because this is screaming Big Spile rounded bottom, and we all know your affinity for those rounded bottoms, Big Spile. No, but seriously though, guys, I mean, we were trading here in the depths of hell down into $4, and since that $4 time, we're up 3,200% since May. You don't sell in May and go away. You punch into NEGG and then you come back and you're up 3,200 points. No, 3,200%. So it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And it's one that keeps showing up on my scanner almost every day as like a breakout, a gapper. You know, obviously it had a red day, but so did the entire market. But look at this bullish engulfing candle that we've got on today, engulfing all of yesterday's price action. if we were to close like this on the day at $108. So Newegg, man, it continues to give traders more upside potential. We'll have to keep an eye out on this. Shout out to Beef Strogie. He wants me to, I know that's for you there, Joey. Let's look at SBEV for Beef Strogie there. Who's Brendo talking to? Yeah. I know, Brendo's talking up a storm back there.
He's busy, man.
All right, clearly, right?
Busy, man.
Splash Beverage Group. Yeah, so this one was running yesterday. It looks like an earnings winner. No, I don't have any information as to why this was running at 4 o'clock. In any event, this did break out there at 4 o'clock all the way up to 220. Kind of gives back the entire move in the pre-market. And then right now, we just start exploding to the high side again, taking out the aftermarket high from yesterday at around 219, 220, putting in a new high, 229. Thank you for this one, but it's a little bizarre. Do you have the reason why this is moving? Not like, it's a big deal, but when something does, an unexplained move in the aftermarket and then another unexplained move here, we're gonna require here some explanation. So tag me, brother. Let me know what's going on with this one. Shout out to Beef Strogie. Tyler Verse talking about your Bumble matches probably, bro. I don't get no matches. It doesn't matter on whatever platform there is, bro.
My guy is a low-key shooter.
Not even, bro. In any event, let's bring it back to Upload over here, Joey, because we're pulling right back into that 10 EMA volume weighted average price, which are overlapping now at a very interesting level. What that level, you asked? The $0.50. So you're getting the psychological area of possible support. You're getting VWAP. You're getting the 10 EMA. You're getting everything there. Are we going to hold up here on Upload, UPLD, or are we going to continue to sell off? I'm going to take my shot here. I'm going to take a smaller position on UPLD, but we're going to look to get in because there's just too much confluence all in one area over here. So we're punching long on UPLD. Come what may, we're going to give this one to 45s, and if it ends up breaking down, it breaks down. That's the situation, Joey. What do you got?
Absolutely. We're back into some Tesla here. See if we can get a bounce. We were patient enough to wait for that selling, and if it cracks where I'm currently positioned in, then we'll just hop out and get a better price. I'm looking for an indecision print at VWAP in Bitcoin as well too. But again, we just ran into some key resistance zones. I don't know what all these levels I have marked out. But bang, to a T. And then sure enough, you kind of reject that. So let's see what we got going on here. So, okay, yeah, so nothing substantial. But this is extremely, extremely alarming. All right? If those levels are breached, I'm going to suspect some more downside in Bitcoin. How much? I have no idea. But essentially what you want to do is be patient, wait again for some more indecision prints, and then look to get involved. See you later to Tesla. We're out of that one. As the market curled right over at VWAP, and this is what I'm talking about. You had to wait for that VWAP pullback. It breached it, and then now we're continuing to the downside. So just keep that in mind. It may take a little bit longer for buyers to step in if they're going to, and we don't know because the sentiment in this market is awfully weak. Let's go through a couple of names through the dailies, considering I have it up. So NVDA, not too bad. We can close as a hammer there. I think we're going to be okay, and then maybe you can get us a grind higher. Then let's go over some Google. Google started to play catch up, right? So off of these lows, extremely lagging, but then went on some monster runs at the break of some key resistance zones. And sure enough, I was trading it from here, and then I got out around here, which is unfortunate because it just continued to climb. So a nice steady uptrend for an additional month. So that is positive. And then AAPL, same thing, broke through some key resistance zones, strong volume through it. And then what we want to note is look at the volume profile starting to cool down as we pull back. That is a positive sign that eventually and maybe hopefully buyers step back in and you can continue that trajectory, considering that we are still about 12%, 13% to be exact, off of those previous all-time highs. So are we still looking at a discount here on AAPL? Maybe, possibly, but I don't know. And then sure, let's go over Amazon, the Amazonian, another laggard in the Mag 7, AWS, good numbers, but at the end of the day, we're still about 5% off of those previous all-time highs, 8.25 to be exact. So keep that in mind, guys. I think we're going to be able to get some good prices in the overall market, so just be patient, don't get FOMO, and most definitely don't enter a position all at once. You want to continuously add, especially if you're looking to go for more of a swing.
Recess is over, Joey.
Yeah, recess is over.
What was the go-to activity in, let's just go later years recess. Let's go grade 7, 8.
Yeah, foot hockey.
Foot hockey, eh? It was always football for us. Tackle football.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Multiple suspensions because of tackle football.
Yeah. Well,
Multiple.
I told you about that one story when I was in my younger days. I smoked my buddy's cousin Todd into the garbage can. Todd cried and then went and told on me. A 2-dayer right there.
Did Todd catch other hands for
No,
telling?
I wasn't a fighter.
He's got to catch other hands for telling, Joey.
But when I moved up north, it's more hockey guys, right?
Sure.
So it was like take everybody's head off as like at any chance possible. And then also we were heavy into wrestling, so it turned out that our recesses you'd have to stand in a circle because you could get speared at any given moment.
Hilarious. You have to protect yourself at all times.
At all times.
That is jokes. I actually like that story.
It was savagery. So yeah, you get DDP'd, pedigreed, speared, like some bigger guy tried to choke slam you, and then the worst. Oh my God! So the crippler, I remember one time my buddy got me in the crippler crossface.
No.
Yeah, you couldn't.
That legit hurts.
Yeah,
that hurts,
man. The
crippler,
yeah. The crippler crossface, man.
Yes.
The crippler crossface is not fun to be in,
man,
whatsoever.
You know, he ended up getting CTE from all the flying headbutts he did, because you know one of his finishing moves was go on the top rope and then draw. Yeah, I know, Katina, man, it's a disaster to talk about. The fact of the matter is, you know, that contributed to it. So,
and then the walls of Jericho too. We'd get our buddies in the walls.
It's a sharpshooter over the Boston Crab or sharpshooter.
Dude, the walls of Jericho. It was so fun trying to get your buddies in because you're trying to pull them over, and then when you had them, you're just like and they're like tap, and then obviously no one stopped when you tapped. But yeah, it was chaos.
All right, guys. We're having a lot of fun, but it is 12 o'clock again. Guys, Adira is off, so no happening now. Hopefully we'll have Adira back tomorrow, but we're going to go to Neil's lesson of the day.
Welcome, everybody. Apparently the lesson of the day is don't turn your back on Joe's friends, because you can get speared at any particular moment. Although I will echo, when I was in junior high, we also played tackle football at recess and at lunch, and it was ridiculous. It was probably a bad idea when you really look back and think about it, and some people got banged around a little bit, but at the end of the day, it's just kids having fun. And basketball was also pretty big for us. I didn't hear you guys mention that. Foot hockey was more grade school. But the other thing is, you want to protect yourself from getting spears. Obviously, that's an important thing, but that's not what we're here to talk about. Today's drop was it was out of pocket for normal moves, right? Like, we had a drop in the market yesterday and trend down, but what happened directly off the open today was a different type of unwind. And there was a moment where we said, man, you just had a few shorts in the morning, and like for most people, if you had a short in the morning, that was your day. But I want to show you like two things. One, sometimes when that's going on, it's always a lot of traders try to catch that bottom or try that. I love reversion trades, so you see me do it a couple of times. But I just want to point out one thing that you want to keep in mind a lot of times. Put things into two categories. And I'm going to put Intel into the it's a week, and here are the reasons why. It set up multiple, I didn't even take them all. 4 different times it set up trend breaks. I took 2 of them, neither one of them followed through. But then I took a trend break to the downside, and it instantly starts flushing. That's an idea of a weak stock. And there's a reason why, when looking at this one, why did I want to fade this instead of going back to, say, a SoFi? Well, I'll tell you why. When the market bounces here in the NASDAQ, look at how strong the trend is past VWAP, continues through, all that good stuff. Intel slows down at VWAP, fails VWAP. Okay, well, that stays weak. But when it's weak on a day like today, it drops easy. It goes up very difficultly. I would argue I can have this 4 times and eventually get it, but I don't like that play. If I have to stab at it that many times just to get it to work, because what happens if it continues going down? It's just a bit of a mess. It's better to wait on a weak stock to try to catch that continuation trade to the downside. Now, the other side of the coin is, well, SoFi was really good in the morning. Why not go back into SoFi for a short there? And ultimately, hey, SoFi is going to end up pulling back into the volume weighted average price. But here's the difference. I tried it at VWAP on lower highs, but I made one mistake on SoFi. One mistake. At this point, when I take the second VWAP short, higher low as the market is strong, and this is getting back to VWAP for this reload as the market is still relatively weak. The futures were still close to the low, and this is at VWAP. On a day like today, where you have wipeout bottoms, huge moves like this, extended candles, all that good stuff, this is not the name that I should have taken. That's a tight stop. It's not the end of the world, but you just don't need to have that. It's one thing when Intel curls late after the market move. It's another when the futures are still near the low, and this is already at VWAP, and it has a huge gap to fill. So if you're gonna actually take that short, you should wait for it to fill the gap or some other look. There's no need for that trade. It's putting in higher lows. It's now strong relative to the market. Wait for something that is weak relative to the market to set up later, because there's a decent chance, as I said at the beginning, that your best trade probably occurred in the first 5 to 10 minutes. And on days like that, I think you want to be extra careful where you trade after that. Don't give the money back. Wait very patiently for perfect setups or things that give you the right type of confluence, because it's an outlier type of a morning. And when you have an outlier type of a morning, you can have a lot of A+ type setups and trades. And the last thing you want to do is give that back with a bunch of B's and C's. You'll take them, no question, but be a little bit more patient. When the gaps are larger, give it a little bit more room. Make sure you're still trading something, if it's short, that's weak relative to the market at a good price level, and stay away from something which all of a sudden slips strong. We know how violent V-shaped recoveries can be, and part of the reason why is because they come into some levels that you're like, wow, if I like the short up here, and it's curling here, I should be all over this. But that's what a lot of other people are thinking. And a lot of people that miss the early short are like, ooh, I got to get this one here. So be very, very careful. You're going to have so much opportunity early, and if you missed it, there's a lot of FOMO trades that happen on these days where you have a crazy open. And when that's the case, everyone's hunting to be able to make the money. They want to double up their day, or they want to get it into a part of the party, and you've got to be more discerning. If a stock is relatively strong, you may like the level, but you got to be patient and maybe back off of it like SoFi. And with something like an Intel, I know it's relatively weak, so the second it sets up, that's one that I can jump into. Took a while to develop, and maybe I had to wait an extra half an hour. I could have shorted this on Intel on trend, but I didn't because the market was too strong. So you wait. No trade or sitting on your hands is a trade because it can save you some money. So don't throw away those early profits when we have these big outlier days. It requires more patience after the fact and more discipline after the fact, because it seems like, it's going to be one of those days for the rest of the day. And that's just not usually how it goes. And you don't want to throw away what could be like your best open in a week or a month when we have mornings like this. So be extra careful on days where we have dumps or pumps like the one we saw this morning.
Thank you very much, Neil. Informative, eloquent, and awesome as always. Neil Roberts every day around that noon hour. He's dropping his lesson of the day, aka Neilage. Assassino, I need to show them this. Thank you, Darwin, in the chat for alerting me to this. Google unveils modest upgrades to Pixel smartphone and other gadgets. Another headline is Google is beating Apple on the smartphone AI personal technology, reports the Wall Street Journal. So the coming Pixel 10 announced on Wednesday by Alphabet subsidiary Google and available August 28th, so in 8 days, dressed me in an AI-generated blazer right in the camera app. A convincing clone of my voice fluently discussed lunch in German, which I don't speak. When I called the United customer service, flight reservation information automatically appeared on screen. That is the kind of AI that we, expect from Siri and have been expecting from Siri for a long time. So in other words, the new Google Pixel 10 will be, I guess, doused in AI features. We'll have to wait and see. In other Google Pixel news, Brendan, a very noted Google Pixel bull, took a page out of your book.
What it is?
And he switched to the iPhone 16.
No.
And it came in the mail yesterday. I was like, yes, Brendo, keep buying. Yes, Joey,
No.
keep buying. We need those iPhone sales to go up. No, seriously though, guys, that is the headline that just came out from Google now. It's not really reacting on the news, to be quite honest with you.
Did you download the new beta on?
Been a minute. I was with beta 1. Now we're on 6.
Yeah. I
So
saw
I've been-
mine showed me beta 4 for some reason.
Well, no, it's up to 6 now, Joey. So you
geez.
got to go to software and update.
Yeah, we gotta go to software and
I got to
update.
tell you, that beta 1 was tough to deal with because it was super buggy.
See, I got 26.4 here. What's up with that?
Well, because you haven't even done 6 yet. Well, let me check mine.
What do you mean?
Look, don't you have to upgrade?
I gotta go to 4.
I don't know.
I can't just. I can't.
Well, you can just see what it says on mine. See, I can download
No,
beta
it's
7.
7.
Yeah, that's what I've been trying to tell you.
Wow.
Update tonight.
Damn.
There we go.
All right, then.
Well, maybe because you have a newer phone,
Yeah.
right? Because this is the older one,
I
right?
love what the home screen looks like.
Oh, it's
man.
fantastic.
Looks
Look how I
good.
set up mine. Look, so I got 2 rows
Yeah.
of icons and everything else is
Yeah, I
widgets.
love that. Yeah, I love
the
that.
chat
Oh, I
GPT
love that
widget
widget.
is
Nasty.
wild good.
Yeah,
it's
that looks
amazingly
nasty.
good.
Yeah, that looks nasty.
Yeah, I'm a chat GPT fan, not gonna lie.
Oh yeah,
thanks
big
to
time.
Trader TV.
Check this out too, guys. Here.
Uh-oh.
What's that one say?
Your friend is in the chat there.
Who, Greg?
Well, no.
Nimrod.
Nimrod. Guy drops 1,000 shekels.
Bro.
Just like that in the chat. Thank you very much, Nimrod, for the 1,000 shekels. Right, just like that, bro. All right, tough 2 days, but you guys saved me. Neil's falling knives lesson. Joey's decay tip saved me 30 to 40% on NVDU and PITR. Best trade since then was the option strategy he taught me. Closed just in time. Thanks to a Darius call. Sharif helped me profit on small caps. Switching brokers saved me big. So grateful. I'm not even going to say what you were paying in commissions, Nimrod,
Yeah,
because
that is
it's almost
insane.
criminal to say, and I know you're going to take action there,
Yeah.
but needless to say, Nimrod was taking very big positions, and he was having to pay through the nose in commissions.
Yeah.
And that's not going to no longer be the case.
Yeah, in leverage products too. And I said, yeah, those aren't long-term investment vehicles, but there you go, 1,000 shekels, my friend. Way to rock that, brother. And hey, Nimrod, I was talking about your option strategy this morning about how you paid roughly around $4.50 a contract, and how those are essentially almost doubled, I'm pretty sure. So fantastic stuff. I love seeing that, my friend. Way to smash it as always. And then switching that platform, absolute game changer. Hey, that's exactly what we love to see.
Hey.
But what we also love to see
Tell him, Joey.
is this, my friend. Pew, 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 starting to work for us right there. So that's working out pretty nice. We're going to trim a little bit. Ooh, why are you selling so aggressively, my darling friend? Yeah, there we go. We'll take 30% off right there, and that's it. So we'll hold the rest, see if we can break through this key pivot. Bitcoin starting to work out for us. We're in that as well. IBIT. Now we punch through that. Gorv. Man, again, this is what we were risking at those lows, and we get some nice strength right there. But am I in love with that volume? Absolutely not. If we can pick it up and sustain, I also want to add to this position. There's no questioning that, but we will hold on. If we get that retest of this high of the day, it's going to spin it for me.
Oh, absolutely, bro. There it is, baby. There it is.
But I am right on the day, so that's okay.
All right, guys, we're involved in Sundial. So I did wait for the pullback into the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. I actually have the half print here. So it says 19s, but I actually have 18.5, but ours doesn't show that. So now we've wet the beak at 20s. We wet the beak at 21, and now we're waiting at 22. Let's see if they can take out the top. The high of the day is technically 22. We're there right now on the ask, but not really moving above that. Guys, I got to tell you, it's a light selection right now in small cap gapper world. The only thing I'm looking at is THAR, and the only reason I'm looking at it there is because it's pulling into VWAP Assassino, and it might be time to pick it up here. So THAR was all sorts of weak after breaking through that $3 area on a wick basis, not a closing basis, and it was an uninterrupted sell kind of pattern right through the 10, right through the 20, and now it's holding up a couple of shekels, Nimrod, above the volume weighted average price, which is basically right at that 2020 level, 220, excuse me, $2.18, 19 cents, something like that. So THAR still up 100%, 99% and change, but it's got to set up here and not just hold up at the volume weighted average price. It's got to put in a 5-minute candle to make a new high on a closing basis. I'm going to be quite insistent with that because it's been interesting here on some of these small cap gappers. Some of them don't hold up in the way that you would expect. C-Poop is moving back up, but I'm not going to touch this thing because it's all sorts of indecisive. There's a flat top break at 112, takes out 119, then all hell breaks loose. Goes all the way down from 119 to 89 pennies. I mean, how am I supposed to predict this crap, right? Like, there's no sound strategy to pick up C-Pop at, so I'm just going to leave that one the hell alone and see what we can get there. Still keeping my eye on Sundial, but I'm going to be really interested to pick up this one over here, THAR, if it holds up at this level and starts giving me 5-minute candle, make a new high. One thing I didn't alert you guys on, remember when we got in on UPLD for a retracement into the volume weighted average price? Well, that was short-lived because you can see this thing dropped aggressively. Thank goodness I had to stop there because it continued to go. And then look at this over here. Ooh. Clean up your stops, people, because I actually had a stop order there that ended up getting me short, which wouldn't have been that bad if I held it for a couple of seconds, but that's not what you do. Neil always says, and something that I really subscribe to, if you made a boo-boo, if you made a fat finger mistake in or out of position, get out or just get back in quick as you can and just move along your merry way. So we were short there accidentally, but we ended up flattening out. I didn't even think that the shorts were free on UPLD, but I didn't really check either. So. Dean Regev, my man, shout out to you. I guess you're talking right back to Nimrod there. Urban Trader, TRIB. Let me have a look at TRIB. Let's see what that one is up to. Is this Google on the 5-minute? Not bad recovery there, eh? Look at that. Look at that, Joey. V-shaped recovery there on Google.
Yeah. It's across the board here, Sharif. That's what we want to see.
Yeah, let me look at TRIB though before we get into the large caps. Okay, so Urban Trader, TRIB. So this is the problem. What time is that? That's a 920 print. That 920 print there presents a problem, Urban Trader, because that is the pre-market, right? And so that pre-market high is 205. We know that for a fact, but look at what's printed there in the green, 197. It's a fact, Jack. That 197 is the official high of the day because that's during regular trading hours. So we have two problems. One, we're below the pre-market high on TRIB, and we just worked down right below the volume weighted average price. So it's fantastic, right? When these ones look like they're retaking VWAP, they're going to get back into the high of the day. But I've seen this story before. That's why I've enacted that rule about clearing the pre-market high. When you have a tendency to lose the pre-market high or are unable to regain the pre-market high, chances are you're not going to break the pre-market high, and if you do, it'll be on a wick basis and end up retracing. So that's why I try to stay away from it. Okay, but not a bad look. If it gets into 205, Urban Trader, I'm game. That's in fact what I'm putting my alert there on the side chart for, to see if we can work into that. All right, back to THAR. This one is now trending up in a 2 green candle pattern. It's still below the 10 EMA. I'm gonna back my patience. I'm gonna go long here if we can start trending back up again. I'll be keeping my eye on the 5-second chart to spot the micro pullbacks, Joey.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's one more story that I want to tell you guys about elementary school, and then we'll get back into these trades right away, is that we used to get these healthy snacks, right? And they give you apples, juice in it. So anyways, one day they gave us V8s. We have a bunch of V8s in our healthy snack. And what do? We decide to have a V8 chugging contest at recess. Yeah, well, how did that go? We're standing in a circle, everybody's chugging it. And I'm like, yo, this is tomato juice. I didn't know at the time. And I just puke all over my friend's shoes. So yeah, for me personally, for what you guys call it is Bloody Marys. My friends love Caesars. I can't even look at those things because they're so
You have that tattooed in your mind,
it's so disgusting. I don't understand how people drink tomato juice. That is gross. I love tomatoes. You like tomato juice?
Yeah, I don't mind it. But I totally understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
So
I
back in my gallivanting days,
Yeah,
this was
yeah.
early 20s, I hit the whiskey too much one night.
Oh no.
It was excessive. And I couldn't drink whiskey for
a
a year and a
long
half,
time?
2 years. I couldn't even
Yeah.
smell it.
That was like
It
me
would
with
make me
gin.
gag.
I decided to play a beer pong with gin for some reason. London beef eaters. Not a great idea. I don't advise that. But he has a steep stairs like that. Boom, your boy down the whole thing of stairs. Had to work the next day. It was like, man.
There it is. I knew you were coming with that, Assassino, but I'm going to come with this. Exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs. They're offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60 semiconductors as well as U.S. Treasuries. If you want even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees just down to 65 basis points until December 31st of this year. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, then you need to check out betapro.ca/3 times daily to learn more. Joey Options, what do you got?
Yeah. Okay, guys. So Bitcoin's starting to work out for us. I took nothing out right there, like literally 2% just to lock something in. But we also got the TQs that's starting to cook up for us. TQQQ. Why did I go long right below the volume weighted average price? This is what Gorv and I are looking for across the board. This is our style, right? So essentially we have these indecision prints and liquidity grabs, and then eventually starts to turn around. But this is what I'm looking for at the lows and south of the volume weighted average price was that right there. And sure enough, we get that indecision print, and then I take a long, and then boom, 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 we're starting to climb, and I think we'll have the ability to breach this. But oh my days, who is that American WSBK? I love what you're telling me, and I love what I'm seeing on Ethereum. Now back through the previous high of the day, breaching some of these pre-market level. Oh, we're way past that, boys. Let's go, 32.72. Now we're at some of these key resistance zones right here. I'm loving this recovery in ETHA. What is our all-time high on this? There goes the Qs. There goes and just like that, Jack, unrealized, we got things turned around for us. I'm going to take one more out here on the TQs, but I'm letting this Bitcoin trade ride. I only have one more out on that one. We're starting to climb. I love this ascent. So $36, we're now trading at $32.76. I would not be surprised if in the pre-market we get up to $33, and that's going to be absolutely beautiful. But there it is. TQs, mind you guys, we always talk about our losers, right? So we took 2 losses right there. This one we had more shares. These were 2 equal, but this one we didn't have as many. But these 2 we had the equal amount of shares, and we took a loss on that one, which is unfortunate. But it is what it is, part of the trading game. And then sure enough, bang, long at VWAP in the TQs, and we get that move continuously higher. So we like seeing that. And then IBIT, we're going to trim a little bit more up here because we don't want to get greedy. And why is that? Because we want to take what the market can give us. And this is when referring to swing trading, because I absolutely love it. It's a massive, massive part of my fundamental as a trader, is just honing in on some of these swing trades. So essentially, I'll just tell you guys how it is. I always do, right? So I had about $4,000 unrealized on my IBIT trade in a span of a couple of weeks, or sorry, my Ethereum trade in a span of a couple of weeks. We really, really like that. But during this pullback, I pretty much gave up 75% of that unrealized gains, and I'm kind of kicking myself, but I also had the game plan of, all right, let's see if we can get into the 5,500, close to 6,000 mark with a steady incline and not necessarily a 10-15% pullback. What is this?
That's my protein treats.
Is it?
These are the famous ones.
They're better than the other ones?
They're ridiculous.
They're
ridiculous.
Yeah? Let me try this here.
I'll get you some tomorrow.
I'm honest, right?
Right,
I'm
okay.
honest.
No. Just be as real as you can.
Hey.
Because everybody loves them, but
I'm honest. I'm going to give you an honest review right here.
Go. With 100% natural honey. Ridiculous, right? Honey, peanut butter, oats, protein bars, cinnamon, and salt. That is it. That is literally it.
But are they the same ones that you were made before?
Yes. The only thing that changes, Assassino, is the syrup. So you can use honey, you can use maple syrup, you can use anything you want. Brown sugar syrup. It's the sugaring agent.
Brother,
Ridiculous, right?
You gotta mass produce this and sell that.
That's what my old man says, man. My old man's like, you gotta sell these, but I'm like, who's got the time, Joey? Man, these are good, bro. Let me tell you, and they're extremely healthy. Extremely. Do you know how many scoops of protein I put in that mother? You know what? 4. Yeah. So like, and it doesn't even taste proteiny.
Yeah.
All right.
You shouldn't have brought those around me, man.
No, bro. I'll make them every week if I have to, bro.
Where do you hide them at?
My place. Well, get Brendo to finance the whole thing, and I'll make them every week.
Coming to you.
yeah.
TV Live protein bars. All right. Now.
Here's the deal, guys. Sundial's being good to us here. So, you know, when we're talking about a 4-penny, 5-penny winner here, but the fact of the matter is it's being good to us. So we got bottom wick for now. It was basically the reason I got in here. It's a 10 man. Hey?
Oh, good. I needed that.
Not bad, huh?
Oh, really good.
You want more? There's more in the fridge.
Can I bring some home or no?
Well, there's not enough for you to bring home. I can bring you some tomorrow.
How much you got in the fridge?
I got in the fridge here?
Yeah.
I got enough for me to go home with the gym with, okay, Joey? I love it, bro. Ready for the ad. All right, let's do this.
You didn't give me yours.
No, it's okay. I got it. I got it right here.
Go ahead,
Joey.
brother.
All right, man. All right, guys. Here is the deal. Yes. Trade the Pool. We've seen Trade the Pool here with us for a while now, and now Trade the Pool has created something very special just for you guys. A free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside the book, you'll see exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage their risk, and what setups they rely on so you can learn and grow from what actually works. If you're interested, and you should be, download it now by scanning the QR code on screen or hitting the link in the description. Shout out to the great folks at Trade the Pool and Mitch and Company, you know, is already, we know that they're coming October 13th, so get ready for that. No, seriously though, guys, I can do a whole, what's it called, video on this whole thing. We've done it before, but I'm gonna give you guys the recipe super quick. It's super easy. Ready? Write it down.
Write it down. Whoa, hold on, man. You can't give this away. That's primetime stuff, man.
That's a good point.
Yeah, that is. You can't give that recipe away, brother.
I know. Thank you for. Nah, we're gonna give it away. Come on now. All right, here's the deal. You're gonna take 4 scoops of rolled oats. Okay, so regular rolled oats, get them from, or instant oats, whatever you want. Those doesn't really make a difference. From your supermarket, and then those 4 scoops, you want to grind them. You want to powderize them. Okay, so you want to throw them into the blender and powderize that mother you know what, okay? Once you have all 4 scoops of rolled oats basically grinded and powdered, throw that into a big bowl, all right? A big metal bowl. Then throw 4 scoops of protein onto that. And then you want to top off with some cinnamon. I put a very superficial layer so the entire powder is covered with a very thin layer of cinnamon. And then I throw in some table salt. You can throw in some sea salt there as well. And then that's the powder ingredients. Once you have all the powder ingredients in the bowl, you want to mix that sucker up and make it as homogeneous as possible so that the color of all the different colored powders is completely consistent. So that's step number 1. Once you have all the powders mixed in that big bowl, you're going to throw in 1 cup of honey. I usually put a bit more, a cup and, you know, a little bit more than a cup. And then 1 cup of peanut butter. That's it. Honey, 1 cup of honey, 1 cup of peanut butter, and then get your hands in and start mixing that sucker all around. Make it very consistent so that all the ingredients is blended really well. And then you want to put it flat on a pan, cut it up into squares, and throw that in the fridge. And let that cool in the fridge and leave it in the fridge. You will be very
pleased.
Very pleased, yeah.
Very good stuff. Okay, guys, iBit, crushing it, love it. TQs, we're all out of this one there, guys, but it's still continuing to climb. I would not be surprised if we head into OP at this point, OP being opening price. So keep an eye out on that. Did we add it? No, can't. That's all right, though. We won't get too frustrated. But we did add on IBIT. I liked our chances considering that Ethereum was climbing higher. and then Bitcoin was slightly lagging. So we're just slowly piecing it out here. So it's working out really, really well for us, guys. And I just mentioned to my boy Gorev, just like that, you go red to green, right? You just got to keep those risk measures in place. If it's not working, be patient, don't hulk out, and make sure that you always give yourself multiple opportunities. Full disclosure, I was down close to half my shutdown, SD, but we just kept it cool like a cucumber, and sure enough, bang, we're getting that move in Bitcoin that we want to see. So can I catch a fill here, please and thank you? There it is. Yeah, there it is. Bang, another one. Took an additional 10% off right there, sitting on a little bit more than half of the position. This is exactly what we want to see. Bang, bang, bang. Good time adds. See, and like I 100% agree with Gorev, but what I was seeing across the board here, my friend, was that the market was bouncing off of VWAP. So I'm, okay, let's see if we're going to kind of hold some of these pre-market low levels. Let's put it up on the 5-minute time frame so you can see how this is correlated with this level through here, right? So we're relatively close to some of those pre-market lows. And then you have some buying pressure stepping in. I'm like, all right, let me just buy VWAP. If it breaks this prior 5-minute bar candle, I'm in here, right? So I'm like, if it breaks that low, thesis invalid. I'm wrong, that's okay, we'll take another L. But turns out that we happen to be right, some buying pressure in there, and then once it really started to work, and I seen that engulfing candle on the 1 minute, that's just gonna give me more conviction within the trade, and this is the candle that I'm talking about, and that's what we added into after this breath. So a nice, strong engulfing print, engulfs this whole range essentially, pulls back, you add up into here, and then bang, bang, you're heading towards this high of the day. Let's see if we can break through that, and then possibly establish a new one, or we're going to eject and put in a new lower high. But I can't believe what Ethereum is doing right now, my friend. Wow, that espresso is going right through me. So there it is. Yeah, there it is. A new high of the day on ETHA. This is what we want to see.
Bang, Joey Options, man. Yeah. Good look. All right, I'm loading up a video for you guys. Thank you, Ram, for sending that. So apparently I did a video on this. I totally forgot that we did this. So here it is, guys. I'm going to throw this video in the chat right now. So the URL for it is in the chat. There's Prad with his yellow hair. But anyway, I give the...
And it's really, come on, that's platinum, no?
Platinum Prad. Yeah, I forgot. He used to be called Platinum Prad. In any event, this is the video, guys. So it's actually in the description of the video, and I actually give the full instruction. Look how short my hair is, bro, with that beard. I look like a hideous freak, bro. I actually don't like that. I don't like that at all, Joey. Yeah. My hair was short. It wasn't brown. I hadn't dye it like I do now, and yeah, and I don't like that look anymore.
That was the first video I ever made.
Right? You were here for Platinum Prad?
Yeah.
I never forgot that.
First video I ever made.
Look at the bangs. Look at the bangs.
Look at her, bro. Look at her. Get it, Ram. All right, bro.
Ram, did you go downtown Chicago?
Yeah.
Really? Did you go on the river and everything?
What did you do there? Oh, that's why. Okay, she had 3 weddings. She had 3 weddings. All right, that's respectful.
Oh yeah, that takes all day. I forgot those are all day ventures, man. Oh my days.
What happened all day?
Well, girls take a significantly longer to get ready than guys, so she's like all day, every day, she's getting ready. All day. Just staring at least like you're partying, got the Prosecco going and stuff like that. But other than that, I'm ready. How long do you think you can get ready in Sri?
Me? 20 minutes.
20 minutes?
Yeah, 20 minutes. From like pajamas till ready to go.
Give me 3.5 minutes.
Well, I got a shower and stuff, bro. What do you mean?
60-second shower, I'm in and out. Outfit picked, I'm done. 5 minutes.
Crazy.
I'm out the door.
That's crazy.
Yeah, man.
I got a shower and stuff, bro. I like to take my time. I don't like to be rushed. Neither do you, though. You don't like to be rushed either. You're not.
I'm antsy. I'm an antsy individual. Like when I'm ready to go, like let's go. I'm super impatient.
Holding me back.
Yeah.
I feel that.
Super impatient.
I feel that. All right, we're having a good time over here. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Shout out to the guy who just called me a porn star as well. I love you right back, baby. All right, I'm just joking. All right, THAR, it can break 250. I'm looking at it, Bovin, but it looks like it's struggling, brother. Bovin, I was watching THAR for specifically the reason I've wanted to see what it was going to do when it got to that 10 EMA on the 5. And even though it's putting higher lows, Bovin, and higher highs, look at how anemic these green candles look. They're nothing compared to these ones over here. So to me, Bovin, I don't know, I could be wrong. This feels like a dead cat bounce. And just, a little bit of relief here as the shorts start covering from that area top. And the reason I say that is just you're doing a direct comparison between the vigor and the size of these green candles over here on the way up, and how they were barely even touching the green line, the 10 EMA on the 5, and now, you know, they just look like they're being kept all sorts of down. So I don't want to fall into this trap, Bovin. You know, the real move would have been, you know, pick it up off the $0.25 for a 10, 15 penny winner. But that really wasn't my move. Anyway, THAR, if it explodes above that 250, we'll get involved. But other than that, these candles look a little too weak for me to want to get involved with it at the moment. Yeah, and all the other ones are all breaking down as well, whether UPLD is breaking down below VWAP, PLTZ. We had CPOP as well, straddling VWAP. There's really nothing other than the one that I'm in right now, which is Sundial. So let me know if you guys are looking at anything else, but I don't really like anything else at the moment. Sharif Holmes, I don't know what that is. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right, guys. You guys make me chuckle all the time. I do appreciate you guys, and I don't take it personally, unless you're going to come at me in a personal way, then you're just going to get, you know, blocked. But if you guys make me, if you guys shoot, you know, whatever. Yeah, you can take shots, but just be nice about it a little bit. Joey Options, what do you got, man? Because I'm looking at nothing over here, man.
I'm looking to add into this IBIT position one more time. Maybe we can get the break of this high of the day. So essentially that's what we're cooking up here. But there we go. We enter and then we add more than half there. So I like this. Hopefully this pullback isn't too deep. And we get the ability to add on that one. Man, your boy Pan W is going, it's in its own realm right now, Sharif. So there it is, some nice movement in Pan W. A couple people mentioned that one earlier out in the day. Right back to where it was selling off yesterday, essentially. So looking to continue climb higher, and some nice healthy prints right there. So shout out to the individual who pointed that one out. And yes, I did. Your Huckleberry, yeah, I did. I did try to respond, but I got caught up here. I did go to UFC 319. What an absolute amazing event. It's definitely something that I wanted to get off the bucket list there, and I'm more than happy to do so. It cost a pretty penny at the end of the day.
Did it actually?
Yeah, it was pretty. And dude, we were as high as it can get. You couldn't go any higher than where we were. Yeah,
you should have seen the wad this guy took.
Well, 400 Canadian to get in the door, but I mean, yeah, at the highest point too. Like it was like the guy verbalized. Oh,
270?
Like, yeah, something like 300 some bucks. Yeah,
infuriating.
Yeah. But it was like, see, the thing is though, I'm easily convinced, right? Like a couple of special martinis and some cold beers, and my boys are like, "You want to go to UFC?" And I'm like, "Yeah." But then obviously you wake up the next morning and you're like, "Oh man!" At the end of the day, but all fun and games, right? If we're only going to do the chances of that happening again, it was an experience, right? Just the atmosphere of the crowd. And Sharif, we got a submission and then two spinning elbow KOs. Two spinning elbow KOs, and the arena was going wild. Yeah, it was so worth it.
Did you see Joe Rogan and everybody like
in the thing? Yeah, you see them there. Yeah, so it was a great experience.
Nice, man.
Yeah, I was really happy that we did that. And I mean, I mentioned to everybody before, I got the full Chicago experience. We went to Wrigley Field, then we had UFC 319, and then we went to Soldier Field as well too, which was it was definitely a lot of fun.
You did everything.
Yeah, we did a lot.
Did you see the what is that mirror thing downtown?
I have no idea. I didn't even go
the bean.
Yeah,
thank you, Assassino. You didn't see the bean?
No, brother. I didn't even ask any of the locals where the beans were.
The only reason I even went there is because the hotel I was staying at, it was right there. I stayed at the hotel where Harrison Ford stayed at in The Fugitive.
You're gonna love this.
The Hilton or whatever.
Okay, so we stayed at
literally right there.
The London House. You're gonna love this right here, brother. This is right where we stayed across from. Why do you gotta be so difficult?
I know, it's embarrassing, bro.
Super embarrassing.
Quicker, bro.
Literally right across from
the Trump.
Yeah. We're like,
See that building that has those, it's like a circular building, and it has that parking lot exposed?
Yeah. That's so sick. So like half the building was parking lot and it was circular, and then the condos, that was pretty cool.
I really like Chicago, man. I really like Chicago.
Like I said, I have nothing bad to say about Chicago other than maybe it's a little expensive. And actually, I'll be honest, the deep dish, a little lackluster.
No way.
Yeah, I wasn't. I'm like, hey, I think we got better pies here in Toronto. But again, full-on experience, loved it all. But what I'm loving right now is Bitcoin holding up here. Not going to add just yet. I believe that we're going to get a retest around 64.55. This could be just a breath candle right here, and then maybe we get a continuation to the top side, considering this market does want to continue this cover rally. We are all out of the TQs right here. Let's go to a higher time frame so we can see things a little bit clearer now. Can see clearly now, the rain's gone. So there it is, boom, boom, boom. And then we get all out just right around the peak. And then now this is our first entry of the day here on IBIT, waiting for a potential add right here. A nice opportunity right here, guys. That VWAP break was absolutely beautiful, and it's unfortunate that we missed out on that one. And then sure enough, you get a pullback continuation, and then we have rejected this level. So I want to be patient until this underlying tells me that, hey, we're not going to break through that high of the day. Then I'm going to hold on to it and look for an out. What we can notice here on the tape as well, keep an eye on the tape, is that the strength is stepping in. So you see those aggressive offers at the ask, and this is exactly what we want to see. So continuous flushes of green on the tape, and that's how we kind of read that right there.
All right, guys, I'm still holding my position here on SNDL, and in fact, it got to 24s, but it didn't cross. I have an order waiting at 24s, but yeah, no, nothing doing there. Here's the deal. This is why I did not punch into THAR. As I mentioned, the green candles on the bounce off the volume weighted average price looked quite anemic. They were very, very small in size relative to the green candles we were putting up on that initial move. And there you go. It rejects the 10 EMA, and here it comes back into VWAP. So this is looking like it might be setting up for a flat bottom break. How do you get that flat bottom break? Well, first order of business, you need an area high. We got an area high over here at the high of the day, 309. The second order of business, you need a bounce off a key support level. We got it here at the volume weighted average price. After that, you need a lower high relative to that previous first high. We got that with that 245 to mid 40s bounce, and here we go again, coming right back down to that 220 area where the volume weighted average price is. It doesn't have to break on the second attempt or even the third, it could be the fourth. The point is to be on the lookout for lower highs and that same area of support that it keeps bouncing off. The key thing is to look for that lower high though. So to me, THAR is a no-go at the moment, so I'll steer clear of that and continue to look for some others. I see SBEV, and I'm really even hesitant to want to look at this because it is below the pre-market high, SBEV. But I'm going to, there's really not much else to look at, so we're going to have to look at this, okay? And the reason I will not punch in to SBEV until it takes out the high is because it's below below this area high over here. Now it's above the pre-market high, but it did lose VWAP quite aggressively. So it popped up super aggressive from that 150, 165 area, was trading right into 231 as quickly as it got up there, as quickly as it dropped. Now it's starting to kind of stair step up, regaining that $2 level, regaining the volume weighted average price, but it's still below this area. I'd like to see a little bit more, but I could definitely get involved in SBEV if it does set up in the right way. And alas, it is not quite yet. Now, this one was running in the aftermarket yesterday, which makes me either feel like there was a headline in the aftermarket or it was an earnings report. I'm not going to look at it right now. But as you can see, it faded with the overall weakness in the market that we've been experiencing over the last 2 days. That's in the aftermarket. It holds this general area, that closing print from yesterday at $1.50 in the pre. It holds it multiple times, very early on and also at 10 o'clock. So you like to see that. You like to see it holding prior day low. And the other good news is it made a higher high above yesterday's aftermarket. So it's got a decent trend, but just not setting up as a really good intraday trade, at least for now. Yeah, that could change. That could change very quickly too. Like if we get a spike up into 220, 225, I'm going to change my tune. And then we'll have a completely different take on SBEV. But for the moment, it's still not tradable under my system. I'm going to leave it here. And if it breaks out, we'll get involved, Joey. So that's a look there. We got another maybe 5-10 minutes, and then we'll start the news. A lot of stuff to talk about today, guys. Big details, obviously, to get to, Joey, in semiconductor world, as your boy Donald wants to own all the companies.
Some retail news as well too.
Absolutely, always,
let's
right?
see what's up with Target as my friend.
Yeah, that was not a good report, Joey.
No, I mean, well, their stint over here in Canada didn't. Their first stint over here didn't work out too well.
Stayed all of 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's not like you build it.
Like what he's talking about, they came and then they left.
Yeah.
Ram, how quickly did they leave?
Very quick.
How quickly did Target leave? Like 3-4 years? Target when they came to Canada. It was like 3-4 years, right? Fairly.
I don't even think, honestly, I don't even think it was that long, Sharif, because when I was in school at Guelph, they were building it. I think it was done the same year. Then halfway through the next year, it was gone.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So, yeah.
That's crazy.
Anyways, yeah. All right, guys, let's see what we got going on. I want to see what you guys are thinking in the chat. Let's get you guys engaged here a little bit.
Oh.
Are we double topping on Bitcoin? Yes or no? All right, so if no means that we can continue and break through this high, yes means we're not going to go any higher. I'm going to go no just because I'm going to be optimistic, even though I think it is a double top, but sometimes you just got to just roll with the punches there. So yes or no, did Bitcoin double top here? And what is this on spot itself? Just put it in. And if you've been trading...
All right, Joey.
What's that?
Less than 2 years.
Yeah.
You were bang on.
Yeah, I'm telling you, brother.
Jeez.
Yeah, it was
Sorry, dude.
Yeah, it was not good. I didn't even go there, to be honest with you. I was just eating M&M. Man, school diets are so horrible, brother. It's just... Yeah.
Did you get the freshman 15?
Easily, brother.
We don't even call it freshman. Why am I pretending like American? It's first year, baby. That's what Canadians call it.
It was really bad, and now I can't even eat M&M meat shop anymore.
That's crazy.
Yeah, because I just.
Oh, I thought you M&M meat a shop. I thought you were talking about M&Ms. I'm like, that's really
like
bad,
M&M
Joseph.
meats.
Yeah.
You got it, but
Why
everything's
not?
just.
What's wrong with M&M meats, man?
Dude, I ate it
at my house
for like a year and a half straight. Like I was getting everything, and then you know when you're just turned off from something, because it's just like what it does to you, especially when you have no physical activity. Every other weekend's a beer pong tournament, and then it's just like, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, good times for sure. But as for anything in the market, if you guys are curious and want to go over anything, I actually want to do a little snooping here. So don't mind me. Actually, maybe I can. So I want to take a look at some things on the options chain. Why does it do that for me? That's so frustrating. Okay, here it is. So I just want to take a look to see what some value of some contracts are. UNH, yes, Nimrod, I'm talking about you because I know what you did.
Last summer?
Yeah, exactly. So we'll go here.
You like that movie?
The bestseller?
No, I Know What You Did Last Summer.
Oh yeah, that's an older one.
Old.
With a new one too.
I still Know What You Did Last Summer.
Did you?
Yeah,
I don't remember it like that well, but yeah, I remember.
Neff Campbell, that's all I remember.
Neff
Campbell, and what's that one from Party of Five? She was so pretty when she was
really
good. Jennifer Love Hewitt.
Jennifer Love Hewitt. Yeah, nothing like those.
Boy crush there.
250s. Okay. Yeah. So, anyways, not what I was thinking here. Maybe I got the wrong cycle. But at the end of the day, doesn't matter. Let's go over some high levels of OI. Next week we got NVDA. And I want to see if these levels are growing. We were talking about 185 and then the 190 strikes. 190's cooled off, right? So we're extremely south of that right now, trading at 173. So that's about 17 points there. And then what we want to look at is that 185 concentration. So we got about 111,000. I would not be surprised if that's going to continue to grow into the earnings report, right? So if that is the case, just be cautious, on what happens during that report. If you smash into 185 and then you get a heavy rejection and it doesn't look like you're going to get those aggressive offers stepping back in, then maybe look for a continuation to the downside. That's most definitely what I'm going to be doing on NVDA and after the report as well too, which is extremely important. So Jennifer Love Hewitt, yeah, I know. Can't remember. I can't put a face.
Neil comes in. The first thing he hears is Jennifer Love Hewitt. Guys, I was wrong. Sorry, Neff Campbell. I said Neff Campbell for I Know What You Did Last Summer. It was what the hell's her name? Sarah Michelle Gellar. What was that other show she was in where she was like chasing down demons and stuff? I forget the name of the show. Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
No way.
Yeah, was it? Isn't that Buffy the Vampire Slayer?
I have no idea.
Pretty sure she was. Sarah Michelle Gellar, right? She was Buffy the Vampire Slayer, I'm pretty sure, right?
All right.
Yeah, so
Good
Freddie
to know
Prinze
that.
Jr., Jennifer Love Hewitt, these are some of the people that were, and I Know What You Did Last Summer. Johnny Galecki was in it as well, which is, what's his name? Leonard from The Big Bang Theory, but he has a really small part in that. I think he's just at the beginning, and he's a bit of an asshole. All right, let's start the news, Joey, since we're about 1:45 now. We're going to start with the main headline, which is that the United States is considering equity stakes in multiple chip makers. It's not just Intel. Let's get to the details. So your friend Howard Lutnick was on Squawk on the Street yesterday with Kramer, David Faber, and that I forgot the other guy's name there. I forget his name anyway. So what he was pushing for is he's like, look, the U.S. government's pushing for equity stakes in Intel and other chip makers in exchange for the CHIPS Act funding. You'll remember the CHIPS Act was passed under the previous administration. There was really no equity involved. It's like the companies had to meet certain thresholds or requirements, and then they got more money, but there was no equity they had to give up, right? So the idea here is to basically boost the semiconductor manufacturing business in the United States. The plan shifts from simply issuing grants to a return on investment model, with the government taking a minority, non-voting equity stakes rather than just, doling out cash with no strings attached. And so Intel, according to reports, is first in line with discussions around a 10% government stake in Intel. Other companies that could be subject to this as well, we'll have to wait and see. Micron, Taiwan Semi, and Samsung, all recipients of CHIP Act money, or possible recipients of CHIP Act money, though none have confirmed participation in this new equity program that's being pushed. The initiative follows, unusual Trump deals, such as securing, 15% of NVIDIA's H20 chips in China, 15% of AMD's MI08 revenues in China, with the Pentagon also preparing to become the top shareholder in MP Materials, a rare earth mining company, full disclosure, involved in that. Critics are not without their, people are not, they're criticizing it, that's what I'm trying to say. So critics warn this strategy creates new categories of corporate and taxpayer risk, as poor investments could result in losses for the U.S. government, especially if stocks don't do that well. Concerns also arise, Joseph, around the potential geopolitical friction, especially with Taiwan and TSMC, obviously, where Taiwan's economy minister said discussions would take time given the company's private ownership structure. So needless to say, this is very new. But what's your take in general, Joseph, about the U.S. government wanting equity in these companies that are going to receive money? Do you like it or do not like it, just as a starting point?
Personally, as an investor in some of these names, that's music to my ears at the end of the day, right? Because if the government's invested, guess what? We're not new to this. Everybody knows that. Essentially, the government doesn't lose. So in my opinion, I love the fact that they're going to start taking a stake in some of these names. And we mentioned this yesterday. It's been Intel. We're talking all this noise about Intel. Well, guess what? The government's starting to get involved. Donald looking to take a stake into it as well. So I think that's only potential upside for these names.
And think about it from Intel's perspective, right? You got these 14A node, 18A node. Basically, they're most advanced technologies, Joey, for their foundry business, right? And nobody wants to buy them because a lot of the companies say, well, they're not that good, so we don't really want to buy them. All of a sudden, you got Donald with a 10% stake in Intel, and he's calling up Jensen, he's calling up whoever. He's like, hey,
listen,
why are you not buying from an American company? Why are you going and spending your money with Taiwan Semi, Samsung, non-American entities, right? So you could feel there might be some geopolitical tensions coming that way. Guys, VinFast delivered over 35,800 EVs in Q2 of 2025, marking a 172% jump from last year. That brings their first half total to more than 72,000 electric vehicles, up over 220% year over year. With stronger sales usually in the second half of the year, they're on pace to easily double 2024's 97,000 units that were delivered. They're also crushing it on the two-wheelers with nearly 70,000 e-scooters and bikes sold in Q2, up 432% from a year ago, and with gas-powered two-wheelers two-wheelers being phased out in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City by 2026, the growth potential looks to be huge. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. Or if you're in Toronto, just go to Yorkdale Mall. They're there as well. Shout out to Ho Chi Minh Trail. Anybody who studied the Vietnam War knows all about that. So
that thing just got absolutely. That thing got bombarded for sure. They blew that thing up. But see, the savagery part is that it just kept rebuilding it. You can blow it up as many times as you want, but we're just going to keep rebuilding that road.
The Viet Cong I took a U.S. history class in university, second year. And man, there was some stuff there, man. Some stuff there.
Talking about warriors, man. At the end of the day,
crazy
both sides, yeah.
All right, any other comments, Joey, on this chip?
No, I think it's good. To be honest with you, I like it personally as a shareholder. Right? Some people might not like it from another standpoint, but from an equity holder, I like it, especially when the government gets involved.
Okay, let's go on to Target. So, needless to say, where's TGT at right now? Because it was all sorts of sell this morning. We are down almost 7%, but certainly off the lows there on Target. Target, 94.15 low, 98.13 high. I think we're almost at the high as we speak. We're at 98.05. So here's how the report looked like. First, let's talk about the outgoing CEO and the incoming one, which is coming from the COO position. So Michael Fidelki will become the CEO starting February 1st of this year. He's going to replace Brian Cornell, who will move to the executive chair position. So he's going to remain with the company. Fidelki emphasized 3 priorities for his tenure as CEO. He wants to restore Target's reputation for what he calls stylish, unique products. He also wants to improve the consistency, in the customer service experience, and he wants to leverage technology for efficiency. So maybe we'll see some AI, suggestions there on the website for things that you can put together in a room. I'm just spitballing here. Now, with respect to the actual quarter and how they did, so their EPS came in at 205. They beat the 203 expected on revenue of 25.12 billion, beating the 24.93 billion expected. Check. Bottom line, top line beat. Net income, even though they're profitable, almost $1 billion in profit on the quarter, it did fall year over year. They took home $935 million in profit. They took home last year almost $1.2 billion, so that's a bit of a drop there. And there's more drops that are coming, baby, trust me. Comparable sales down 1.9%. Transactions down 1.3%. The average ticket sale down 0.6%. Margins down, being pressured by markdowns, canceled purchase orders, and more sales in lower margin categories like electronics and toys, where they don't make as much money as they do on other areas, other segments. So let's talk about some of their business trends. The report says the store traffic has been falling almost every week since January. What kind of horrible digital data point is that, man? Digital sales, a bit of silver lining here, up 4.3% year over year. But when you compare them to Walmart's online sales, e-commerce sales for Walmart's blowing them out of the water. Walmart has double-digit e-commerce growth year over year. This is like low single digit. Their non-merchandise revenue surge, aka their advertising revenue on their website, 14.2% year over year, and all 6 key merchandise categories, Joseph, were improving from quarter 1 to quarter 2. So good quarter over quarter comps, but year over year, not a good look. Last but not least, they are losing Ulta Beauty. So Target and Ulta Beauty will end their shop-in-shop partnership starting of August next year. So in a year from now, raising concerns over their beauty traffic that they're getting in, and their home goods remain a key weak spot, Joseph, as Target lost its design edge post-COVID, but is kind of trying to work to rebuild the momentum with, Disney and Marvel and whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think they need to take kind of the Walmart route, where we were talking about 70% of their products are constructed and assembled in the States. But I thought it was essentially the cheaper alternative to Walmart. It's unfortunate that their stint here in Canada wasn't very long either. We were talking about this not too long ago. But if we look at this name from that previous high of April 2024, you're down 50% almost. So this stock is going to need to double in order to just get back to that break-even point of $181. If we zoom out, I believe there's a previous high on this as well. So the long-term investment, and I don't even know if it's reverse split or anything along those lines, is extremely, extremely tough. And if we go to some of these other retail names, WMT, It's the polar opposite of what we're experiencing here in Target. We go to Costco, the exact same thing, right? So you get that steady appreciation, and it's unfortunate. We know that Walmart's e-commerce sector, as you mentioned before, Shreve, is starting to take market share from Amazon as well too. So they're really starting to pick up that space, and we've seen the complete opposite in Target as well too. So it's not something that is looking good, and just don't go trade off Obium thinking that they will cover. You want to wait for some more solid quarters to come out, and then you have the ability to get involved in the name. But there's other retail spaces that I think are much better off as an investment.
Clearly, Joey, and one last point I want to mention, shares are down 60% from their 2021 highs.
Yeah.
We know Walmart made all-time highs late last year. I don't know if it's at all-time highs right now, but that is a tough look. And they're obviously competitors, so Walmart, eating Target's lunch, at least for the moment. Let's see if that can change. Let's go on to another retailer, a bit of a different take here. Lowe's beats expectations, expands their pro business. We'll talk more about that, but much the same is being said for Lowe's report as was being said for Home Depot. So LOW is still up on the day? Yeah, barely, up 0.5%. Let's talk about this report. They printed EPS of $4.33, beating the $4.24 expected. Check on bottom line. Revenue in line with expectations, $23.96 billion. That was the comp in line with estimates. Net income did rise though nicely. They took home last year $2.38 billion on the quarter. This time they increased that to $2.4 billion. That's take home money, guys. That's their profit. And their comparable sales also grew 1.1% year over year, showing resilience despite industry headwinds. And that was not said by Home Depot. So clearly something being done here well by Lowe's. Now they're focusing on pros. What the hell does that mean? Well, there's pros and do-it-yourselfers, right? DIY. The DIY, we heard in Home Depot's report, was about 45% of the revenue. 55 now for pros. That was not the case before. This is a new development. Why is that happening? Well, because the do-it-yourselfers are not spending as much money. There's less home turnover. People are not moving into new homes as a result of higher rates, and therefore they're not upgrading as much. And the people who have stayed in their homes already upgraded during COVID, so they're not doing that quite yet. That's what's being said. That's not an assessment. So here's what's happening. They announced an $8.8 billion acquisition of the Foundation Building Materials, which is a distributor of residential and commercial professionals. So they bought them for $8.8 billion to expand their pros business. They also did that earlier in the year when they acquired Artisan Design Group, which provides flooring, cabinet, countertop design, installations, all for pro builders and property managers. So they're really trying to expand that pro business where they see the most growth potential. Their full year outlook was also revised upwards, Katina, man. They revised sales outlook higher, $1 billion higher. Now they're guiding $84.5 to $85.5 billion in revenue for the full year. They reiterated their comparable sales guidance to flat to 1%, and their EPS outlook slightly narrowed down to $2.10 to $2.35 for full year. And just to give an idea here, Joey, home improvement demand has been pressured by higher mortgage rates and borrowing costs, limiting do-it-yourself spending. Lowe's, Home Depot, they're shifting its focus more towards home professionals, as I was kind of mentioning there.
Yep.
So interesting look.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's good. Curious to see, are they kind of taking the route of Home Depot as well, looking to diversify some of their customers, as you mentioned before, and how they import things? I think that's going to be really important. But once you see the do-it-yourselfers and these pros start to accelerate, that's positive for the economy. The home building starts growing, people start doing renovations like we've seen during COVID, extremely positive. But one thing to note as well too, as you punch through some of these resistance zones, there we go, it doesn't look back. So we're not too far off of those all-time highs, still about 15% or so, 10 to be exact. So that's not horrible. But on the trajectory that it's currently trading at, I would not be surprised if we go and test that all-time high or that previous high right here in some time, right? Considering you get this massive gap up, that gap is now filled. positive sign. Wait for price to turn around in a test of some key levels. As long as these earnings stay relatively strong, I think that we can see Lowe's testing that all-time high in the near future.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, especially if we keep working out in the same week.
Exactly.
Good call there.
And
so.
if you get a rate cut as well too, that might help influence the DIYers,
Exactly.
right? They want to start buying, doing their renovations. They don't have to borrow at so much. So yeah, that's another positive.
Yeah, and they
as well.
start moving to homes. You move
Exactly.
into a new home, you want to customize it. So, yeah,
Exactly. So it's kind of just like a ripple effect, right? You get the rate cuts. People are buying more homes. They want to renovate those homes, et cetera, et cetera.
Let's go on, guys, to Hertz. They're partnering with Amazon to sell used cars. This is an interesting take here, and we saw a lot of corollary effects with Carvana and CarMax selling off as a result. So let's get to the headline. Hertz will begin selling pre-owned vehicles through Amazon Autos, allowing their customers to browse, e-sign, and purchase cars fully online before picking them up at Hertz, Randy, locations. They're going to start in Dallas, Houston, LA, and Seattle, and then they're going to expand to 45 different locations. The move, obviously, it boosts their retail visibility. You know what I mean? Provides potential for profit ship beyond just the rental aspect of their business. And here's the deal. Amazon Autos, it's growing. First, they partnered with Hyundai in December, and now they're growing with Hertz, and they're going to be able to sell Ford, Toyota, Chevrolet, Nissan. So growing expanse of different products on Amazon. Would you buy a car on Amazon Autos? Would you buy a car online, though? Would you buy a car online? Yeah.
Shop for a car on.
Okay. Well, yeah, we all shop for a car online.
Right?
Like,
It's like it's
It's not gonna make it.
It's not
over.
gonna race it over.
Yeah, I think he's just gonna take Katina Man's mic there.